Hello everybody, my name is Paul. Welcome to The Light Keep. Today we are going to be doing a review for Lumineth-Realmlords and their 3rd edition book.
Hey y'all, it's Daniel, here to talk some really angsty boys.
Hey everybody, it's Jack.
Oh hey, it's Murdoch. Hey.
Today we are talking Lumineth-Realmlords. They got a new book. Again, it's that time of year when the Lumineth-Realmlords get a new book. But I think this is their best book yet. I think this is maybe not the strongest book that they've received, but it's definitely the most fun book to play against, at least. And I think it's simplified the army down a lot from their 2nd edition, which was way too complicated. Aside from the errors in the book that we'll get into in a bit, I think this is overall a big improvement. What do you guys think?
So yeah, as always, the ratio of GHBs to Lumineth tomes has to be preserved, and I'm pretty excited about this one. I think the right things got changed in order to make the army more fun and more like, I guess, from the building aspect. I don't think that the internal balance seems to be that much better. It's a little bit better for sure. I think that there's going to be some more variety of units taken, and we'll get to that. But I overall see it as 100% a positive. It's definitely more in line with 3.0, which is like the best part about it, is that it's all starting to feel good, and yeah, I like it, and I think it has a mostly positive reception too.
Well, looking at the Lumineth-Realmlords as an army, if we had to give a couple sentences kind of just to describe what they're doing, I've got some notes here. Feel free to add your own. I've got regiments of elves in close ranks, supported by their geomantic temple elites. They are creations of the god of magic, and it's fitting that even the standard infantry are spellcasters. They use light magic to support their units and disable their enemies. They have volleys of magically imbued arrows and ballista shots crashing down on the enemy. They charge in and are faced with tough blocks of wardens and stoneguard that absorb the enemy charge and then riposte immediately. Dawnriders and Windchargers then ride out to flank enemies and secure the board. Is there anything key to the Lumineth experience here that I'm missing?
I think you've almost downplayed a little bit of the magic, like, because this army just absolutely relies on their buffs. Like, it is, if they can't get their spells off, this army is kind of trash, to be honest. Like, I mean, I'll throw it out there. Like, if they don't get their spells off, if they face another magic dom that can shut them out, if some new unit comes out for, like, I don't know, Cruel Boys, or like they can shut down spells super often, then even they would be able to beat Lumineth. So it's interesting how much they rely on it, and it's very fitting. I really enjoy that.
Yeah, this is for a Spelldom army. It's like you're also feeding into some of the anti-Spelldom armies. Like if you're against a Tzeentch summoning army and you're like casting 10 spells a turn, you're just giving them a Lord of Change every turn.
Mm-hmm. It's cool. I like it.
It definitely, one thing we always like doing is looking at how the models look and then kind of thinking, well, how would these models play? And you look at stuff like the Wardens with these spears and their shields. You look at the Sentinels and how well both of these units regiment themselves. And you think, yeah, okay, it makes sense for these guys to be fighting in tight ranks. And they are, right, with their Shining Company rules. It encourages them to be base-to-base, tight formations. And then you think, well, they're elves. They're not wearing super heavy armor, but they're kind of more durable than something like Idoneth or Sylvaneth. And they're light creations. They're made by Teclis, so they have to use light magic, right? They're pompous and regal, and they've got, they're painted in a standard white scheme and with bright colors. And I think all of this kind of comes together to, it plays the way the models look, and I think that's a really big improvement, because I guess it played the same way in 2nd edition, but the rules were just so convoluted. And the build that ended up coming out of that army with the like Teclis castle list, and that was the only way to play, and it didn't feel like that's the whole faction. It felt like it wasn't doing it justice. So let's look at the major changes in 3rd edition. The big one, and maybe there's going to be an errata by the time this video comes out, but the big one here is that Teclis can't learn all the spells anymore. The god of magic, the mage god, can't learn all the spells from the faction that he created. I know there's maybe a lore justification for this, because him and Nagash had a big fight, and Nagash did the big suck on Teclis, and he can't use his magic anymore. But that's
He's
not a
too
good
depressed.
enough. It's just so sad. He's like, I'm gonna skip an edition, guys. This feels like an omission, and a really big one. And we know that the spell lore is probably going to get an errata anyway because it doesn't allow any unique units to learn spells. So we're going to do this entire review assuming that Teclis can learn all the spells just like he did in previous editions, and that unique units can learn spells, because that's a standard across every other book in the game, including the Skaven book, which had to be eroded to include unique units. So I think that's a fair assumption. If that's different, well, we have a separate ranking for some stuff anyway. We can kind of think about what would happen if that was the case. So another big change is that Lumineth can now use Daughters of Cain, Stormcast, and Sylvaneth as allies, but allied units don't get Aether Quartz anymore, which always felt like a rules janky... it always felt like a weird rules interaction, like the holdover from 2nd edition to 3rd edition, that... Yeah, allies are part of your army now. They weren't part of your army in 2nd edition. So when you created rules for allies, you didn't really care. You didn't have to include your faction keyword on everything. Now it's very obvious that your allies don't get Aether Quartz, so that's fine. Many of the spells have been outright removed, like Lambent Light, or reworked significantly, and that has shifted the focus from some units to other units. I think some of the stuff that was good before is still going to be really good, but it's opened up room in your list for new units to come in. Mm-hmm. Shining Company is no longer just an ability that exists in a book. It's on the War Scrolls, and it's a lot simpler. It doesn't restrict your movement. Anytime you're touching base to base, you're in Shining Company. Anytime you're not touching base to base, you're not in Shining Company. Simple as that. The Alarith, the Mountain Temple stuff, has changed quite a bit. I think that's actually the biggest change in this book, is that the Mountain Temple is, well, it's good. It's actually good and playable, but in that translation, it lost perhaps its best feature, which was Tectonic Force, which was the ability to push enemy units after fighting. And that ability was so strong that I think, despite the weakness of Mountain stuff, it kind of helped them a lot in their core weakness. So we'll see how they can do with their different abilities now. Another big change, I think players really wanted this one. Wind Spirits can't move in the enemy turn. It was the most frustrating thing in the world to play against an enemy unit that could retreat after your move. And not only could it retreat, but it could retreat 12 inches, which was exactly enough so that you couldn't declare a charge, because you have to be within 12. So if this thing wasn't base to base and it retreated, then sorry, you just can't charge. Very frustrating to play against. Unfortunately, that means Wind Spirits are probably not going to see play anymore. They just don't have enough else going on, but we'll get to that eventually. Windchargers can ignore wards when shooting instead of ignoring cover always, and I'd say that is definitely a big worthwhile trade-off, because most armies have wards these days, either 6-up sometimes. Most armies... maybe not most armies. A lot of armies these days are having 5-up wards, and Windchargers don't care. They just shoot right through it. And when they're double reinforced, you get 45 shots in a big squad, and that's pretty good. And the other major change is that the sub-factions have changed significantly. There is just a single ability per sub-faction. A couple of them give you battle line choices, and they're all a lot weaker, and that's pretty consistent across the board with 3.0 battle tomes. So if you were a big fan of previous sub-factions, I'm sorry to say that they stripped a lot of the rules out of it, and this is probably the weakest part of the book, is how they changed the sub-factions to 3rd edition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lumineth-Realmlords lost a lot in their sub-factions. Like, oh my god, they were just so strong.
No more command abilities per sub-faction.
Now they had abilities on top of command abilities. They had abilities that I thought, it's just like it was nuts.
I think that's what a big source of the confusion and rules complication of the 2nd edition battle tome was the army itself was complex, and then you added some factions on top of that, and they were really complex, and it just wasn't fun to play against.
Paragraphs on the War Scrolls.
Well, it's like nobody understood why they didn't move all the temple battle traits to the War Scroll in the first place. I guess to stop allies from doing it, but then who's taking Lumineth allies? Like, come on. Well, we might.
We actually, Stormcast might, yeah. There's certainly a discussion to be had is, well, how useful are Lumineth as allies if they have Shining Company, if they have the Hurakan ability to move after, move away from enemies when retreating, and to have the Ignore Rend 1 with the Alarith units, but they're probably fine as allies. They're probably not going to break the game by having these abilities.
No.
Here are the Lumineth battle traits. These are abilities, and other armies have a lot more. This army has 2. But these are the abilities that kind of define the core playstyle of the faction. So we want to get these out of the way because we will be referencing them and how they affect each unit war scroll. So we'll talk about them now. First up is Lightning Reactions, which is when it's your turn to pick a unit to fight, you can pick 2 Lumineth units instead. And this activates after Strike First effects, which means if there's an enemy that has Strike First on your turn, you can't fight twice with that unit and one of your own units. Even if both of those units have Strike First, you can't double activate and then your opponent has a Strike First unit. So it's kind of future-proofing because I don't think there's actually anything in here that has Strike First, but just in case, it does. It does.
Yeah, if they introduce like a realm command ability or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Or an ally.
Yeah.
And another important note here is that neither unit picked can have the Strike Last effect. And I think this actually could come up in a few matchups where your opponent gives you Strike Last from one mechanic or another, and that kind of forces you to not be able to fight with 2 units at once. Lumineth, as elves, are quite fragile, so having the ability to fight with 2 units at once is very useful for them because they can mitigate the amount of damage they take back. That's really what this effect does, is it's a defensive ability, kind of like Strike First across the army with Idoneth. It's not an offensive ability, it is a defensive ability when you have High Tide. But this is not like that. It's a lot worse. High Tide is much better.
Yeah.
It does allow you to do interesting things like charge in a unit of Bladelords and charge in a unit of Dawnriders, and both of them get to fight at the same time. Having different units in different quantities fight is a very useful thing, because normally you might automatically have a unit of 10 Bladelords instead, but you might consider dropping them into 2 units of 5, knowing that they can fight all the same. If they get into combat, you can have 2 squads of 5 fight at the same time. So it's nice to have, probably not the biggest deal in the world, but it's nice. The other big ability is the Aether Quartz Reserve. So each Lumineth unit in your army starts with 1 Aether Quartz, and each Aether Quartz can be used once per game, and you can only use 1 Aether Quartz per phase of the game. After using an Aether Quartz, your unit has -1 Bravery, which actually does matter now in a world with Horror Ghast. It's kind of a downside. The benefits of using Aether Quartz, though, are pretty great. You can use one of 3 abilities. The first one is when you are targeted by an attack, you can add 1 to save rolls for that phase, which is basically like all-out defense, except it doesn't require using a command ability or receiving a command, which means it can't be disabled with things like Geminids or Roar, and it stacks with all-out defense. So you could, once per game, this unit now has +2 save between all-out defense and Aether Quartz. Very strong defensive bonus. Heightened Senses is kind of the same thing, except for a +1 hit when you are picked to shoot or fight. There is a small rules interaction here because it says when the unit is picked to shoot or fight. If you have an ability that allows you to fight or shoot out of the phase where you would pick units, which is normally the shooting phase and combat phase, it doesn't work with that. So, for example, if you're using Unleash Hell with Windchargers, after they fly out, they get charged, you try to Unleash Hell, you cannot use Aether Quartz with that because you are not picking the unit to shoot. You are receiving a command, and the command allows you to shoot. So there is a slight difference there, but it is worth noting in how you evaluate the units. The last thing you can do with Aether Quartz is Magical Boost, and this one's really, really important. Knowing which wizards have Aether Quartz and which ones don't, this is probably what you're going to be using your Aether Quartz on for most of your units. But after casting a spell, before unbinding, you can either add 1 to the cast or re-roll it. Which means if you're just short of casting a spell, like you need to cast Transporting Vortex on an 8 and you cast with a 7, you just use your Aether Quartz and now it's an 8, and you got it. Or if you're way off, like you roll like a 3, well, you might as well try to re-roll it with the Aether Quartz.
Pretty useful.
Yeah, reliable spellcasting is something this army needs, like we just talked about in the introduction there. If you're failing your spells, this army is going to fall apart very quickly, so this is an important resource that you have to manage, particularly for wizards. Let's talk about the War Scrolls. We're going to use the same ranking system we've been using for a while now. S tier is a unit that is a high impact ability, or it has a unique aspect that completely defines a list, or it's just super common, it's the best unit in its role, there's nothing that it's competing with. Things like that is what we would consider an S tier unit. Then it goes down to an A tier unit, which is both strong and versatile. It's either going to fit into a lot of lists, or it defines a list, but maybe it's not as strong of an ability as an S tier unit. And that scales down in terms of strength and versatility down to the F tier, which is a unit that is just, maybe it does have a niche, but it's just not worth using. Probably can't even be fixed by making it cheaper. So we call that an F tier unit, one that's probably not going to see play, even if they make changes to points. First up are the Vanari Wardens. It's a mouthful. The major change to this War Scroll is that they removed the Moonfire Flask. So that once per game ability to just whip mortal wounds, that's gone. Honestly, not the biggest deal. You know, if you had squads of 10, maybe it could be impactful, but most of the time it's just one of those things like Spirit Flasks and Stormcast that you just forgot existed. And
that rules the definition of, oh wait, I forgot, can we go back?
Yeah, we need a term for that.
Yeah. So it's like, oh hey, I forgot about that. Can I go back and do this? And I think that's why they removed it. So I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm fine with them removing stuff like that. It didn't really fit the fantasy of this unit. Like, why are they whipping alcohol on the ground, and how is that hurting people? I don't know. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
So Wardens are, honestly, just as good as they were before. They've got Shining Company now, which is cleaned up, which makes them easier to use. That gives enemies -1 to hit. If you double reinforce them, they can be a wall unit, super durable, 30 wounds, 4-up save, which you can make ethereal, or you can boost their save with all-out defense, with Mystic Shield, with Aether Quartz. And they're Shiny Company, so they're -1 hit, and you can give them a 5-up ward either with Teclis or with another spell. So these guys can be super durable. So you can run them as a cheap screen or as a super durable wall unit. Both approaches work just fine. They also have Sun Metal weapons, which is going to be common across the army. Sun Metal means if you roll a hit roll of 6, it does 1 mortal wound instead of its normal damage. And that sounds really, really good. And it is. Especially when you power them up with the power of Hysh, which is a spell that they cast because they are a wizard. Like we said in the intro, a lot of the basic units in this army are just wizards. Access to spell lores, they can cast endless spells, they can unbind spells. They are full-blown wizards, not like evocators, which are, they can only cast the spell that they know. These guys are full-blown wizards. And their War Scroll spell is Power of Hysh, which makes their Sun Metal go off on a 5+ instead. The spears do get a bonus to wound and rend if the attacking unit charged, but that kind of just puts them to like where a normal unit would fight. 2 attacks per model on 3s and 3s, rend 1. That's kind of like the standard profile these days. If you don't have that profile, you're kind of bad at fighting. So I would say this kind of is just a nerf to Wardens. Like, it forces them to fight defensively instead of being aggressive with them, rather than being a bonus if they do something right. It feels more like a punishment if you don't, just because their damage profile without that bonus is so bad. 3s and 4s no rend is not good. Fitting into that defensive role, though, they do have 3-inch range, which means even after we lose the seasonal bonuses that allow units to fight in 2 ranks, their 3-inch range will allow them to fight in just about any formation, any numbers. You can 30 of these guys, and all of them can reach into combat. It's really easy to fight with these guys if you do choose to be aggressive with them. Downsides, though, they're 10 wounds for 150 points. There are better wound ratios in this army, and elves don't really have that many wounds to begin with. So when you're paying a lot of points, it adds up. You bring 3 squads of these guys instead of 3 squads of something that's cheaper, and that point difference adds up. They are slow, only 6-inch move. They can't run and charge, and they, for any kind of mobility, if you want to get them to objectives or if you want to get them into combat with things, you will need to cast Speed of Hysh, which is a spell that doubles your movement. But a lot of units in this army want that spell, so that's kind of an important resource that you don't want to throw away on these guys every turn. They have poor accuracy when they're fighting units that did not charge. Like I said, you don't have the bonuses to wound and rend, which means they're just not accurately doing damage. And if you don't have Sun Metal weapons with Power of Hysh active, then this unit is just not going to do any significant damage at all. Like a couple mortal wounds in a squad of 10, it's like nothing. I think Liberators actually will do more damage, which is sad. And they require a critical mass. And this is an important concept to understand for the rest of this book review. Having a critical mass of damage is really, really important. And what that means is you have enough models to make an impact on the game. So let's say you have 20 Wardens. 20 Wardens will do about 6 mortal wounds, and then whatever other damage their spears happen to do. That's not really enough damage to do anything meaningful. 6 mortal wounds on average won't even kill a basic battle line unit like Liberators, which are 10 wounds. But if you have 30 Wardens, well, then every time they attack, they're going to reliably wipe out a weak unit. That makes them a higher impact damage unit. And that's pretty similar for a lot of units in this book. You need to have them reinforced, so you need to have them fighting alongside other things. If you just have small units doing their own thing, they're not effective. And I'd say the final downside is, we're talking about this unit needs to be in a big size. Well, then it's Bravery 6. So if you do reinforce or double reinforce this unit, you have to deal with the fact that you're going to be taking losses, and then every loss almost doubles because your Bravery is so poor with this unit, and it gets -1 when you get hit when you use the Aether Quartz. And you will at some point use the Aether Quartz. So pretty rough. You're going to have to save command points to use Inspiring Presence and hope that you don't get hit with a Horror Ghast or you're facing Night Haunt that can disable Inspiring Presence. It is pretty rough. But
Yeah.
despite all those downsides, this is a phenomenal unit. It's going to form the core of your army in most builds. I think the only time you're going to skip this unit is if you play like really heavy into the Stoneguard and you just replace Wardens with Stoneguard. Otherwise, they're going to be in every list. Probably 2 squads, maybe a double reinforced squad. These guys are they're the core of your army. You need a bunch of them.
They're definitely a backbone unit, and they really exemplify the army pretty well. Between them and Sentinels, of course, they have the Lumineth look, but they also have the Lumineth like functionality. Like they're not the fastest, but they do their screen job really well, and flexibly they can put out some damage when it matters. There's something to be said about having a lot of your damage be in mortal wounds for facing more elite armies, where you're just bypassing any kind of save stacking. So they have their niche, but at the same time they're just really good in general. I mean, you can't underestimate how much -1 to hit really helps in the game. I realize how easy it is. All the time we're like, okay, -1 to hit isn't as crazy because you can all out attack, but that's still getting rid of what a lot of people rely on. A lot of times when people do damage calculations, they go, oh, they assume they have +1 to hit because of all out attack. So in a way, it's kind of like a pseudo roar, in a way. And them being able to get to a bonus to save in Ethereal is really like tricky, because a lot of times people are surprised when they crash on a wall like Liberators or Vindictors and see that those units don't die just right off the bat easily. Yeah, that and make it Ethereal. It's pretty, it can be really good. They're situationally good, but again, that relies on spells, much like Power of Hysh. You got the Ethereal. They need the 5-up order that the whole army really wants to get. So you got a lot of the same things that are going to be stuff we're going to talk about the rest of the video about the armies. You're still reliant on all your spells, but once you do get them off, the units become really good.
The other thing I want to mention is I'll talk about this when we talk about some of the heroes, but like Paul mentioned, Battle Shock is now a real, actual problem for this army. Much like the Daughters of Cain lost their auto-pass Battle Shock with the Hat Queen, Lumineth had a certain auto-pass mechanic that we'll discuss later, and they don't have it anymore. So get your Horrorghasts out, because if you kill 6 of these guys, they're going to lose 6 more, maybe 2 more after that.
Oh, it's rough, yeah. Especially if, like you said, with the Horrorghast, anytime you can disable Inspiring Presence or just run them out of command points, then they really suffer. Even squads of 10, they can just, you lose 6, the other 4 run away. It happens. It's going to be common. I want to hit on something you mentioned, Dan. The -1 hit, people will usually just use all-out attack to negate it. They usually don't have another +1 hit on top of that, so it does become, effectively you're canceling out -1 hit. But this army, Lumineth, have an ability that almost negates commands from the opposing army. It makes it so hard to use opposing command abilities that when you stack that with -1 hit and your opponent's really, really struggling to use all-out attack, you might actually be at -1 hit overall, which is pretty rare in 3rd edition. Like usually you're fighting at +0 or +1 in this edition. Being at -1 is rough. Like Fulminators hitting on 4s is gonna suck. That's not gonna be fun. But overall, Wardens are excellent. You're gonna use a lot of them, and you're gonna love it because they're fantastic. They're S tier unit easily. They do it better than everything else in the book.
Oh yeah, you're just gonna hate transporting them.
I hope you got magnets. Next up are the Vanari Dawnriders. So the only change this unit has received is that their points were changed. They went down to 140, which honestly still feels like a little bit much because this unit is not... Well, let's talk about it. Pros, it's a Vanari wizard. Just like the Wardens, they can cast spells on themselves. They have Sun Metal and they can cast Power of Hysh, but they can also cast something like Speed of Hysh on themselves. And then they can move 28 inches. They double their move from 14 to 28, which is a stunning amount of speed. It's a shame this unit can't fly, but you can't have it all, I suppose. They are Shining Company, which means -1 hit if they're in formation. They are 10 wounds and a 4+ save, which is the same as Wardens, so defensively these guys are identical. 1 unit can be battle line for each Warden in the army. So this is really a pro for the Wardens. Like if you're bringing Wardens, then these guys can be battle line, and that's a good thing. And if you have 5 cavalry bases and you stack them on their side, touching, that makes a pretty wide screen. Unfortunately, when you do that, you lose Shining Company, because Shining Company says you have to be touching the base of 2 or more models in the unit. So if anytime you have these guys in a single file line, they just don't get Shining Company. However, being a super wide screen is a useful thing in this army, because You know, a lot of times you'll be setting up a castle setup, a defensive formation, and you need something in front, and your wardens want to be in that tight block, and they have to be in 2 ranks. So having this unit that can spread a lot further is actually a nice piece of utility.
I was just saying, and they're cheaper.
They are a little bit cheaper, yeah. I'm not sure when those 10 points would really make a difference, but it could. It could be the 10 points that you squeeze something else in. In terms of damage, they are... well, against the right targets, they're okay. When they fight enemies with 2 wounds, both of their melee profiles, the mount and the lances, get a bonus attack. And when you fight an enemy with 1 wound, both of their profiles get +2 attacks. So if you fight against something like a Bladegeist Revenant and you charge, then your lances are 3 attacks at 3s and 3s, rend 1. Now, the rend won't matter against the Nighthaunt I mentioned, but all of these attacks would have Sun Metal as well, so you could be doing mortal wounds on 5s potentially. They are an excellent unit to put in bounty hunters because they can just charge around, killing skinks, ghosts, liberators, and so on. Despite all that, they have to charge their lances because their lances only deal good damage when you get the bonuses when you charge, which means +1 to wound and +1 rend. And when you have only 5 models, like I said, you're not going to have Shining Company most often because like the weird formation you have to do in order to keep Shining Company means 2 models aren't going to fight usually. And anytime you reinforce this unit, well, with 2-inch and 1-inch attacks, you're also going to lose a lot of attacks. So it doesn't fight well reinforced, and it doesn't defend well non-reinforced, and it only does good damage against enemies with 1 or 2 wounds. Most armies, I'm going to say most armies can just bring a whole army that doesn't have 1 or 2 wounds, right? It's actually pretty rare these days to see an army that has a specifically good target. Maybe you'll have 1 or 2 units in an army that's a good target for these guys. Yeah, and there's no way to boost the rend or the wound rolls on mount attacks, so they're always on 4s with no rend. And unless you're just looking for weight of dice, that's not very impressive.
I think I view this more as a harassment unit. Like, you're going to charge this into like a front line of the enemy. But if they have like flanks with like weaker held units that have with 1 wound each, I think you can harass them pretty well. The good thing to note about is like this is probably the only cavalry that retains a -1 to hit even when it charges. So, you know, it still has all the benefits of Shining Company. It still is a wizard. It can go fast, kill something light, and then basically, if you move your wardens up or whatever your melee unit is, it can essentially fight in conjunction for a bit of extra damage with lightning reactions. So
the speed is definitely what's key for this unit because much like in Nighthaunt with Hex Raids, you need something that can actually move out onto the board and do things. You do, have access to a teleport spell, but not all the time is that going to work. These guys can, speed of Hysh to 28-inch move and get anywhere on the table they need to be to get you that, that 1 VP that you might be missing from not holding, more than your opponent, for example, or at least holding 2 objectives. So it's definitely important to have speed in the army, but it's not necessarily the only unit that can do that. So definitely still not unique in the army by any means.
Yeah, it's really important to have speed in this army, as we'll go through more War Scrolls and some factions and whatnot. It'll become very apparent that this is a slow army. We just did a live stream about what makes a fast army and what makes a slow army. Lumineth are a slow army. Even though they might have a couple of fast units, overall their approach to battle is very methodical, slow-paced. Either you're being very defensive or you're being very shooty. And either way, you want a faster unit because you can't win the game just by shooting stuff. You need to be able to move out, take objectives, and that has to involve melee combat as well. And where these guys really struggle is that their damage just isn't very good against most things in the game. They kind of, a squad of 5 of these guys can struggle to kill a squad of 5 Liberators or 5 Vanquishers, and that's not a good thing, especially because this unit doesn't fight well reinforced. So even if you buff it up with all-out attack, it's on average not going to be able to do enough damage. And that's a big downside, because what you want out of a harassment unit is to be able to kill these weaker units that are sitting back and holding objectives, using their 28-inch speed and then getting really short charges, and then just stealing these lightly guarded objectives. And even then, this unit can't really do that.
Even for the next, 2 months while we still have bounty hunters, I mean, you don't even really want to go bounty hunters with the army, so it's rough for these guys, I gotta say.
Yeah, we might see some changes depending on what's going on with the battle scroll, which may or may not be out by the time this goes live. But I'm not hopeful unless they specifically introduce mounted stuff that this unit can use. But like you said, it's not even the only mounted unit in the book, so it's hard to predict what could possibly happen to make these guys good. We're going to stick them in C tier, which means they are usable. They're certainly not bad by any means. It's just there's way better options. Their niche is speed. There are other fast units, and their damage and their wounds is not good enough to make up for that. So unfortunate, because I really liked high elf cavalry charges in Warhammer Fantasy, and I always wish that these guys were like, lines of silver helms and just crashing into the enemy, and they don't do that.
Yeah, man, they need sun metal hooves.
Yeah, precious resource. Just slap little booties on all their horses. So they can kick harder. Next up, the third Vanari melee unit, the Vanari Bladelords. This one is totally different in function to the other two units. Wardens are a unit that wants to be the screen, be the front line, take the enemy charge, and Dawnriders want to be the unit that goes out and captures objectives and harasses flanks after the Wardens have done their job. What Bladelords want to be doing is sitting back, waiting for the enemy to hit you, and then counterattacking. They are a patient, methodical unit. They are just as slow as Wardens. They're not going to go out and steal objectives from the enemy like Dawnriders can. They can't take a hit like Wardens can because there's fewer models. They're not good for stacking defensive bonuses on them because they just want to be sitting back and counterattacking. Think of what this unit is doing is just counterattacking. So what are the changes in 3rd edition? Well, they're pretty substantial. Perfect Strike, instead of just being auto hits and then a high rend attack that has to wound, now it just deals a mortal wound. Each model can just roll a 2+. There's a mortal wound. So 5 guys, 5 rolls on a 2+. Each one is a mortal wound. Pretty good. Flurry of Blows is very simple now. It's exactly like Vanquisher attacks. Each model has 2 attacks, and you get bonus attacks depending on the enemy size, up to a max of +2. And that's really easy to get because there's a lot of units that have 10 or more models, and you can get the max amount of Flurry of Blows attacks. Their weapon profiles are standardized. There's no difference between whichever equipment you gave them, which I think is great. I think more units in the game need to be like this because, aesthetically it's cool to have different models with different weapons, and it kind of sucks when you want to change your model depending on what weapon is better. I don't know. Rule of cool.
I'm glad they did that for our whole army. I was tired of that whole debate between shock hand axes and swords and hammers. Like, come on.
I wish they did it with concussors and fulminators.
Yeah, actually, yes. Like, I'm not even kidding. We could have just had one unit of Dracothian Guard, a shooter unit, and a fighter unit, and I think that would have been fine.
Yep. In addition to having standardized profiles, they also just have Sun Metal now, so their hit rolls of 6 are going to do mortal wounds. Unfortunately, though, they no longer ignore spells on a 4+, so that little piece of utility is gone. So what are
and they're not wizards, right?
I don't think they were in 2nd edition.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
So they can't buff themselves. Basically.
Even though they have Sun Metal weapons, they cannot buff themselves like the other Vanari units can. That's true. Pros: 1 unit is battle line for each Scinari hero, and spoiler, you're going to have Scinari heroes in your army, at least 1, sometimes 3.
Yep.
They're really, really strong.
They're the core wizards in this army.
Oh yeah, and there's a reason for that. 2-inch range on these guys allow them to fight well when reinforced and when keeping in Shining Company. If you just have 5 models, you want to keep the Shining Company, which I should mention they have, so they can be -1 to be hit. In addition, they are also a bodyguard for Scinari units. So you're going to be bringing Scinari anyway, and the Scinari would love to have bodyguards, and guess what? These guys are an excellent bodyguard. 2+ pass wounds off. Fantastic ability. They fill this niche in the army of getting charged with your front line gets charged, and then these guys come in and clean up. Because perfect strikes are great against lower wound targets. Let's say you get charged by something like a Bastiladon. You pile in and fight with 2 units of Bladelords or a unit of 10 Bladelords, do a bunch of perfect strikes, cut through that armor right away, and now it's weakened enough that you can finish it off with just about anything. Or let's say you're going up against Skinks from the same army, and all of a sudden you're now 4 attacks per model doing mortal wounds on 6s, or 5s if you manage to get the greater power of Hysh off. No matter what you fight, these guys have a damage profile for it, and it's not the best damage, especially as Stormcast players. We look at 1 mortal wound per model. It's not very good, but the critical mass, if you have 10 of these guys or 15 of these guys, that
it scales really well.
Oh yeah,
yeah, it scales super well.
Yeah, doing 4 mortal wounds, not a big deal. 8, okay, that's spooky. 12. Doing 12 mortal wounds in the combat phase, just automatically, on just no hit rolls, nothing, just 2+. Okay, that's really, really good. And then Flurry of Blows. Tremendous amounts of damage against the right targets. So whichever profile you need, you have it when you need it. They're good in every single matchup. There's never a matchup where they have a bad damage profile. And worst case scenario, these guys are just a screen, right? Just like Wardens, you just stretch them out. They're cheaper than Wardens, only 130. The same amount of wounds, 10 wounds for a 4-up, so they're going to die the same to shooting and mortal wounds. You know, they're going to cover a little bit less space because Wardens could stretch out a bit further if they give up their Shining Company. But in a pinch, Bladelords can also do it. So they're just so versatile. I love them for that. Downsides, though, like Wardens and like Sentinels and like a lot of other units in this book, they are slow and they can't run in charge, which means you need speed of Hysh. And like we said with the Wardens, that's a valuable resource. You can't just throw that out on multiple units per turn. Only one unit or sometimes 2 units can get it per turn. And it's got to be a good enough reason to give it to these guys when you could be doubling Dawnriders or Windchargers or something like that.
Yeah, so that's really funny because do you want to normally be reinforcing these guys so they can have that critical mass, or do you want to be requiring 2 of these guys so you can fight together in lightning reactions and cover more board space?
I think both are valid. I think both approaches are valid because you could do it depends. You know, I guess we'll get into this later in the review when we talk about list building. But reinforcement points.
Battle regiment, yes.
Yeah, battle regiment is a concern, and reinforcement points go quick. You don't get any bonus reinforcements in this army. You get 4 like every other army in the game. And when you want to double reinforce Sentinels and double reinforce Wardens, or have 2 reinforced units of Wardens, like that's it. That's all your points. So that adds up quick. And sometimes you end up in a point where you're like, well, I would love to bring 10 Bladelords, but I can't afford the reinforcements, and I don't have enough spots in my battle regiment to keep 1-drop. So they're a little awkward in that sense.
All right.
Like other units in the book, they require a critical mass of damage to be worthwhile. Like I said, 4 mortal wounds is not impressive. 8 and 12 are much more impressive and actually do something. They kill something before it can attack you. Perfect strikes want you to be reinforced. Flurry of blows, not really. Like if you're fighting against, let's say, Nighthaunt or Stormcast, even 3 or 4 attacks per model is usually good enough. You don't need any more than that. There is no rend on Flurry of Blows, though, and the only way to get a 5-up Sun Medal on them is to bring a Lord Regent who... Well, we'll talk about the Lord Regent, but let's just say that's a significant opportunity cost. And they're only 5 models. They have a small footprint, not ideal for screening or contesting objectives because you want to cover as much space as possible, block the enemies from moving in on them. In order to keep Shining Company, you have to have a really tight formation with a really small footprint, and that's definitely a downside because this army really cares about space on the board.
I mean, these are this is a Praetor unit and a Vanquisher unit and Vindictors in a way, I guess. Like, man, it really brings
better
everything.
Than Vindictors. It's just do we have any? Yeah, do we have anyone that just does straight mortal wounds? Like I think of
Protectors?
I guess it's like Star Soul Maces. Yeah, it's like exactly. It's like Vanquishers melded with Praetors who have Star Soul Maces. That's
like if you put like 3 Praetors with Star Soul Maces into oh gosh. Anyways, they're going to be a great unit. I don't think you're going to see them in absolutely every army, but it's going to be like most of them.
I think you will. At least 5 of them because...
Oh, true, for the bodyguard, yeah.
Yeah, for the bodyguards, because protecting your Scinari heroes, as we'll discuss later, is going to be important. And B, in a pinch, if you don't need them as bodyguards, you can just throw them into something like an army like Nighthaunt. And then just deal just crazy amounts of damage with Sun Metal.
They're going to do awesome in a Nighthaunt. I mean, they don't have rend, so they don't really care. But they got mortals, so they don't, they just throw it right through. It's going to be good.
Yeah, the only thing keeping them out of S tier is they're not a good screen. They're not a good anvil. These are a hammer unit through and through. Even though they do absorb wounds for heroes, they're not an anvil unit. And this army needs anvils. You can't stop the enemy from charging you. You're just a slow army in general. You can't pick the engagements you want. Your opponent will charge into you at some point, and then it's a question of, well, would you rather take the charge with Bladelords, or would you rather take the charge with something like Stoneguard or Wardens or Avalenor or something tanky? These guys are a hammer unit through and through.
Just something to note about tier in general is just because it is A tier doesn't mean it's not great and not going to be seen in like every list. S tier just means that it's defining, which Bladelords, while great, are not defining the list. It's just enabling a lot of it.
Yeah, feels about right to put them like a little bit worse than Wardens. Different role, obviously. They're not competing for the same role. I don't think anything else in this army does exactly what Bladelords do. But the problem is that Bladelords they're just a little shy of the damage, right? Like, just if it was like one more attack per model, they'd be incredible. But for their point cost, you can't complain. This is a value unit. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. It's like the Chariot of the book, almost. You know,
it feels that way. Yeah, very versatile.
Yeah.
Certainly more restricted than the Chariot, though.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, the Orlan Sentinels. These are the core of most Lumineth armies, and they are that way for a reason. Major changes in 3rd edition: you can no longer ignore line of sight. Their points are a little bit cheaper, and you require another unit of Sentinels or a Ballista nearby in order to get the max range that you had before, so 30 inches. So what makes them good? Well, reinforced shooting. When you reinforce them, you stack buffs on them, and you teleport them around. They do good damage, not amazing damage. These guys hit like Skybolt Judicators, right? 1 shot, 10 shots per squad, actually 9 shots per squad. Hit rolls of 6 do mortal wounds. Like, it's very comparable to our Skybolt Judicators. A little bit worse, right? But it's pretty good for what this army can do. Yeah, Sunmetal Weapons is present on this unit. They also are a Vanari Wizard, which means you can cast power. They can also cast Power of Hysh on themselves to give themselves a 5-up Sunmetal instead. And like with Bladelords, we're talking about mortal wounds. 10 models will do about 3 mortal wounds. 20 models will do about 6 to 7 mortal wounds, and 30 models will do about 10 mortal wounds per shooting phase. And that's enough to just take big chunks out of monsters, take chunks out of different units, soften things up so that when you charge in, you can get the finishing blow. And that is an invaluable tool for this army, which is, Lumineth are not a very high damage army. There's nothing in here like Fulminators. I think the Mountain Spirits can do some pretty good damage in melee, but other than that, there's not really anything that can just do a huge amount of damage. It's all about combining your forces together in order to get killing blows.
Well, it's typical elves, efficient but low damage overall.
They have Shining Company, which actually is very interesting for a shooting unit to have Shining Company, which means basically other shooting units will have a harder time killing them, which is a big deal because shooting is limited in quantity. You can't shoot, and usually this unit will only get shot. You can't shoot it and then usually charge in because it'll be protected by screens. So reducing the amount of shooting damage you take is a big deal. One of these units can be battle line for each warden in the army, which I have listed as a pro, but really it's a con. That means you have to bring a warden if you want to be able to double reinforce these guys, which is fine. Like, you're going to have wardens anyway. You need something in front of these guys to protect them. And you can use them non-reinforced to just get a bunch of spells out and a bunch of unbinds. For example, if you're trying to power up the Hyshian Twinstones, which we'll talk about later, these guys are a good choice for that sort of thing. Downsides. Go ahead.
Yeah, they don't really care about too much about like all-out attack efficiency, since they're most of their damage is in mortals, so it's really just going to be the make sure you get Power of Hysh off.
Yeah, their lofted profiles 3s, 4s. Once you get past the hit mortal wounds, you don't really care what happens with the rest of the damage. You might do a couple wounds here or there, but it's usually the mortal wounds are all that you care about. Downsides. There are downsides. Cons. They're also 10 wounds for 150 points, so if you bring an army that's just Wardens and Sentinels, you're kind of on the lower end of the wound scale. You're starting to look worse than a Stormcast army at that point, which is saying something. They are one of these units that requires a critical mass in order to be worthwhile, which means they're not really doing anything significant in small numbers. Bringing 10 Sentinels to a list doesn't really add anything. You could spend those points on anything else, really. 20 probably isn't even worthwhile. I'd say 30 is the point where these guys actually start to get good. They do require a unit of Wardens to unlock Battle Line, like I said. They need a Sentinel or Ballista unit nearby to get max range, which is unfortunate. They have to play in close ranks. They can't be placed in reserve, and they're vulnerable to other shooting armies. This is a big deal that we mention in any time we review any other shooting unit. We're biased, of course, to Stormcast, but it has to be stated that if you can get shot first, you're the worst shooting unit, right? Like, you are just worse than the unit that doesn't shoot first. Like, it doesn't matter how good your shooting is if you get shot first. So if you can't be put in reserve, that really sucks. You go up against Idoneth and they put their Reavers in reserve and you're stuck there shooting thralls for a turn. Even if you do some fancy stuff, you're not getting to their shooting. They come in on a flank and they shoot you first. And that's really rough because this unit is fragile. They have a 5-up save and bravery 6. Like Wardens, once you start losing stuff, it snowballs really quickly. These guys are less likely to be affected by a Horror Ghast because they're not on the front line, but they can still have a Horror Ghast in their face, and you can't use Inspiring Presence on them, which sucks. They, like Wardens, probably this is a worse problem for these guys. They are a large unit, and they have no bonuses to rally. You have 30 models, and you're going to lose, maybe 10 or 15 when you get attacked, and you're going to rally these guys. But unfortunately, with no bonuses to rally, you're not going to get a lot of them back. You're hoping to roll sixes there. And the last thing I want to mention is that the unit champion actually doesn't have a missile weapon, which means if you're running these guys MSU in order to power up Twinstones, like we were talking about, you actually lose damage because you won't have all the shots you need.
Oh, we should. Scrying Lantern, like we said, does not ignore line of sight, which is what the leader has. Now it just ignores cover.
I think only in Lofted.
Only Lofted. Okay.
No, it doesn't ignore.
No.
I believe it just gives you the bonus range now.
Oh, that's
really?
right. Because that was. Well, I'm thinking of the battle box.
Okay.
I think that's what it used to do in the battle box. But
yeah, it seems this unit was definitely the bane of
Yeah.
second edition, in my opinion. Like, you just saw Sentinel spams, Teclis with 60 Sentinels or 50 Sentinels, and it was the only thing people were doing because they didn't care about line of sight. They just didn't care about battle shock. And it's good to see them knock down a peg. They're still a very useful unit. They're still efficient. It's just they're not like this busted thing that'll just kill your army from 30 inches away every time. You do need to take other connecting pieces in order to make them work.
Mm-hmm. Big theme of the army, which I think is really cool about the army as well. But definitely the change to Life Swarm was also really good because they are one wound models coming back on Life Swarm. So that was really good change as far as hitting their power a little bit.
Also, aim shot at 18 inches where they got 2 shots instead of 1. That was pretty busted for 150 points last time.
Yeah.
Because Unleash Hell was basically suicide against these guys.
Mm-hmm. The other thing, they don't have the Cathallar letting them ignore battle shock.
We'll talk about the Cathallar. I think a lot of the Lumineth units have been nerfed indirectly because of that hero, and we'll talk about it when we get to that Warscroll. Because my God, when I played so many Lumineth games over the past year and a half, and that thing going away makes that matchup so much easier. It's not even funny.
Yeah, I used to think of Sentinels as like cockroaches, honestly, because you'd kill a couple and then Life Swarm, rally for a bit, then they wouldn't lose any of the battle shock. So it's a lot more controllable of a unit now, and teleport shooting does. While they do have the teleport, they're going to be 24-inch range if they're not an actual Ballista or another Sentinel unit. So
you need to be very careful about positioning. Yeah.
Yes. A 6-inch range is 6 inches closer, obviously, but this is also a block shooting unit. So it's not just at 24 inches away. Like Raptors, when you shoot with Raptors, it's such a small footprint that you're pretty much at 29 inches, basically like 29 and a half, really, if you're positioning your Raptors well. These guys are a block. They're going to be like 2 to 3 inches thick.
You're going to be about 22 inches away, 21 inches away.
Yeah.
If you don't have a Ballista nearby.
Mm-hmm. At 21 inches away, a 12-inch move unit is going to have a 9-inch charge on you. Yeah. So that's significant coming from before when it was going to be out of charge range. So it's just some things to think about that Sentinels are a weaker in not as visible ways as before because you're still going to have the damage as well as Lambent Light going away. So Sentinels are still a base of the army, but they're a lot less scary than they used to be.
I don't think they're also as spammable. I don't think you'll ever see beyond 30 in any list.
Next up is the Starshard Ballista. The changes in 3rd edition are that it just always has +1 hit and +1 attack active. They simplified this rule a lot, which is great. Really didn't need to be as complicated as it was before.
Yep.
So pros, it has a huge threat range. 36-inch range when it has the max range from being near Sentinels and Ballista. And a 6-inch move means you're shooting something from 42 inches away, which is monstrous. That is... Whew. And it has a pretty good damage profile. It's doing 3d3 damage on 2s and 3s. It doesn't need to have bonuses to all... it doesn't need hit bonuses, like all-out attack or Aether Quartz, which would normally only be 1 unit per phase. If you bring 4 Ballistas, all 4 of them are going to be hitting on 2s all the time. Unfortunately, there's no way really to modify their wound rolls, but you take what you can get, right? Nothing's perfect. And then Rend 2 is also good. And if they're shooting a monster, all 3 of those hits automatically do 3 damage, which means you're doing 9 damage against monsters instead of 3d3, which is spooky. That is a spooky amount of damage.
130-point unit? Yeah. That's pretty good.
You bring 4 of these guys, you're just chunking down monsters. It's great. You can also use Aether Quartz on this unit in order to ignore the -1 hit penalty from Lookout Sir. which means if you start sniping heroes with some ballistas, your opponent's going to have a rough time. They might not have monsters, but they probably have small support heroes that you can start picking off. So they'll have one or the other, and ballistas are very good at shooting both. The Blinding Bolt's ability, actually useless, I think. It requires... unlike a lot of other abilities, it doesn't have to wound, it just has to hit an enemy, and it gives them -1 hit until the end of the turn. But that's totally useless, pretty much. And I'll explain why. Blinding Bolt says when you pick this unit, which means it doesn't work anytime you're shooting out of phase, because the only time you pick this unit to shoot is in your shooting phase. So if you're using Unleash Hell, and this effect only lasts until the end of well, you can't use Unleash Hell, for starters. So that means the only time this is active is when you're using it on your turn. Most of the Lumineth army is already -1 to hit from Shining Company, and you're disabling command abilities with things like Total Eclipse. So that -1 hit is really, really marginal. Like, I think you could forget that this ability exists and still have a great time using the Ballista. It's really like a meaningless ability.
Do you think it is? I mean, do you think there's like niche applications for it? Like, I mean, if you're charging, let's say you're charging something that easily can get a +2 to hit.
Well, sure, but let's consider how the mechanics of what you're describing work out. You have to shoot this thing. It then gets -1 hit. Then you have to charge in, and the 2 units that you fight with have to not only not kill the unit you're fighting, but then survive the combat. And that -1 hit has to make a difference in that, right? So if let's say you charge in like 1 model, like 1 warden left in a unit, the -1 hit probably won't make a difference to surviving. So like, how many models do you have in that unit that's fighting? Like, when would this actually make a difference? Because not only do you shoot the unit, you have to not kill it and then get attacked.
Right. So in my opinion, this is just like an extreme case, but it only really matters against stuff you cannot always, because like we mentioned, Lumineth are efficient but low damage. This is stuff you cannot necessarily kill if I charge, let's say, 2 units of Wardens into them and hit them with Sentinels. So what comes to mind is like a Gatebreaker Gargant that has the, if your unit has a leader or totem, I always get a +1 to hit against you active. Which would normally cancel out. Yeah, it would cancel out Shining Company, and you're not likely to kill like a 35 wound Gatebreaker in like single turn, maybe. Like you might not. So having them hit on 5s when they hit you back, it's really, really good. Yeah. Same goes for if you charge something like, I don't know if y'all have seen the new Archaon, the 25 wound 3-up save guy. I mean, any amount of -1 to hits you can stack against him, so make sure you get your damage through, but he's stymied on like a 4-up on all his hit rolls. I think that's worth it.
It's super niche use, because generally what this army will want to do is focus all their fire and drop 1 thing per turn. So let's say you're fighting a Gargant, you put all of your Sentinels into it, all of your Ballistas into it, and then you throw a good Hammer unit into it as well. So yeah, it's super niche. I think most people could forget this ability exists, and it would still be a good unit. I think that's what I was trying to get at. Downsides, it's super slow. Editor's note to figure out if it should be 5-inch move or 6-inch move. I think it should be 6-inch. This unit cannot be reinforced, which means if you're trying to transport your units around using the Windmage spell, that works well with a big block of 30 Sentinels. It doesn't work so well with a single Ballista. They also have a huge range, so they might not even need that spell. But it's just an example of what not being able to reinforce means. It means buff stacking is not as useful. This does not fill a battle line slot, which means you're still going to be looking for other units to fill those slots. And more importantly, it fills an artillery slot, and there's only 1 of those in a battle regiment. And this army really, really, really wants to go first, because if you don't get your buff spells up, this army crumbles in 1 turn easily. So if you take multiple Ballistas, that means you're taking at least that many drops in your army, and that is rough. That is a rough way to play Lumineth. So overall, I think the unit's still very good, though. It's got good damage output that's really good against support heroes and against monsters. It increases the range of your Sentinels. It fits into a battle regiment very easily. Like, if you just want to bring 1 Ballista, I think that's totally fine. It can be that extra little bit of shooting power, like when Stormcast bring a Knight Judicator as a support hero. I think these things are totally fine. They're workable, they're usable, their damage is good, and they're the right point costs. 130 points is just right for this unit.
Oh, yeah. I wish Celestar Ballista was like this, kind of.
Yeah,
nice, wouldn't it?
Sure would.
For 10 points more, yeah.
The Warning Lanterns. As it's written, They don't work at all because Warding Lantern says if this unit remains stationary, and remaining stationary requires the option to move and then not moving. So, for example, it's the combat phase. You have the option to pile in or remain stationary. You choose not to move. It is the shooting phase. You don't have the option to move. Let's say movement phase. You choose to remain stationary. Warding Lanterns gives you a 6-up on the turn that you choose to remain stationary. It doesn't last until your next turn. It lasts just for that turn. So when will you be given the option to not move in your opponent's turn? Almost never. You will almost never activate this ability the way it's written. So we're hoping that there's an FAQ to clarify this, because that's certainly not how it worked in 2nd edition.
Super weird. If you want to check it, relevant rule is 9.2. Remaining stationary is an action, which is so weird, but that's how it is.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think their intention is? Just like if it doesn't move, it's the 6-up ward?
For the round, probably.
In 2nd edition, it was worded that anytime you didn't move in that turn, you had a 6-up ward. So if you didn't move in your opponent's turn, which you didn't technically, then you would have a 6-up ward. So I think that's their intent, and I think they
probably it.
I think they updated it to the 3rd edition rule set without thinking actually how that interaction would work.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or just adding until the following,
that could work too.
Whatever.
Next hero phase until your next hero phase.
I think that would be the cleanest way to do it.
Next up, we are talking about the Alarith Temple. We're going to talk about all of the Alarith Mount units at the same time, because we'll put them all in a neat little package, because they all buff each other, they work off each other. They live and die together, pretty much. So first up, we're going to talk about the Stoneguard. They're the main mountain unit. And the big changes in 3rd edition, well, there's a lot, but let's start with this one. Their weapons both of their weapons are standardized. They have a 2-inch range, and they do they do mortal wounds on hit rolls of 6, and the champion also has a bonus attack. There's also a lot of other...
In addition,
yes,
they're not Sun Metal. Yes, they are not Sun Metal weapons.
That's right. It's in addition, which is good. The problem is their base profile is really bad. They're only 2 attacks per model on 3s and 3s, rend 1. That's not very impressive for an elite unit like this. 10 attacks, 11 attacks per squad or something is not great. But let's.
At 130 points, it probably is. I mean, if there were like maybe 170, I could see 3 attacks.
Yeah, well, there are ways to buff them, and we'll talk about those. But first up, the main thing about this unit is that they're defensive. They're incredibly tough to shift for an elf, right? there's tougher things to kill. I think maybe even tougher things in this army to kill, frankly. But these guys are durable. They're 10 wounds on a 4-up save, and they ignore rend 1 all the time, and they're only 120 points, which makes them, in terms of points per wound, I think the best option in the book. They also have a 4-up ward against mortal wounds when they are contesting an objective that you control, which means if you're sitting back on your home objectives, these guys have a 4-up ward against mortals, in addition to having ignore rend 1 all the time. Very good. You can make them even more durable by making them ignore rend 2 in addition to rend 1 if you go with the Metrica subfaction. They can have 3 wounds apiece, which is a 50% increase in their wounds, and they can have a 5-up ward all the time instead of just a 4-up against mortals on this objective nonsense. So these guys could be, potentially double reinforced, 45 wounds on a 4-up that ignores rend 2 and has a 5-up ward. It's stupid durable, incredibly durable. Mm-hmm. And they can also do good damage. Their base profile can get pumped up by a Stonemage to get bonus rend. They can get +1 attack from a Mountain Spirit command ability. They have a spell active in the Stonemage lore that gives them hit rolls of 5 or 6 do mortal wounds in addition to their regular damage. And there's an artifact on a Stonemage that gives them an aura that all Alarith units get +1 to wound. So these guys can do good damage, and they can be durable. But there's a lot of downsides, and I think this might be the hot take of our video. official hot take. Let's get started. They're super slow. 4-inch move that can only be doubled up to 8-inch with speed of Hysh is really, really bad. There's no way to run and charge these units. There's no charge bonuses, so even if you use a transporting vortex, they're not a reliable unit to charge out of that position. In addition, their 4+ ward only being active when they are contesting an objective you control. The way that's worded, you have to control the objective. When you are fighting offensively for objectives, your opponent takes one and you're trying to take it from them, you will not have a ward at that time. If you fail to take control of the objective, like let's say your opponent just has too many models on it, you don't have that ward against mortal wounds, and this unit dies very quickly to mortal wounds. They are, they're only 5 models. Unlike the Shining Company units, they don't have to keep a specific formation, but they also don't get the -1 to hit that Shining Company offers. So 5 models is still a pretty poor screen overall. Like I was talking about, Bladelords can be a 5 model screen, and that was an upside for them because you didn't really care about their defenses. They weren't primarily taking charges. They weren't like a core unit in your army. When you bring these guys and you dedicate a lot of resources into them, you do care about keeping them alive. You want them to be durable and survive. So just bringing 5 of these guys as a screen doesn't seem worth it. You bring them reinforced usually. In terms of offense and defense, they're competing with Wardens almost 1-to-1. Wardens are a bit more expensive, but they do have Shining Company. They have a bigger unit size, which means rally is more effective on them. They take 15 wounds. That means 15 dice on the rally, whereas if this unit took 15 wounds, it's only 7 dice on the rally. Wardens are a great target to put defensive bonuses on. They can double reinforce in every subfaction. These guys can only double reinforce in Numetrica. And if you're in Numetrica, you're taking bonus damage from bounty hunters, which is really, really rough. Defensive units taking bonus damage is really bad. Like we talk about with Stormcast all the time, like Shield Annihilators are not good right now if you run them as battle line in Knights Excelsior because the double damage is just so rough.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to question, well, how useful is ignoring Rend 1 or even ignoring Rend 2, right? Because this is the army that has every unit can automatically use all-out defense and Aether Quartz at any time, and you can stack Mystic Shield on top of that. Or you can just cast Ethereal Blessing, and that unit ignores all Rend all the time, including Rend 3. So how useful actually is it to ignore Rend 1 and Rend 2? This is the kind of thing where if you only have a single unit that has this effect, your opponent will just put their damage somewhere else. They'll take their Rend 2 Fulminators, and they'll charge something else, right? Because it's really hard to stick this unit in front of what you want to stick it in front of because it's so slow. Your opponent will just allocate their resources somewhere else. The only way an ability like that is useful is if it's like army-wide, almost. Like you have to fully dedicate into a mountain list in order to get value out of that ability.
It's rough. It's really rough.
I feel like it could be useful. So to speak in favor of it, they're like Paul said, they're slow, so they're not going to be reaching out and hitting anything. I think of them in that sense like protectors. Like they can take a hit and they can deal quite a decent bit of damage, efficient damage, but low. It might be, but efficient damage back. These guys are a prime target for Mystic Shield. Because if you put Mystic Shield and maybe if you have an all-out defense in addition going on, like -3 Rend still becomes like gives you a 5-up save. Or if you're on a 3-up save with Mystic Shield and you're getting hit with Rend 2 guys, then you're still saving your guys on a 3-up. So they can be a durable anvil.
Yeah,
I'm not entirely convinced they're necessarily bad, but I think Bounty Hunters does hurt this unit. But then again, Bounty Hunters just hurts Lumineth in general right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean,
go ahead.
Ignoring Rend 1 and Rend 2 is... It's weird because it's almost worse than just having that in the save, right? Like Protectors have a 2-up save, right? So they're like Stoneguard ignoring Rend 2, for example, where it doesn't really help against volume of attacks. It doesn't help against minuses to save, which are much more frequent now in either books, between like Eidolon spell, Purple Sun, Karanda
Arcane
spell,
Suggestion,
Night Haunt just charging you. There's so many new sources of -2 save that are going to be really efficient. And Rend, if you face like Witch Elves, for example, they're going to blow right through this because it's not that they take your Rend, 1 and then, bring it down, or Rend 2 even. Rend is always an improvement. It's not even a modifier. Rend is kind of weird. So if you if you improve Rend to 3, you don't get any of this effect at all, even if you started it at 1 or 2. So it's almost just better if they had just given it a 2-up save.
Oh, that would be better, sure. But
yeah, it would just be better.
I think they didn't want it to be better. I don't think they wanted it to be that good.
Yeah, I don't know.
So there's the big problem with
better.
this unit, and I want to be clear, this is a good unit. But the problem with this unit is that without these external buffs, like from Stone Mages, Mountain Spirits, taking all these enhancements, casting all these spells, command traits, artifacts, you have to put so much work into this unit. Whereas you could just take Wardens and auto-cast an Ethereal Blessing on them. And then that's it. You've got one of the most durable units in the game. And it's also -1 to be hit with Shining Company. And it's battle line in every sub-faction, so you don't have to play Yometrica. So that's the problem with Stoneguard, is that if you you have to fully commit an army to having lots of Alarith units, because once you bring a stone unit, a mountain spirit, once you bring a stone mage, you probably want at least 2 squads of 10 stone guard, sometimes 3, sometimes 2 double reinforced squads. Like, you want big blocks of stone guard, and by the time you add all these points together, it's like, well, you're either giving up shooting or support magic or speed, and I don't think you can give up any of those, really. In this army in particular, it feels like you need all 3 of those things. And Alarith Stoneguard, just, they take up too many points when you add it all together. I will say their one main defensive niche, like, we're talking about how vulnerable Lumineth are in order to getting hit before their spells are up. Well, these guys don't all their buffs are active immediately. They always ignore Rend 1 or Rend 2, and they always have that 4-up ward right off deployment, right? Because you check control right at the start of the game. As soon as you leave that formation, they fall apart, right? They lose the 4-up ward against mortals, and enemies will just start dumping all their mortal wounds into them. And some armies can do a lot of mortal wounds. It's pretty rough. So offensively, these guys are just really, really slow. It's hard to make them work in that way. They really limit you tactically. So you kind of just have to commit to it. A full geometrical playstyle is what you're committing to. Compare them to Protectors, since you guys brought them up. Protectors always do good damage. You don't have to bring any specific hero in order to make them do damage, right? And they don't need any additional defensive bonuses, and you can bring more, right? Like, every save bonus you add is always useful, whereas adding save bonuses to this unit is not always useful. It's not always giving you value.
Well, I view it as a more efficiency thing, right? Because we're talking about assuming no Starsoul Maces. Oh, okay, let's take Starsoul Maces. Let's say 2 Starsoul Maces, 3 Protectors, 15 attacks, and 2 Starsoul Maces. Compared to Stoneguard, who are 130 points for 5.
Well, yeah,
you're gonna get 260. Yeah,
double the unit of
you're gonna get
make it 10. Compare like 10 Stoneguard versus 5 Protectors, right?
Yeah, 10 Stoneguard versus 5 Protectors is about the same, and you're getting, I think, slightly more wounds, like 5 more wounds. More if you take the support package for them, I guess.
Well, that's the thing. You need the support package, right? Every time you start thinking about Stoneguard, it's like, well, okay, now
you can't just slot them into any list. It's like I think of them as like the Blade guys. It's like, you got to commit to that playstyle. You got to have a plan.
I think this unit, unlike Blade Guys, I think this unit is actually usable outside of Geometrica, which is their main subfaction. That subfaction is going to be fine. This is a fine unit. B tier doesn't mean it's a bad unit by any means. It's playable. It just means that it's maybe lacking in efficiency. It's something, I think some of the main Starcast units we rank in B tier are something like Dracolines, right? We consider those a B tier unit. The Nitroconus we consider to be a B tier unit because it's like, it has its place, has its lists. There's just generally better choices that are more list defining, whereas these guys require just a lot of resources. So on the same topic, let's look at the Spirit of the Mountain. Changes in 3rd edition, these guys were massively improved. They are a totem now, which means they can issue commands, which is nice. They're a bit more expensive at 380. 14 wounds, which is 2 more than the previous one. But most importantly, I think their bracket starts at 7 instead of 2. So you have to take a lot more wounds, and these guys are quite durable, so it actually takes a while to take that many wounds. On the downside, though, the Geomantic Blast is 5 inches shorter, which means which kind of makes sense. 3rd edition is just a shorter range game in general, so that kind of makes sense. The tables are smaller, so these guys have about the same impact they used to have. Their Faith of the Mountains ability affects D3 units instead of 1, which is your +1 attack command, but the Ponderous Advice, which allowed you to use a command for free, has been removed. They did gain the same Enduring as Rock ability that Stoneguard have, which allows them to ignore Rend 1, which makes these guys very durable. They're 14 wounds on a 3-up save. They ignore Rend 1. They can ignore Rend 2. They can use Aether Quartz and All-Out Defense. So these guys can be very durable. Very, very durable indeed. Their Geomantic Blast, it's 1 shot at 3s and 2s, which can be 2s and 2s if you use a command point for all-out attack. And then Rend 2, D6 damage. It's a little swingy, but if you start stacking it with the command trait from the Stonemage that gives that a bonus shot, that's now 2 shots at D6. And then if you're a Helon, which we will talk about later, you could potentially have 3 shots at D6, which is actually pretty good shooting. That's like 2 Bastiladons worth of shooting. It's very good.
Yeah, it's like a moving artillery battery.
Well, maybe not 2. Maybe it's like having a Ballista, a Bastiladon worth of shooting, let's say.
Let's say.
They also have pretty good melee damage. If you don't charge, especially, they get pretty good melee damage. And Lumineth is an army that will get charged more often than not. You are going to be on the defensive side of things because you're pretty slow overall. If you don't get charged, you max out at 25 at 3s and 2s, rend 2, and then another 6 at 3s, 3s, rend 1. That attack's not that impressive, but that main one, 25 damage on 3s and 2s, which is very easily 2s and 2s in this army, that's pretty spooky. That's a good amount of melee damage for this unit to do. It doesn't have any mortal wounds or anything, it just hits really hard. It is a behemoth, which means it doesn't compete for leader slots in battalions. Very easy to fit one behemoth into a battle regiment these days. It does compete with an artillery unit, but that's probably fine. You can just bring sentinels instead of a ballista. It has monster keyword, which means it can use monstrous rampages, which is very good. Roaring is very useful. It effectively gives your units an extra point of rend because your enemy can't use all that defense. And while you're shutting down commands the whole game with Total Eclipse, and then they finally get hit by a roar, so they can't use that one command point they've been holding on to that whole time to try to survive, that's a pretty good combo. He also has this really nifty ability. At the start of the enemy shooting phase and the enemy combat phase, you can pick a unit within 12 and give it -1 to hit. Now, this is specifically for the shooting and combat phases, so if you have an ability that works in the hero phase, like for example Stormcast have Thunderbolt Volley, if we activated that, the Stoneguard does not give -1 hit to that, because this does not work in those phases. Doesn't work against Unleash Hell, doesn't work in any kind of shooting in the movement phase or fighting like that. That said, so he's durable, he's punchy, but he's slow. Like most units in this army, 6-inch move, can't run and charge. You have to use Speed of Hysh in order to give him any kind of decent movement. No charge bonuses, so you can't do anything like transporting charges. He's not a hero, which, maybe that's not even an obvious downside, but you think something this big should be a hero. That way you could give it artifacts and command traits and use heroic actions like the Finest Hour or Heroic Recovery to heal, because this guy is Bravery 10, so Heroic Recovery would have been great on him. And I'd say the main downside is that Avalenor is 40 points more, and that the Kronspine
and is no longer faction locked. I think they just forgot about him. I think it's like you could take this guy before because Avalenor was only Metrica restricted. But now that he's not, there's no reason to really take him. This is like the Tree Lord versus the Tree Lord Ancient. Like, yeah, you can take him. He's got a bit of utility, but for 40 points more, unless you're desperate, you really should be taking Avalenor.
Well, I think the Tree Lord Ancient is quite a lot more expensive than the regular Tree Lord.
This is not as good.
Not nearly as good. This comparison is a lot worse. The Spirit of the Mountain is a totally fine unit. It gives a unit of elves nearby +1 attack, which is crucial. If you're going to play into Stoneguard, you're going to play this guy, or more likely you're going to play Avalenor, which we're going to talk about in a second. But overall, it's good to understand what this guy does, so that when we look at Avalenor, we can compare and contrast.
Mm.
But overall, he's like B tier. If you're going heavy on Stoneguard, you're going heavy on Metrica, this guy slots in just fine. I think you can run him and Avalenor in the same list, and that's a totally fine list. So let's look at this special character that everybody ignored in the previous edition. Like the Spirit of the Mountain, he is a totem now, which frankly doesn't matter. He's a hero, he can issue commands. He's usually not going to issue commands to other units, usually just going to issue them to himself, but it could matter. He has 420 points, which is quite a big increase over his previous point cost. He's 16 wounds, and his bracketing also starts at 7. His Geomantic Blast is just like the Spirit of the Mountain. It can also be boosted by the same command trait, and by Helon. And I think most importantly, his Fire Stealer Hammers are now Rend 2, which is a huge improvement over his previous War Scroll, which used to just tickle stuff, which is probably why he didn't see play. But now, having Rend 2 on 35 damage on those hammers is pretty nuts. But yeah. Let's compare him to a regular Spirit. So for 40 points more, you gain 2 more wounds, which is a big deal on a unit that is going to be -1 hit pretty much all the time, and save stacking pretty much all the time, and ignoring Rend 1 and 2 pretty much all the time. 2 extra wounds goes a long way to mitigating mortal wound output and things like that. He does have way more damage in melee, 10 more damage in melee. Having -1 to wound is not a big deal, because if you go... you can use Finest Hour to get +1 to wound, and you can also use the Stonemage command trait or artifact to get an aura +1 to wound, so he's going to be wounding on 2s pretty much. And he is a hero, which means he can use Heroic Recovery with Bravery 10, which is awesome. That's just healing every turn. He can use Heroic Leadership to get command points in a pinch, and you can use their Finest Hour for save stacking and offense. And his command ability, instead of picking D3 units, which I absolutely hate picking D3 units with an ability, it's the worst. I always assume it's just 1, but he actually just picks 3 units instead, which is awesome. That means you can bring 10, 10, 10 Stoneguard and feel great about that. So that's a lot for 40 points. Definitely worthwhile, I think, as an upgrade. So let's some pros, obviously, like you said, Morgana, he's not locked to Metrica, which means you can use him in other sub-factions. For example, if you wanted to play Helon or Syar for any reason, you can do that. He does great melee damage, especially if he didn't charge. You can do up to 41 damage per combat phase, which is good. That's good damage output for this army.
Oh, good lord. Yeah.
And it's going to be on 2s and 2s Ren 2 for the most part. But just like a Spirit, he's slow. He wounds on a 3+. He needs a little bit more resources put into him. He is unique, so he can't take any enhancements. He has to rely on others to bring the enhancements for him. If you want the bonus shots and Geomantic Blast, you have to take a command trait for that, which means you're not taking the command trait that buffs the Stoneguard, so there's a little bit of friction even inside that list. I think the most important thing, though, is that he competes for leader slots, and this army really wants a battle regiment, and bringing this guy as your commander in a battle regiment is rough. That's really, really rough. It's hard to make a one-drop list work with this guy and have enough shooting and magic and speed and defense. What do you guys think of Avalenor?
Oh, he's good. I will see lots of lists. He won't be in every list, but there are some lists that'll build around him, and he's going to be extremely tanky on the field. Yes, he is slow, but this is one of those units you don't even mind just running up and saying, "Come at me." His inbuilt defenses of 3-up save, 16 wounds, the -1 to hit aura, the fact that he can issue 3 commands to things around him, the fact that I think he can fight a top bracket if a Stone Mage is around him.
Yes.
Pretty sure.
Yep.
Yeah. So all those things, coupled with the fact that he is a hero, so he's gonna have healing with heroic recovery built in. Yeah, this is we were talking about how Lumineth don't usually have efficient low damage. Well, he's efficient, kind of efficient, and high damage, so it's just pretty good.
Yeah, somebody to run up the board. You can give him, can you give him Ethereal Blessing?
You can, yeah.
You can.
Yeah, you can give him Ethereal Blessing if you really need to. Obviously the 5-up ward from Protection of Hysh. There's so many different buffs you can do to create a little, you can move your castle up and have him at the forefront, which is something usually a hero like this you can't really do. But with this army you can stick a Valinor up the front and really just, hey man, come at me. It's almost like Gardas dragons, You can have this guy buffed up and not taking nearly as much damage from being ethereal, being 5-up ward, having a -1 to hit aura. It's pretty sweet. Plus he buffs everything around him. Does everything you need him to do.
He also debuffs everything around him. I forgot to mention this, I think, but instead of picking one unit, he picks all units in all phases.
Yeah.
So if you get him within 12 inches, all of a sudden every unit in your army has Shining Company, effectively, because he has to do damage. So very strong
Or
effect.
canceling out their all-out attack, basically.
Yeah.
If they try to get past Shining Company.
And if you're shutting down commands with Total Eclipse, then even better.
Yeah.
So I think this guy is probably the best Alarith unit overall, because unlike the other ones, you don't really have to put any additional resources into him. You can give him +1 to wound with a Stone Mage. You can give him +1 shot with the command trait, but you don't need to. You could put this guy in a lot of lists and feel really, really good about it because he's just so tanky and does so much damage. Anything else you slap on him feels like a bonus rather than a requirement like it would with the Spirit of the Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
So overall, A tier. He feels better than the other Alarith units. He's more versatile. I was really excited to see he wasn't locked to Eumetrica, so that I could use him in a Helon list to get bonus shots. I was very excited about that. Anything that can increase your damage in this army is very important, so that was a nice little find. And next up, the last piece of the Alarith puzzle, the Stonemage. So he is, by himself, not that impressive. He's had a few changes in 3rd edition. He's got a 4+ save now instead of a 5. His damage is 2 instead of D3. His spell doesn't deal a mortal wound. None of these are a big deal, right? Because you bring him for the command traits, you bring him for the artifacts, and his spell. And Stonemage keyword gives you access to some of the best stuff in the book. He does have the Enduring as a rock, so he can ignore Rend 1, which means if you're all in on Alarith, you have a whole bunch of these guys, effectively your whole army can be ignoring Rend 1 or Rend 2. It's really good. He does make Mountain Spirits and Avalenor always have their top bracket if he's near them, just within 12 inches, not wholly within. So that's a useful thing to have. Stoneguard wholly within 12 inches of him can gain Rend 2 in exchange for not being able to make a pile-in move, which questionable value, let's say. When you have a large reinforced unit, even with 2-inch range, it's a serious choice. It's not just an automatic, oh, I'm going to take Rend 2 every time. You actually have to think about using this ability because making a pile-in move is important when that unit only was 4 inches a turn already.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is the only way to get access to Stonemage command traits and artifacts, which are, let's say, necessary for the Alarith units to be any good. And those include something like +1 attack on Geomantic Blast on the Spirits, +1 to wound on the Stoneguard, +1 wound, I mean the characteristics, so they go from 2 to 3 wounds. He also has a +1 to wound roll artifact, so instead of wounding on 3s, you're wounding on 2s to make your army much more consistent. This guy is super important if you're building into that style. He is also the only wizard, except for Teclis, presumably, that can learn spells from the Lore of the High Peaks, which, that doesn't sound very impressive, but there's a combo available here that we'll talk about when we get to the Cathallar that is very, very good, and this guy is one of the wizards that can access that. His spell is also very easy to cast, but it only has an 18-inch range. What it does is he can fly, and then you pick an enemy unit within range, it has half movement, and it can't fly, which is actually really good for an army that's trying to control movement. That effect is very strong, but the problem with it is that it's only 18 inches, which means if you're in range to cast this spell, they're going to be in range to charge you, right? Like, it's very easy to stay out of range of the spell with a key unit. Like, let's say we're using Fulminators that have a 10-inch range. You can just keep them 18.1 inches away and then move up and charge stuff, because this guy's not going to be on the front line. He's going to be behind stuff. He's never going to be up there. So it's pretty easy to avoid this effect, really, and it's not worth bringing a spell portal for this, I don't think. So kind of awkward to use.
You could use it against an opponent's Avalenor.
You could, yeah.
3 movement to 2.
3-inch move, yeah. 2-inch Stoneguard.
Yeah.
Downsides, like most things in this army, he's really slow, 6-inch move. He's fragile, also 5 wounds, 4 up save. He's a little support hero. He's not taking a lot of damage. Unlike the Scinari heroes that we're going to talk about later, he can't pass wounds off to Bladelords, so any shooting against this guy is going to be really effective. You can just take him off the board, and when he's gone, a lot of your important enhancements are gone too, and that's a big downside. And another big downside is that, and we'll talk about this with Lore of the High Peaks, but Teclis can also cast those spells, and that is a big deal because you can just skip this guy and just use Teclis instead for a combo that we're going to talk about later. So overall, I think the whole mountain package kind of lives and dies together. It's all pretty much like a B tier kind of thing. It's good. You're not going to feel stupid for playing it. It's going to have really good matchups, but it's also going to have a lot of really poor matchups that can take advantage of your lack of speed and your, let's say, poor shooting, because it's really hard to fit a decent amount of shooting in here when you take a lot of stone mages and spirits. So I think the only exception to the Alarith Temple stuff is Avalenor for the reasons we discussed. He seems just a little bit better and easier to use in a lot of different types of lists, but everything else is kind of like a package. It all lives and dies together. Whether that's in Geometrica or not, I think you can make non-Geometrica stone lists, but it's just certainly a lot easier in Geometrica. Next up, let's look at the Wind Temple. Our first unit here. First unit are the Hurakan Windchargers. They've received small changes, more or less. No big deal. But their Windcharger arrows now ignore wards. It's not a big deal, right? Just a small little change.
It's what is that sarcastic?
Yes, very much so. Very much so.
Oh my god. Yes, I was like, how is Lumineth ever gonna beat Nurgle, no matter what upgrades they get? And then I saw this unit and what they got.
Yep. And the final piece of the puzzle is Helon to give them extra shots.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll get there. Windcharger bows in melee are now Rend 1. They used to be Rend 2. Small change. Let's talk about pros. Super fast unit, 14-inch move, ignoring terrain all the time. Or if you're near a Windmage when you start, it's a 16-inch flying move. That can also be doubled to 32 inches if you have Speed of Hysh, which means these guys have a 32-inch move followed by a 12-inch shooting attack, which means they have a threat range of 44 inches, which also allows them to control objectives while they're doing that because they're moving up the board while they do it. That's tremendous.
That's what makes Dawn Riders not as good right here.
Yep. Now, these guys are only Rend 1, but they ignore wards when they're shooting. So anything that would normally have a very high effective health through that, these guys just ignore it. Oh, you've got Flesh Eater Courts or Guardus Steel Soul or another Lumineth army getting 5-up wards. These guys don't care. They're just going to punch right through that. So even though they are only Rend 1, they're going to be doing a lot of effective shooting against the right targets.
Well, I feel like every time we talk about how Lumineth only have Renbon, we need to put it in the context of this is the army with Total Eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
You are severely going to be restricted on your choices of command abilities. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, a lot of armies won't use all-out defense. They'll try
Yeah.
to just save it for all-out attack instead.
Mm-hmm. So that then becomes really impactful because obviously, I mean, if you go to a 3-up save into a 2-up save, then it's maybe not as impactful. But on any units that have maybe a 4-up save and a ward, and they don't use all-out defense, that's like a huge boost in damage.
Mm-hmm. It also stacks really well with the Purple Sun if you cast that with let's say a Loreseeker, or if you're casting Geminids of Ulgish, those can just shut off commands completely instead of having to rely on Total Eclipse. And even though it costs 2 command points, they can still use a command. It's just really expensive for them. So it's still a good ability. Shutting off wards is a good ability. These guys become battle line if you play Helon, which is, I think, the only time you'll ever play these guys. They're kind of okay outside of Helon, but when we're talking about these guys, we're really talking about their damage output in Helon, which gives them a bonus shot if they're within 6 inches of any enemies. So let's look at their damage when they're double reinforced. 46 shots on 3s and 3s, which can easily be 2s and 3s if you use an Aether Quartz or if you get all-out attack. And then in melee, they dive in and they can do 15 attacks on 3s and 3s, round 1, and then a couple mount attacks, whatever, not a big deal. But that's just a lot of volume damage, which is not something this army usually does. Looking at something like 30 Sentinels, those guys are doing 30 shots, or actually 29 shots to be more accurate, from 30 inches away. These guys have to dive in and get bonus shots from Helon, and then they die, but they're going to do a lot of damage on the way down. So this isn't the kind of unit you toss at the enemy at the top of round 1 and you try to kill them with all their shooting. No, this is the unit that sits back, waits for the enemy attack, and then after the enemy is engaged with you, they literally fly to the other side of the board with their 32-inch move and start picking off key targets and exposed objectives. So these guys do what Dawnriders want to do. They're just so much better at it.
Mm-hmm.
And the final piece of the puzzle here for these guys being so good, when they pile in, they can pile in any direction. They don't have to go as close to the enemy as they started, unlike every other unit in the game. That means you can move away from enemies when you do this.
Yep.
So instead of going towards the enemy, you just leave combat. Say, see ya, I'm out of here. Take care. If you charge that turn, you get an additional 3-inch pile-in move, and you fly, which means you can charge in and then 6-inch pile-in and just jump past stuff and steal guarded objectives. This is one of the most useful abilities in the game. If you've seen Stormkeep episode number 9, we talk about tactics and terminology. One of the things we mentioned is that if an opponent finishes a move in such a way that even after you charge and pile in, you're not able to get on an objective, that's effectively destroyed an entire turn for their opponent. These guys don't care about that. You can't stop them from getting onto objectives even after charging. So many other units, they try to do this thing where they jump over you as they charge, but they just don't have the movement to get up there and charge. These guys have both. These guys are so sneaky and good at stealing objectives, and this is exactly the kind of unit you want on round like 2, 3, 4 in an army like this in order to steal objectives away from your opponent, shoot down weakened units, take out support heroes, and just cover the board. And if your opponent spends time shooting them down, well, that's okay because you've already gotten everything you need out of them because they're only 150 points for what they do per squad. Really, really useful unit.
I actually particularly like that 6-inch pylon because it really combos nicely with lightning reactions on the defense. Because supposing your opponent's like a Beast of Chaos player or a Nighthaunt player, who usually like charge across the board because they're tough or they have a density of wounds. If they make the mistake of trying to hit something first, like a Warden unit first or something, and it's your turn to double activate, you can just pile these guys out of combat and say, see ya.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, and there's always better targets than these guys. So it's like you have to make a choice of, do I want to hit the Bladelords, for example, that are about to hit me, or do I want to hit the Windchargers before they run away?
Mm-hmm.
Your Lumineth player will force you into situations like that. Now, it is worth noting that defensively, these guys only, if they're not charging in the same turn, they only pile in 3 inches. So if you charge the Windchargers and they move 3 inches away, when you pile in, you move 3 inches as well, so you will catch them, but you won't be able to get all of your attacks, and you'll just get that front rank, whatever would normally be able to fight them right off the charge. So it's still useful even in situations like that. Downsides, they're fragile. 10 wounds and a 5-up save for 150 points means after they shoot, they're dead. Your opponent will kill them. Yep. Just get one use out of them, make it good. If they survive, that's a bonus. That's how you got to play these guys. We really do think they're only worth using in Helon. Maybe a squad of 5 just for really fast objective taking might be useful, but their damage is so poor unless they're reinforced and not in Helon. I don't know if they're worth using outside of it. Their 12-inch range means they have to get really close to the enemy when they shoot, and your opponent can actually just screen things out. Like, for example, they keep something...
15 inches back will do it.
6 inches back from the front... 9 inches back from the front line will do it. Because they have to end their move more than 3 inches from the front line. So it is still technically possible to screen out units. Even though they are super fast, they will run right up to your front line, but they can't shoot more than 9 inches past it. So that is a downside. And the final downside is that they're a little inconsistent because there's no way to boost wound rolls. There's only Rend 1, so against most targets, you are ignoring wards, but most targets still just use armor as their main form of defense. So unless you're fighting Nighthaunt, these are pretty significant disadvantages. Overall, though, this is, I think, an A-tier unit. I think it's going to find a lot of play in doing exactly what Lumineth want to be doing after they're finished with their castle setup. In order to not just lose games too quickly on objectives, these guys can be thrown on objectives early on. They can be thrown late game to finish off a lot of stuff. I think there's a lot of versatility in this unit, and I would give it the A-tier. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it is definitely A-tier. I rate this the same as like Blade Geists and Scarlet Doom. This thing is end up defining Lumineth when they pick Helon.
Yep. Specifically in Helon, which keeps them out of the S tier, but very good since.
I mean, I even like them because like they just generate so much value, even with an Unleash Hell. It's like they're gonna be in your face, and like Paul said, they'll probably die the next turn, but they will still generate value on their way out because you're still gonna get like on a group of 10, you're still gonna get like 30 shots on 4s and 3s. So.
All right, next up is the Hurakan Spirit of the Wind. It has seen 2 major changes in this edition. The first one is that their small healing has been removed, which, didn't really usually make a difference. You probably just die before you got healed. But against, like, chip mortals, it could have come in handy. But the major change, I think we talked about this earlier in the review, is that they can no longer move at the end of the enemy shooting phase, which makes them way less mobile, way easier to kill, frankly, even with just melee attacks. You can just fight them, and they die. But let's go over it. Try to be as objective as possible. Even though they're worse, they might still be good. Maybe. No. Pros. They are very fast. They have a 24-inch flying move. You can double that to 48 inches with Speed of Hysh. But really what it means is you don't need to use Speed of Hysh on this unit. It can still do a lot with very low resource input from your wizards. They can also move 12 inches at the end of your shooting phase, which includes a retreat move. So that you can move 24 inches, shoot, and then move another 12 inches. You can move towards the enemy or away from the enemy. So these guys could effectively be 36-inch move. It could be 24 inches, you shoot something, and then you move 12 inches away. Lots of options here. They always have a 5 board, which means they don't have to stay near your castle that's casting Protection of Hysh. They can go off and do their own thing without worrying about that sort of nonsense. They have the exact same pile-in shenanigans as Windchargers, but unlike Windchargers, this unit actually is encouraged to charge in, because after it charges, you can deal D3 mortal wounds to each unit within 3 inches. So what you can do with this unit is you can move, shoot, move another 12 inches, charge in, deal D3 mortal wounds to everything in an area, and then just walk away. Just leave combat. You don't have to stay in there because of how their pile-in ability works. And this unit is a troop, so it can go in bounty hunters. If you wanted to stay in combat, it can do a little bit more damage against veterans, which is not nothing. It's worth considering. Downsides, though, it's fragile. It's only 8 wounds on a 5-up save, and the 5-up board effectively only makes it 12 wounds on a 5-up save. That's not durable at all. That's actually really easy to kill. It is not a hero like the Spirit of the Mountain. It can't be given artifacts or command traits or use heroic actions. This one's actually not a totem or an elite, which means it can't issue commands to itself. So it can't redeploy, it can't all-out defense, it just can't do these things, which is odd. It feels like an oversight. Unlike the Spirit of the Mountain, it is not a behemoth, which means it competes with other troops in your battalions, and this army wants to keep as few troops as possible. For a battle regiment, you want exactly 5 troops, no more, no less, and this guy being one of them is really questionable, because for 250 points, it's not doing that much damage. 4d3 at 2s and 3s, Rend 2. consider that a Ballista is 3d3 damage at the exact same profile, 2s, 3s, Ren 2, but the Ballista only costs 130 points, which means you could take 2 Ballistas for the cost of one of these guys. And yeah, you can do these fancy mortal wounds, and after charging, add in some melee attacks. The Ballistas just do it better and safer, and you don't have to throw points across the board for it.
Yeah, this thing is like is suffering from the sins of second edition. It was a unit designed for that, really degenerate way this war scroll was written, and they just didn't know what to do with it, and so they've just left it alone. And I think that's what this unit suffers from. Like, there's a lot they could have done. Like, maybe they could have made the save better for taking its move away, or maybe they could have lowered its points, but they just chose to not touch it because it was probably one of the most NP experiences ever when you played against this unit.
This was one of the main reasons people hated playing against Lumineth, I think.
Yeah, because we talked about how like their shooting phase move is only restricted to your turn when you use it, and it's pretty useful because it allows you to get close up to shoot basically whatever you want, and it shoots on a 2, so that's pretty good. And then move back, so your opponent can't really it may have a harder time charging this. But previously, people were using it to essentially move 36, charge something, fight it by piling in outside direction, because this thing has a 3-inch range on its weapons, so they couldn't fight you back in most instances unless they had a 2-inch weaponry or something. And on top of that, in their turn, it would move 12 away, so then you wouldn't get to fight it back in your turn, and you couldn't chase it essentially.
Yeah, let me break down that point real quick, because there is a really cool thing you can do with this unit that is much harder to do with Windchargers, but with a single model, it's super easy to do this. When you fight with this unit after charging, you don't actually want to leave combat. What you want to do is go just to the edge of combat, just so that one model is within 3 inches, and as few models as possible can pile in. That way, when they fight, that one model will fight you, and the rest of the unit kind of has to just get dragged along. This worked really, really well in second edition, like you said, because in the enemy turn then, because you charge on your turn and then it's the enemy turn usually, in the enemy turn, you would just retreat, and then they wouldn't get a chance to fight you again because they wouldn't be able to charge even.
And you would get to move, and you would get to, so because it's their movement phase comes before the shooting phase, they would have to do a retreat move, and then you would, in their shooting phase, you would move 12 away again, so they can't charge you.
Yeah, or they don't retreat because they hope to fight you, and then you just retreat 12 inches away, and then they don't have an enemy within 12, so they can't declare a charge. It was really, really tough. This style still sort of kind of works. It's just a lot harder because you can just, it won't work in a lot of matchups. Like, you fight a Gargant, the Gargant's not going to care that he's tied in combat. He's just going to walk over and step on you. There's a lot of stuff that is just going to hit you so hard, even with like 1 or 2 models, that this guy is so fragile, he's just going to die. So this worked before when you had the free get out of jail free card. You just were immune to melee combat after 1 turn. Now you're going to take 2, maybe 3 turns of combat before you have a chance to get out of there. So it's usually just throwing points away. It's not as effective as it seems anymore. One really good use of this guy, though, with his super high range and movement speed, battle tactics are a breeze. Like, being able to Desecrate, for example, is really, really easy with this guy. You just pick any piece of terrain in your opponent's territory that's empty, and boom, he's there. You got it. Free battle tactic.
Guaranteed. Basically guaranteed.
Yep. Yeah. And if your opponent has to pull units back in order to deal with this guy, because they don't just want a Ballista shooting in from their back line every single turn, they're pulling units off the front line, and this guy's only 250 points for that purpose, so that's honestly not the worst thing in the world. I think what the problem with this guy is twofold. One, Lumineth really want a battle regiment, and I don't think this guy's worth a slot in a battle regiment. And the second one is that he's 250 points. He's just a little too expensive for what he's doing. If he was somewhere around 220, I think he could actually see play. So for those reasons,
the battle regiment, man, like, I hate it. It's actually cutting out a lot of units in this army.
Yeah. So I think for those reasons, 250, D tier. He could be better with much cheaper point cost, which could be said for a lot of units. But let's just say this guy in particular suffers because of the points. And then looking at Sevireth, which is a very comparable unit. Same changes. He can't move in the shooting phase or the enemy shooting phase, and he lost his healing. Let's look at what you get for 70 more points. 320 points instead of 250. You get 2 more wounds, which actually matters because this guy is a hero, which means he can do heroic recovery. He can save stack sort of with finest hours, all out defense. He's a bit more durable, so 2 wounds go a long way, especially with a 5-up ward. Now he's effectively 15 wounds. He has Ren 3 shooting instead of Ren 2, which is actually pretty nice. I think it's one of the only sources of Ren 3 shooting in the whole book, unless you get Purple Sun and Ballistas, right? After this guy moves, including that shooting phase move that you do, he has a chance to deal D3 mortal wounds to a unit that he passed over. So this guy has some interesting use as fly over an enemy hero, deal D3 wounds to it, shooting phase, do it again, or you shoot him, and then at the end of the shooting phase, you fly over and you do another D3 mortal wounds. Then you charge in and do D3 mortal wounds, and then you just leave combat for free. Like, this guy is a really nice backline hero sniper. When you combine his movement damage, his shooting damage, his charge damage, potentially even melee, he can actually take out key targets. He can also just scour terrain. So if you have, like, you're playing against Fire Slayers and they have like a little guy guarding their pizza oven, you can go in, shoot that hero off the board, and then destroy the pizza oven all in the same turn.
So, Beast of Chaos is where this guy is useful. If they even have a tiny spot left, he can just go in there and destroy it. And
even more than that, dude, because the 6-inch pile in any direction really gives him the kind of mobility that nothing else could, because I'm sure Beast of Chaos players will be used to blocking unit movement in a specific way around the Herdstone so that nothing can get within smash range. But the way this guy moves in particular is really hard to shut down.
Yeah.
He may not be able to scour that first turn, but that second turn, he's in there. If you don't deal with him right away, he will destroy that Herdstone.
And they're tricky, something we might not have mentioned the first one. They have a 3-inch melee range, so you can really just kind of stick out at awkward angles, and you can't really get at them. It is annoying.
If you're fighting against 1-inch range units, you can pile in 2.9 inches away and make sure they never fight you, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, we're saying all these good things compared to a regular Spirit. He's a lot better. Is it worth 70 points? Over a regular Spirit, maybe. But I think the starting value for both is too high. If one of them was 200 and this one was 270, maybe that might be more appropriate. I
think 220, 270 would probably be more appropriate.
Yeah, it sounds about right. It has downsides. He's unique, so he can't take enhancements. He competes for leader slots in a battalion, which is way worse than competing for troop slots in a battalion. I'll tell you, that's way worse. And everything this guy does is D3, and everybody knows D3 actually means 1 because it's a dice game. And D3 is always.
I hate that. They should have just standardized this to 2. It's just stupid.
I'm okay with mortal wounds being D3s, but when we're talking like shooting damage, D3 means 1.
D6s and D3, as far as like pure damage is concerned, just needs to go out the window.
It could be like a D2 plus 1.
No, actually, I take that. Yeah, I take that as a you have to do minimum 2 damage.
Yeah, it sure would be nice. So overall, I think he's usable. He's not great. I don't think you're going to feel very good when you do usually use him. Like, he's kind of good impact. He's super fragile. He will die pretty much after you're doing all this hero sniping. And, unfortunately, he's just too expensive, I think, for what he's trying to do. And the final piece of the Hurakan puzzle is the Windmage. No changes. Virtually no changes from 2nd edition. So let's just go into pros and cons. Pros, he's very fast. 16-inch flying move all the time. Gives him mobility that your army could definitely use, even if you don't have any other Hurakan units. He is a Windmage keyword, which means he's the only guy that can take these specific command traits and artifacts, which they have access to, which is, it's okay, right? Like, the command traits and artifacts we'll get to later. They're okay. They're not like the Stonemage stuff, which is, like, incredibly good. But this guy having Windmage means he's the only wizard besides Teclis that can learn Transporting Vortex, which is an invaluable spell. I think it's up there with like Translocation as being a near auto pick for most lists. It's that important. Being able
it's the only source of teleports. In this army.
Yeah, it's the only way you win against other shooting armies. If you play against any other shooting army, you can't really leave your castle formation that easily. You'll get shot first, but if you have the ability to Transporting Vortex, you can deploy super far back, and as soon as the other army is on the table or get in range, you just transport up and you start shooting immediately. And like we said before, the army that shoots first in a shooting battle wins. What was the name of the guy that Han Solo shot in Star Wars? Don't be that guy. Be Han Solo. Shoot first. I don't care what they've edited that movie to be. Han shot first. This guy does have a bonus to save rolls against missile weapons, and save rolls of 6 cause a mortal wound to an enemy within 9 inches, which is... He's got the same pile-in shenanigans as Windchargers. not as useful because he's probably just going to die. Unlike a spirit, he's not as durable as them. So if he tries to do that same kind of thing that the Spirit of the Wind is doing, he's just going to die in the attempt. And it's not a very useful thing to send out your only source of teleporting onto the front lines. So don't do that. He has a cool ability called Wind Leap, which gives Windcharger units plus 2-inch move and flying if they start wholly within 6. And it's actually even better than plus 2-inch move because it actually changes their movement characteristic from 14 to 16, which means when you double it with Speed of Hysh, you get the plus 2 doubled as well, which is how you get up to a 32-inch move with Windchargers. And flying, which is important because this way you can just jump over enemy units. Very, very important to have flying. His spell is a low cast, 5s, and it deals D3 mortal wounds in the shooting phase, which means you can move up with this guy and then pick a unit within 9 inches. It's okay. Like, you're probably not going to want to use this. There's better spells to cast, frankly, but in a pinch, you can deal D3 mortal wounds, I guess. You can also take the... Oh man, I'm going to butcher this. Bafang Asperagillum, I think. He can take that artifact.
Asperagillium.
And what that artifact does is once per battle, you can give an enemy unit -1 to hit and -1 to wound in combat, which is actually pretty good. We can stack this with all the other defensive abilities that this army has going on. That can be a nice little piece of the puzzle. There's not a lot of other artifacts besides like Arcane Tome or the Silver Wand that are worth taking, so you might actually end up taking this one. So downsides. Fragile. 5 wounds, 5 save. He's going to die as soon as he gets targeted. He can't learn the Lore of Hysh spells, so all he's doing is casting Transporting Vortex and Mystic Shield, pretty much. That's all this guy's doing for you. Or Endless Spells every now and then. Vortex is a hard cast. It's an 8+, which means you need significant casting bonuses, either something like Teclis casting it, or you need like a Hyshian Twinstones fueled up by a bunch of Vanari, and then he sucks it all up and gets +4 or +6. It's a hard cast. You got to manage your resources and be able to do it. So unless you're using Windchargers or 30 Sentinels in order to teleport them around with Vortex, probably not even worth using this guy, honestly. Like, I wouldn't... because he's so unreliable and requires so many resources to cast his main spell, probably wouldn't run him with a Mountain Temple list. I would just use maybe Teclis instead. It's really hard to see where this guy would be outside of using 5 or 10, 15 Windchargers and then 30 Sentinels at the same time. So because that list I think is going to be good, which we'll talk about when we get into list building and sub-factions, that Helon list is going to be good. I think this guy's an A-tier unit. He's going to see play. He's an integral part of that list. I think the only thing keeping him out of S is that Teclis can also just cast the Vortex, and Teclis does it way better, although he costs a lot more points. Anything else to say about this guy?
I mean, the Lore of the Winds has 3 less spells than it used to have, so it lost the flurries.
Does it have Howling Gale in it, the one that shuts off command points?
It does, but this guy will probably never learn it because you want Transporting Vortex every time you use him.
Yeah, I was just saying for some people used to take Arcane Tome for Guiding Flurries, so you could do a +6-inch range to missile weapons, but I think Guiding Flurries, is gone.
Yeah, they've just got the Howling Gale to disable commands. They've got the Transporting Vortex, and they've got the Healing Zephyr.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Huh.
Yep. Maybe this guy sees play with Healing Zephyr in a stone list, right? He can just walk around and heal Avalenor. But healing on them isn't that important because they can always fight at top row. So I don't know.
So what's damaging him? Yeah, with the Stonemage nearby, who cares?
Yeah. Next up is the Vanari Bannerblade. And the only change this guy's seen in 3rd edition is his points went down, and his brewery bonus has been replaced with a charge aura, a rerollable charge aura, and that's pretty good because Lumineth may actually want to charge in with multiple units per turn. That's about the extent of what's good about this guy. He is a cheap hero. If you for some reason want a cheap non-wizard hero, he does have totem, so he can issue commands from general range and. He's only 100 points, I guess, if you want the cheapest hero possible. He has this ability where once per battle, each enemy unit within 18 inches can take some mortal wounds and have -1 hit in that phase. But the problem is you have to roll underneath the current battle round, so if it's round 2, you have to roll a 1. You just can't do it on round 1. So really hard to use this ability. When it goes off, D3 mortal wounds in an area is pretty hilarious, but having to wait until round 4 or 5 to make it reliable... And then it still fails, right? Like, you can still fail it even on round 5, last round of the game. So, not really feeling this guy. Cons.
Maybe it should have been over battle round, not under. Just pop it early. You can't, save it for late game or something.
Maybe. They really didn't want this army to have good upfront damage, though, it seems.
Yeah. Also, the hero slot is so competitive. I can't imagine anyone ever wasting 100 points on this.
Yep. He's also fragile. He's 5 wounds, and he's got a 3-up save, which is better than most other heroes in this army. But he's not a Scinari. He can't use the Bladelords, so it's like whatever. He's just gonna die. He's 6-inch move. He's slow. He does like 0 damage approximately, even with Sun Metal. It's not worth it. He's not even a wizard, right? Like he's not a Vanari wizard. He's just a Vanari hero. And the artifacts and command traits, which we'll get to later, they're not good for Vanari. They're just not useful. So I legitimately can't see a purpose for this guy. Even if they made him 80, 70 points, I just don't understand any reason to ever use this guy. So I think this is our first F tier unit.
Yeah, I think you just turn him into your warden leader for a unit of wardens, and he looks cool. That's it. I mean, they have the same pose and same weapon. Basically, that's what you do.
Or your Sentinels, yeah, because the Sentinel doesn't have a bow, so that would work.
Slap a bird on there, on the banner.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I was hoping this guy would get better in this edition.
They always design like one banner bearer hero from a starter box that's like completely useless. Like we have the Knight Vexillor with Banner of Apotheosis. Really awesome looking model, just extremely useless. I've been using mine as a Vanquisher Prime, so.
Jeez.
Next up, the Vanari Lord Regent. He's only seen a couple changes. His sword is damage 2, so they doubled the damage of that, which is nice. And his Sun Metal weapons cause 2 mortal wounds instead of 1. So he hits a little bit harder than he used to. Still not really enough to make a difference, I think. But let's take a look at some pros and cons here. He is fast, right? He's got a 14-inch move, and he's got he can take the Sen Louis amulet to run in charge, right? And just remember when you're doubling things, you always do addition. You always do multiplication and then addition. So if you add, for example, plus 6-inch to your move and then you double it, that doesn't become like your move goes to 28 and then add 6. You don't add 6 and then 20 and then double it. So just keep that in mind. So he is more durable than other support units, right? Because he has a passive -1 hit, which stacks with Lookout Sir, and then he also has a 3+ save. So he's pretty durable, but I don't think he's going to be a priority target. So I don't know how important that durability really is. He has +1 to casting his signature spell, which is probably the reason you use him. He has a cool signature spell. Very, very synergistic with the army, at least in theory. Let's go over what it does real quick. It's called Greater Power of Hysh. So he can basically give the Sun Metal 5-up effect that Sentinels and Wardens and Dawnriders cast on themselves, but he can cast it on them. So, for example, if they fail their spell, then he can cast it for them. He can cast it first, and then those units can cast different spells. Like, since they are wizards, they can learn spells from the Lore of Hysh, so they can cast, like, Speed of Light or Overwhelming Heat or something instead. But the problem with the spell, the main problem, is that you pick D3 units. And often, that's just going to be 1 unit, in which case, all you've done is pay 170 points to just cast the spell that you were going to cast anyway, which you're going to have with a reroll usually because you'll bring cogs or Aether Quartz. You'll have some kind of bonus for it, right? Yeah, that's the big downside of this guy, is that if it was 3 units every time, this would be a really cool war scroll, especially because
I feel like... Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
But he's the only way to give Bladelords the 5-up Sun Metal, and they actually really want it because they're such high-volume attackers. That you can slap a unit of 10 Bladelords, give them 5-up mortal wounds, and all of a sudden they're chopping ghosts up. And that's really cool. But because it's D3, it's random, you have to assume it's going to be 1. You can never bank on it being any more than that. So it's really hard to find room for him.
It's weird. It was almost like they were hesitant to give that ability out because of Bladelords.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I agree. I think D3 is the balancing factor there. So I compare this to the Achillean King, who has the ability to give D3 units High Tide on their turn.
Well,
the thing is, when he's enabled, assuming you can roll at least a 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, which is, it's four dice faces out of 6, so you have a pretty good chance. When that happens, it really enables the whole list, because that allows, like, let's say your Zytrek Wardens and Sentinels to then cast something like Protection of Hysh on maybe like a +2 with a reroll in Aether Quartz or whatever have you. So you can charge up your Bladelords. You can charge up 2 groups of Sentinels and let them cast maybe Mystic Shield or Protection of Hysh or Overwhelming Heat or whatever have you. So he enables a lot of alternate casting options, but maybe they didn't want to make it too reliable because then it would basically be an auto take if you could always do 3 units.
I don't even think he'd be an auto take because at his point cost, he's competing.
I think it would be. I think it would be. I think a lot of the opportunity cost for wizards in Vanari units comes from the fact that they need to decide between casting Empower or like whatever utility spell you take on them. But if this guy gets a spell, you can somehow make him a 2-cast with Arcane Tome or something. And if you can empower them for 3 units every turn, you would always attempt that other spell. You almost sometimes wouldn't take dedicated wizards for that.
Even in those situations, at his point cost at 170, you could take an Enlightener, which we'll talk about shortly. And the Enlightener is just a 2-spell wizard. So whatever 2 spells this guy's freeing up your Vanari wizards to cast, you could just cast with that other character who's also going to be protected by Bladelords. So it's all like that's already, you're going to bring Bladelords for them anyway. Like if this guy was 2 or 3 units every time, like if it was D2 plus 1 instead of D3, then he'd actually be a really cool tech piece. It's like, do you want to spend 170 points to gain spellcast with your Vanari, effectively? And I don't think that would be overpowered by any means, because he's taken up leader slots. He costs a lot of points. His damage is it's okay, right? Like 10 damage per combat phase at Rend 1 is not super good. And the fact that he
I feel like he was also designed for like the previous Lumineth book, where they could get an extra cast with Aether Quartz, because he's getting that +1. He can spend his Aether Quartz. Maybe you take him in CR, so you have 2 Aether Quartz, and then you can use one to like cast an extra spell or something.
So, like, it's really hard to think of times when you'd want to use this guy. The main time is like, I've got a block of 10 Bladelords, and I really want to give him Sun Metal. But I think for 170 points, you could bring anything else. Even more Wardens is probably more useful than this guy, because those Wardens could just cast whatever spell this guy would enable with his greater power of Hysh. That's really the problem here. So unfortunately, he has a niche. It's very specific and it's not terribly useful, but I think it does keep him within the realm of competitive play. So I think a C tier rating is about right for this guy. Like, he's not unusable. He's just not very good. He's just barely passable, I think. And then let's look at Lyrior Uthralle. Nailed it, 100%. So he's basically a Lord Regent with a little bit extra. So his Demon Bane is a little bit stronger. It's Rend 2 now instead of Rend 1. His Regent Sword is a bit stronger. And Voice of Teclis can be used even if Teclis is in your army. And he's a little bit cheaper. So he just all around the board, all across the board, got a little bit stronger. Compared to a regular Lord Regent, for 20 more points, you gain access to a D3 damage ranged attack, which is very accurate, 2's Rend 2, and a 2d3 melee attack, which is at 2's Rend 1. So, nice little damage bump for only 20 points, and he can also issue a command point, or free command on a Geometrica unit anywhere on the battlefield, kind of like how Bastion does for Hammers of Sigmar. I believe this is the only sub-faction locked ability in the game, so it's a little odd that he combos with like Stoneguard, Alarith type units. That's a little bit odd. I don't think you would play a Vanari Geometrica focused list, so it's weird. Would you pay 20 points to do more damage than a Lord Regent? And I don't think I would, especially because he can't take enhancements, so he can't even become like a better support hero with an Arcane Tome. He is locked to Geometrica, so if you want to get use of that extra command point, you have to play a sub-faction that doesn't really gel with the rest of his kit. I think this is another F-tier model. Like, I can't see a reason for this guy to exist. Totally shouldn't have been locked to Geometrica. That would have been a good starting point.
It's... I hate when they do this kind of thing. Like, I see why they do it sometimes for balance reasons, but this is not a balance reason.
If you were taking a unique character and his Empower was 3 units always, then it would be actually worth it.
That could be interesting, yeah. But it would save him from being F tier, for sure.
Right.
Yeah, I never find a place for him in any Lumineth list I've been building. I never even consider him. Sorry for any fans of this guy out there. He is unfortunately just not very good.
Yeah, he got done dirty.
And let's talk about the Scinari. So first up, the Scinari Cathallar. And her biggest change in this edition is that her emotional transference ability was removed. And that's the one that forced battle shock tests. If you would take a battle shock test, you just force it on an enemy instead. Which, that's unfortunate, but that ability was insanely good. And it would have been even crazier in 3rd edition. It would have been really, really crazy in 3rd edition. So let's look at some pros here. She is a Scinari keyword, so she can use the Bladelord bodyguards, which are good. Again, I can't stress how important those are for keeping your support characters alive. Other factions wish they had 2+ bodyguards that works on every hero around them, like you're a Nighthaunt player. She is the cheapest Scinari at only 110 points. So if you just want, once per game, you cast on a 9 automatically with Deep Thinkers, bam, 110 points. She's got you covered there. That's a nice little niche she's carved out for herself. Do keep in mind that Deep Thinkers can be unbound, so if you're dealing with somebody that has like +3 or +4 to unbinding, just try to bait that out before you cast the spell you're going to cast with her. She also has this neat ability where she negates the Bravery debuff from using Aether Quartz and actually transfers it to an enemy unit within 18 inches. So you can reduce Stormcast units from Bravery 7 down to Bravery 6, which combos really, really well with her next ability here, Darkness of the Soul, her signature spell. It's only an 18-inch range, but if you cast it, you pick an enemy unit, and every time that unit wants to move or attack in any phase, it has to pass a Bravery test, which is you roll 2d6, and if the roll is greater than the Bravery, then that move or attack cannot be performed. And as you get these Bravery debuffs going, it becomes more and more reliable. And this is in every phase, so it works against Thunderbolt Volley commands, it works against commands for Daughters of Cain to double tap, it works for Unleash Hell, it works for any single time you would act, a move, or attack. It is a really, really strong effect. It just cripples units. If your army has 500, 600 points invested in this like mega kill unit or like a linchpin unit, and this spell gets on top of it, that's a rough time for your game plan. And it gets worse because it stacks with Crippling Vertigo from the Stonemage or Teclis in order to cripple armies. Just straight up cripple you. Like if you're a Gargant player and you don't take that Bravery 10 artifact, you're going to have a really hard time against this combo because your anti-magic is really poor. You're not going to unbind them. And one of your Gargants is just not doing anything every turn. They're going to kill another one, and then they're going to tie up the third one. So it's a really brutal matchup. But let's look at the current meta, right? All the books released so far, we've got Stormcast, Gargants, Mortal Chaos, Skaven, Orcs, Thunder Lizard is prevalent, Daughters of Cain is prevalent, Fire Slayers, Idoneth. All these armies are Bravery like 6 to 8 on most of their key units. Like you're not going to generally cast this on the higher Bravery heroes that are like 9 or 10, but they're standard units that are doing all the damage and capturing objectives and all this stuff. They're lower Bravery. We're not in a meta right now where death is prevalent. There's a couple Soulblight armies out there, but even then, you just do other stuff with her. You don't have to use this ability. This is not the main reason, because sometimes you just need a cheap Scinari, and that's another niche for her. So, she's got the typical support wizard downside. She's slow, she's fragile, she's a one-spell wizard, +0 to cast natively, so you got to buff her up. But those are almost besides the point, because her base kit is so good. Being the cheapest Scinari is really good. I think she's an S tier. I think she's going to see a lot of play in a lot of different lists. She combos really well with the Stonemage stuff. She combos really well with Vanari, and sometimes you just need a cheap Deep Thinkers. What do you guys think?
Oh yeah, she's going to be like almost default pick. Like you can just start with her, and that's just a good way to go. Obviously you can upgrade to like the Enlightener, for example. She would be. I would assume her as more of an upgrade to this unit, for example, than like defaulting to the Enlightener. So I think she's really good. She's core. She does the job well. She gets it done.
Mm-hmm.
Not too much more to say.
Yeah, if you don't have room for the Enlightener, this is your Scinari essentially. Yeah. And she's really good. 110 points for a wizard. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, sometimes you run her alongside the Enlightener, right? There's room for both in lists very often. Bladelords can bodyguard for both.
Yeah. Don't knock on the even though she lost the big ability with emotional transference. I mean, Absorb Despair is still very good, so that's going to come into play for sure.
The next Scinari is the Calligrave. Almost no changes here. There is a big one to Erasure, which was it's a signature spell. You have to cast it on a unit. You can choose to deal D3 mortal wounds immediately, or you can mark it, and the next time you cast the spell on that same hero, it does 2d6 mortal wounds. So that was bumped up from d6 to 2d6 to make it really worth the payoff, because previously going from d3 to d6 was like not even worth it. Now 2d6 mortal wounds is a pretty big blast in an army that typically doesn't do that much damage with their spells. So let's take a look at his pros and cons. He is a Scinari. He is a cheap Scinari. Not the cheapest. He's 5 points more than the Calligrave, which is unfortunate. He does have Deep Thinkers like every Scinari, and his main gimmick is the Realm Scribe ability, which once per game, instead of casting any spells, you roll a dice, and on a 5+, you pick a point anywhere on the battlefield. Lumineth that are within 9 inches of that point don't take Battle Shock, which is actually really, really big because you're going to be taking Battleshock tests with this army. Your Sentinels avoiding Battleshock is really useful. Even with Inspiring Presence in the game, you're still going to face times where you can't use Inspiring Presence, like you're playing against Nighthaunt or Gargants or Horrorghast. These things are going to exist. And then also, Lumineth within 9 inches of that point, add 1 to casting, unbinding, and dispelling. So that's a very strong ability, because it lasts the rest of the battle. And it, on round 1, it's on a 4+, on round 2, it's on a 3+, and so on. Eventually, it becomes guaranteed. The problem with this ability is that if you're bringing a hero unit that doesn't do anything for the first 2 turns, like it's not using their cut signature ability for the first 2 rounds, you're only kicking in on round 3. I think you're better off just not taking this guy and not gambling for it. Like, you have to bring 2 of them realistically, because if like you want to cast his Erasure, but you also want to give up his casting, so like one of them can do it each turn. And at that point, it's like maybe you should just be bringing a Cathallar or an Enlightener instead. There's just better picks. Yeah, an Erasure is a high cast value, 8. So even if you do cast it twice in a row, or like let's say it's actually hard to cast twice in a row, because this guy by himself doesn't have any casting bonuses aside from his once per game ability, which might go off. So it's a pretty interesting package. But anytime I think about using this guy, I just think, nah, I'd rather bring a Cathallar and disable things. I don't want to deal with this 4+ dice roll in round 1. I don't want to deal with Erasure being this thing that I have to track and use on the same hero, because odds are, if you want to kill a hero with this army, you're going to do it without Erasure. Like, Sentinels, Ballistas, these things can just wipe heroes off the board. You don't need this spell to help you do that, and the fact that you have to give up all of his casting for a turn to use this ability that you have to roll a dice for really feels bad. So I think C, right? Like, he's definitely good at what he does, and you can make lists that feature this guy, but I think there's just way better choices in the book.
Yeah, I mean, you could gamble for it, but let's be real, you're not going to really cast. You want to cast it at least until round 3. You could go round 2, but that's 3-up is not consistent, to be fair. And then you're just missing 66% of the game. Like, to be completely honest, games are pretty much decided in the first 3 rounds. So
Yep.
And he doesn't have a comeback mechanic, so there's not like a sure, you forego the first 2 rounds and then you ramp up, like Celestial Prime, for example, kind of similar in a sense, but even then he doesn't. These mechanics are really hard to get right.
Yeah, it's also a point on the battlefield, so if you want to benefit from that, you have to kind of stay around that point. It's just awkward in so many ways. It could have been improved. Like, does he need to give up his casting to do this? Could he not just have a cast and do this ability once per game? I don't get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you only get to cast 5 times a game, so it's even more. I mean, even less, really, if you think of it as.
I guess that's really useful on, I don't know, Rumstone Cache or something. Or
Yeah.
like where you're really, really fighting over the center. Maybe
Well,
that's when.
By the time it's consistent, then it's not that crazy, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. If you had a multi-list format and you knew there was a center ground mission coming up, that's when you take him, I guess.
Kind of. Yeah. Yeah. Even then, it splits at the round that you want to use this, so it's like not that crazy.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a look at the 3rd Scinari unit, the Scinari Loreseeker. Changes in 3rd edition. Loreseeker has been removed. The Loreseeker is no longer seeking lore on his war scroll, which is ironic. And Lone Agents is now set up after deployment instead of after the first round starts, which means he can contest objectives, because in 3rd edition, objective control is after deployment. He is no longer unique, so you can give him enhancements. And he no longer prevents control of objectives while he's on them, which was really his main purpose before, was just capturing an objective immediately, and your opponent can't control it until this guy's dead. So that was a really degenerate form, and I think that's why they had to give him unique, because people would just bring 6 of him and then immediately capture every objective in every game, and it would buy you a round or 2 while your opponent had to deal with them, and you just get so far ahead. So making that mechanic worse is a good thing overall for the balance of this guy, because he still does really cool stuff. So let's go over that. He's a Scinari. He can use Deep Thinkers. His main gimmick is Lone Agent, which, for people who don't know from previous edition, he can be set up anywhere outside your territory and more than 3 inches from enemy units. And this is done at the start, right after deployment. So every unit that's already on the table, and then you just set this guy up. And what this means is he's on the table. He's not in reserve. He's on the table when your turn starts, so he can cast spells immediately. Which means with Deep Thinkers, you can automatically cast a really big spell like Purple Son of Shaiish, or some other high damage, high value spell. So he can set up Purple Sun of Shyish immediately. It can immediately start rending down things, and this is really good in any army because Lone Agent and Deep Thinkers are just on his War Scroll. So if you can ally Loreseeker into your army, if you can ally Lumineth-Realmlords, you've got a great new strategy you can play around with. Stormcast, I think, are going to take very good advantage of this. Very good combo. If he's set up on an objective with no enemy models contesting it, he counts as 10. So this will force your opponent to set up on every objective, and that's not something everybody necessarily does. It could be, depending on the scenario, but it's not always the case that you want to deploy on every objective right at the start of the game. Sometimes you want really tight deployments in a corner, and this guy's kind of like, okay, well, if you're doing that, I'm just going to steal an objective, and you can't do anything about that. And, I guess it's worth mentioning, he does do more damage than most heroes, right? He's got a little shooting attack, and he's got some melee attacks. They're okay. He's fine. He is fragile. He costs more than the other two scenarios we've talked about at 160 points, and he is still just a one-spell wizard with +0 cast. Despite all those weaknesses, I think his potential is so high, and the utility that he provides, and worst case scenario, you don't set up Lone Agent, and you just play it like a standard castle list. So he's just got the option to be like a standard Scinari that sits back with Deep Thinkers and casts Total Eclipse or whatever you need him to be. So I think this makes him versatile and strong. Not an auto-include in every list because he is more expensive, and he's not quite as good as the next one. But yeah, A tier. I think this guy's solid.
Mm-hmm.
And our last Scinari unit, the new unit in the book, is the Scinari Enlightener. She is a Scinari. She has Deep Thinkers. Unlike the other ones, though, she is a 2-spell wizard. For 170 points, a 2-spell wizard is okay. Yeah, that's a fine thing to be. Her signature spell sucks. It's, when she takes damage, an enemy unit also takes that damage, but it doesn't work on overkill, so you're kind of just hoping she dies so you can deal 5 mortal wounds to something, which maybe that's the last 5 mortal wounds you need to finish off a big monster, so you throw her into melee and force them to attack you. There's plays here, they're not very good. I'm not very excited about them. Once per turn after casting a spell from Lore of Hysh, on a 3+, she can resolve its effects again. So you can't pick the same target, but you can do stuff like Speed of Hysh 2 different units at the same time, or Overwhelming Heat 2 different enemies, or Ethereal Blessing 2 different units. There is no effect from duplicating spells like Total Eclipse or Protection of Hysh, because the way they're worded, there's no reason to duplicate them. You resolve it again, but their effects are once. Total Eclipse doesn't say you double the cost, it just says they cost 2 instead of 1, so you can't resolve that twice, it still costs 2. There's no difference. So downsides, she is expensive, right? If you only need a Scinari, you don't care about how many spells she's casting, if you just want the Total Eclipse and nothing else, then 170 points is too much to pay for that. You could just bring a Cathallar instead. She's cheaper. And twinning a spell is not really reliable enough. It's not reliable enough to make a strategy around it. To be like, oh, I've got 2 blocks of 30 Wardens and I'm going to double Speed of Hysh and send them forwards. Like, you can't reliably do that. So this is just a bonus when it happens. And try to set up scenarios where you can play around it, but because it's not reliable, it is a dice roll of 3+, you can't really rely on it too much. And her signature spell sucks. So if you really want to make use of her, she needs to learn more spells, or cast Mystic Shield every turn, or cast endless spells. So you just have to plan around that in your list, and Lumineth don't seem like the kind of army that want to go Warlord in order to get a spell enhancement. So I think this is where Lore Master, a command trait, comes into play, which we'll talk about later. Despite all these, I think she's fantastic. I think she's a staple as a 2-spell wizard. Even if she's just casting Mystic Shield and a Hysh spell, 170 points for that is a good deal. So S tier. I think most lists will start with her, and she will be your general.
Yeah, I mean, she makes a really good pairing with Cathallar, because both can be, simultaneously bodyguarded. Both have really good effects, so you're gonna take her. I mean, she's awesome. It's really a matter of, like, I guess if you're taking Teclis and you're trying to fit other things, you might not take her, since you might not need her.
Yeah, I think you go Cathallar Teclis. I think that's the play, because you do want a Scinari that can take a Phoenix Stone, which is we'll get to that. I think that might be the one time you don't take her. But you're playing Wind Temple, you want to bring her. You're playing Stone Temple, you want to bring her. That she's just a 2-spell wizard for 170 is really good.
Yeah, like the only reason you'd not take her is because you're taking a god model. I think that says it all.
Yeah. And speaking of god models, here is Archmage, Teclis, and Celennar, the Spirit of Hysh. So we've had the Spirit of Wind, we've had the Spirit of mountains, and now we have the spirit of the realm itself. Let's talk about Teclis, because he is probably the most controversial model in this book. Despite everything we've said about Stoneguard so far, I think this is the most controversial just because his kit is so powerful but so specific, and it seems really versatile, but because it's so expensive, it kind of limits you. So let's look at changes. For some reason, his movement was reduced. I don't get this, but yeah, okay. He's now a little bit slower than he was before. But his bracketing starts higher. It starts at 7 wounds instead of 5, so that's okay, I guess. He is the Mage God, and as it's written, we talked about this at the start of the book, he doesn't learn any Lumineth spells like he previously learned all of them. Like we said before, we're just going to assume this is going to get changed because it doesn't make any friggin' sense for the Mage God to not know all the spells that he created himself. So we're going to assume Teclis learns every spell in the book. If he doesn't, then he's D tier and he's not really worth talking about. He's too expensive.
But Paul, he fought Nagash.
And he lost.
The copium.
The cities of Sigmar had to come save him, and they're not even allowed to be allies in the book. He's really salty about that save.
Oh, I meant he probably lost it because he got the big suck. But,
so what does Teclis do? Why is he so powerful? Well, he does feel like the god of magic, right? He's casting 4 spells per turn automatically on a 10, no dice roll required, or he's casting 2 on a 12, or he's casting 1 spell and it automatically casts and you can't unbind it. So even if you're facing something like a Stormcast Knight Incantor that has a Void Storm scroll, Teclis says, no, I don't care, I'm better than that. At that point, you're only casting 1 spell for 700 points, not worth it. Usually what people are going to do is cast the 4 with a 10. That's usually good enough. It's like having 4 Scinnaris using Deep Thinkers every single turn. So you're auto-casting Total Eclipse every turn, you're auto-casting Transporting Vortex, you're auto-casting Crippling Vertigo, you're auto-casting Ethereal Blessing, any endless spell, his signature spell, his other signature spell. Yeah, it just is a huge Swiss Army knife. Whatever you need, whenever you need, super reliably. And I think we've mentioned a few times in this review, you want reliable casting in this army. He's also Bravery 10, so you can Heroic Recovery him every turn. This army doesn't really use Heroic Leadership that much, so him taking damage and then healing himself back up with Heroic Recovery and healing Zephyr is actually really good for you. You can bait out some damage, mitigate it, and then start healing up. He is a monster, so you can use Rampages. He has the Aura of Celennar, which gives every Lumineth wizard wholly within 6 inches +1 to cast, unbind, and dispel. So if you're running a Vanari heavy list, and you go Zytrek, which is a sub-faction that gives you another +1, now you're looking at a +2 army-wide. So suddenly these +0 wizards are now at +2 with a reroll from the Shrine or from Aether Quartz. Insane. It's so insane. Friendly units that are not Lumineth have a 4+ spell ignore. So all friendly units, this includes you bring out allies, you bring a Kronspine or Chariots, whatever, they all have a 4+ spell ignore, in addition to having the bonus to cast and unbind. And he just says no to magic. Enemy magic happens, and he just, sorry about that, bud. Automatically dispel 1 less spell per turn. That doesn't reduce the number of casts he has. He also has unlimited amounts of unbinds. He just tries to unbind every single spell. And automatically, he has a Void Storm scroll every single turn. He just says, no, that spell, it's gone. I'm not rolling. It's just done. So, crazy magic control, crazy magic consistency. He's also got this thing where if you get affected by a spell in his aura, an endless spell in particular, he can on a 4+ deal D3 mortal wounds to an enemy, and people are interpreting that in some strange ways to infer that you can just deal a whole bunch of mortal wounds after you buff your own army. I don't agree with that. I would expect that to get changed, so I don't think we're going to spend too much time talking about it. Downsides. He's 700 points, and he's fragile for a 700 point model. If you're putting almost half your army into this guy, like a third of your army, 16 wounds and a 4-up save, yeah, you better take the first turn, you better cast his 5-up ward spell, you better cast Total Eclipse, you have to take the first turn, otherwise Teclis is just dead. Right off the bat, he will just be shot. And if you're only casting 1 spell per turn in order to avoid the guaranteed unbinds that exist in the game or the super high unbinding rolls, he's not really worth your points. 700 points could go a lot further, or you just have to pivot your strategy into something. It's just rough. His melee damage is okay. He has a shooting attack that can be buffed by Helon, which is nice. It kind of turns him into a little artillery piece. But his melee damage is not impressive. He's got a Rend 3 weapon for some reason, but no, you're not scared about getting in melee with this guy.
It hits on 4s with that though, so I'm okay with it.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
too crazy.
Yeah. You also want to bring a Scinari with a Phoenix Stone, and that's another 110 point tax, because even if you have all your defenses up, right, like you've got your protection of Hysh, you've got -1 hits rolling, you've got some way to get -1 to wound, like the Windmage artifact we'll talk about later, you still want to bring a Scinari with a Phoenix Stone because it's a dice game, so you want as many chances to keep him alive as possible. So, have you guys had good success building Teclis lists so far? What are your thoughts on him?
I personally just don't see a reason to bring him for his points, since it just it just makes him a big target, right? Like, at 700... I don't really see a reason to bring him, just because he's 700 points of your army, and it's kind of consolidating your forces, if you will, to something that can be focused down, taken out, and then that's like kind of the core of your army gone. So that's why
at it from a
I don't really.
We're looking at it from a very Stormcast perspective, because we sort of excel at like, oh, you put so many points into this one model, guess what's going to happen to it? However, when it comes to other armies, he's an absolute beast. And I'm not just talking about, like, against, for instance, let's say, I mean, their main enemies are what, Tzeentch? An entire faction that depends on offensive magic. Just bouncing just get Teclis into the mid board and watch all the mortal wounds just bounce off onto Tzeentch units. It's the most hilarious thing you'll see. Just watch Teclis auto-unbind one of their key spells every turn, no matter what Kairos cast is on. You know, casting 4 spells on a 10, things like, oh, let me just guarantee my total eclipse each turn. Let me guarantee one of your things isn't going to move because of overwhelming heat. Let me guarantee Howling Gale. Let me guarantee Transporting Vortex. Because he has access to all these lores, I mean, not yet, but that's how we were playing it at the KC Open, so I'm going to say that he's going to be FAQ to have that. When he's doing his thing, he is the best at it. Magic Dom, he is the Magic Dom piece. There is no other piece in the game that can do it better than him. If you're trying to take magic into him, you will most likely fail. Even like, what's his name, Seraphon, they can get a +3, +4 to cast, but if Teclis just goes, yeah, no, you're not going to cast that spell this turn, I'm auto-unbinding it.
Well,
what are you going to do?
This is a hidden weakness of Teclis, is that he's so good at unbinding spells, but he still has to be in range to unbind spells. So, if, for example, you said Seraphon,
yes,
they can just cast out of that range and then use a vassal to change where they measure visibility. So there are ways to play around the Magic Dom here, but like you stick him in the middle of the board against Tzeentch, what is Tzeentch going to do, right? They just can't.
Yeah.
Whereas Tzeentch would normally be a really good army against Lumineth if you don't have Teclis, because all the spells that the Vanari and Scinari are casting are going to empower Tzeentch and give him a bunch of summoning points. Whereas Teclis is like, it doesn't matter that I just gave you a bunch of summoning points because you're not doing anything with your army.
Yeah, the other thing is, like, there are also like armies that depend on, because in case we didn't mention this, I don't know we did. He has unlimited unbinds. He's a 4-cast wizard who has unlimited unbinds. So it doesn't matter how many spells you have. They're trying to get these little buffs off anywhere. You can Knight Incanter unbind 1 spell a turn, and then start, like, you know, if you're Zytrek, start doing unbinds at a +2, which is really, really good.
Yeah, and re-rolling one of them with the Shrine, right?
Yeah, so it's like, if you're fighting like a Lumineth list that doesn't have Teclis, like, congratulations, you're actually going to be outbeating their magic, for sure. If you're fighting things like Slaves to Darkness, who rely on so much on things like Demonic Speed and that 3d6 cast, well, congratulations, you're going to unbind that. Sylvaneth can maybe do it outside of the turn, because they have like that Spirit Singer thing that they do at the corner of the board. Once you're in the mid board, there's like, you can move Teclis up to the mid board of the 5-0 board. There's nothing they can do from getting their, like, they'll barely ever get their spells off, which against some armies is really, really crippling.
Yeah. Now, the downside there is he's so good at magic, like controlling magic, which is really something this army wants to do. But the reason this army wants to do it is so that its units can survive, right? Like, even though this guy is a big target because you take him out, everything crumbles. The reason the support hero package is included in this army is because you want to be supporting your units, right? Like, ultimately, it's kind of like a Stormcast situation where the units are the heavy lifters and the support heroes are just there to buff them up. And the buffs are way more important in this army. But it's a situation where if you have 700 points tied into support, well, that's only 1,300 points that leaves you for units. Instead of, you could have taken like a 400-point support package, and that's another 2 squads of Wardens or 10 Windchargers or 20 more Sentinels. And in a low-damage army like Lumineth, that goes a long way. So anytime you play Teclis, you have to play super careful. Every single loss you take matters. You can't have any disposable units. Everything is has to be super efficient and clean, and you have to excel with his magic. So if you run into an army that has, +4 to unbind like Skaven, that can really struggle, because if you don't get that total eclipse off, if you don't get off your your crippling combos that are based off bravery against Skaven, they can do a lot of damage really quickly. So there's risk. Even though he's so good at magic, that's all he's good at, and that's a big downside.
Yeah, I think you have to build an army around him that covers his weaknesses. So like if you're taking him, make sure you can snipe out your opponent's anti-magic or magic pieces. Especially if they have something like Thankful has, because then that makes the game a lot more easier in terms of what your opponent can do.
Yeah. So I think because of his raw power, the fact that he defines lists, he changes the way the game plays when he's on the table. I think he's an S tier unit, really high impact and totally unique. However, if that errata doesn't happen and he doesn't learn all the spells, he's D. He's way too overpowered. He's way too overpriced to just be casting an endless spell, Mystic Shield, and his 2 spells every turn. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, not worth bringing, if that's the case. Next up, let's talk about a very improved unit in this book, and we were all very excited about it when we saw it, especially after we saw its point cost, which we'll talk about. The Light of Eltharion. Major changes in 3rd edition. He's now +1 wound. He's 8 wounds instead of 7. And on a defensive stat line like this guy, +1 wound really matters. Both his melee weapons are now damage 3 when they used to be damage D3. And the Scinari Blade has a cool thing where instead of getting +1 damage, it's now 2d3 damage per hit against heroes and monsters. Which, if you swing low, it can be worse than the regular 3 damage, because you could roll Snake Eyes and then you have just 2. But it's overall, on average, a big improvement. So pros, he's durable, 3+ save, he halves all the damage he takes, and he's bravery 10 for heroic recovery. So it's going to take a lot of damage to take this guy down. He's going to benefit from Lookout Sir most of the time. He's going to be a -1 hit. Your opponent won't be getting +1 hit because of Total Eclipse, and he can still get a 5+ ward from Protection of Hysh. So he's like a budget Gotrek. He's just super durable, little fighty guy, and his damage is good too. It's super accurate. It starts kind of lower damage. Like if you play him into something like Night Haunt, which ignore his really high rend, you might not think it's very high damage, or if you don't roll a lot of 6s, it's not high damage. But his threat is huge. You have to play around him. So in the shooting phase, on a 2+, he does D3 mortals, and then on a 5+, he does D6 mortals. Like he's a Storm Drake, but a little bit better, which can swing high, right? It's nice little bit of damage there. In melee, his 2 weapons do about 18 damage total starting, but then he does wound rolls of 6, do mortal wounds in addition, and if you're fighting a hero with the Scinari Blade, it can spike up even higher. Both weapons also have exploding hit 6, so any hit rolls of 6 cause an extra hit immediately, and he always hits on 2s. You can't debuff him. So he's super accurate, high threat against specifically heroes and monsters. I'd say that's the best target for him. He's not so good at clearing out infantry. He doesn't do like the mass damage that you want him to do, but he's a great hero fighter, and he's super durable. So he's a great anvil piece and damage dealer. Budget Gotrek is really the best way I can put it.
I mean, when you consider lightning reactions, you can take down infantry units if you're fighting with like a unit of 10 Warden Mission.
Yeah, the problem is that they're both 6-inch move units, and you can only speed of Hysh one of those. So he works better as the speed of Hysh target, and then you bring up like a squad of Dawnriders or something to support him on the flank, or a Avalenor or something like that. Because he has slow. That's a big downside. He's 6-inch move, can't run in charge. He needs speed of Hysh to get anywhere useful. Although he is durable, he can still be taken down by focus fire. I think Fulminator squads, I think 2 Fulminators can still just kill this guy, which I know Fulminators are like the best damage in the game, but this guy's built to stop damage like that, and I think they can still kill him. So that's disappointing. He's a budget Gotrek, and that's not a good thing. It's like, Teclis, can we have Gotrek? No, we already have Gotrek at home, and then this guy's the Gotrek at home, right? Like he's not the immortal killer that's just going to destroy 4 Gargants over 3 rounds. He's not that guy. He is durable and punchy, and he's only 240 points, so he seems really good.
He's a scalpel.
Yeah.
He's a nice counterattack scalpel that can discourage charges along your front line, thinking they'll just get to your Sentinels without any problems.
Yeah, and this army doesn't really have good melee counterattackers, right? Like 10 Bladelords are only a few more points. You can use those guys instead. His biggest problem, I'd say, is that he's a leader, and he competes for spots in the battle regiment. And if you're taking this guy, you're not taking another wizard, and that wizard is probably a Scinari, which has Deep Thinkers, which is going to auto-cast Total Eclipse, which is going to keep your whole army alive for a whole turn. So that's his biggest problem, is that he's just competing with way better support heroes. So I think he's playable, and so B tier seems about right.
B tier, I would say, yeah. I did see him at play at KC Open, and while the player didn't do well because I think they weren't running something that was really optimized, but I really like him. I think he does a lot. Like, people also like he's a model that it's like, do I focus on Light of Eltharion taking that thing down, or do I focus on their Sentinels? Like, he's pointed perfectly. It's kind of what I wish Andrasta was.
Yeah, well, that was our first thought with this guy, right? Like, oh man, I wish our beatstick heroes were pointed at 240. That would be something. But great unit.
I like him.
Great unit. Yeah, he's just in the wrong army. That's all.
No, I can actually see him seeing play. It's all meta dependent, right? It's like, he's a great duelist, and if those rumors of a new hero meta coming are, ever verified, or if that ever happens, like, I could see him seeing play.
I'll believe it when I see it.
But I mean, I can see him seeing play now, even against like armor. Like, I just like his the fact that he's one model. It actually does matter because he occupies less board space, which means he can like charge at certain angles. Like when you're facing down, I don't know, like 10 Chaos Warriors or 10 Chaos Knights, being able to charge in the corner and just deal a masterful amounts of damage while holding them in place in somewhere else with Wardens, it's a good enough strategy for 240, and he does a lot. He's not going to just go down easy to just raw damage, which is nice.
It's nice to have a mix of sizes of units. Like if you have lots of big units of Sentinels and Wardens, then it's nice to have a small unit as well, because if you just have big units, it can get awkward. So that is a nice thing, yeah.
What I don't understand is, like, there's nothing he can spend Aether Quartz on, so that's kind of useless on him.
Yeah. He's still good. I think he'll make a really cool ally.
His hit rolls can't be modified negatively, so that doesn't matter. His save can be modified, so that doesn't matter. He's not a wizard, so that doesn't matter. So I don't know why he has Aether Quartz, but okay.
For luck. He's got it. He likes it. He's keeping it. If you ever want to give him less bravery for some reason, you could.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, Ellania and Ellathor, the Eclipsean War Sages. So these guys, I think, were a lot better in second edition. Almost nothing has changed since going from second to third, but the game has changed around them. So let's look at pros and cons here. They are a 2-spell wizard with +1 to cast and bind to spell, so similar to a Scinari, but Scinari Enlightener, but with +1 to cast. They generate an extra CP if they're within 3 inches of your general and a 4-up each turn, which is, is a lot better last edition, but it's still decent. Altari, the attack is accurate, and 4 attacks with damage equal to the battle round. So if it's round 2, it's 2 damage. If it's round 3, it's 3 damage. And so you can go all the way up to 5, which is huge. Once per battle, you can also deal an X number of mortal wounds in a line within 12 millimeters. 12 inches, it should say, editor's note. Within 12 inches on a 2+. So this is just a nice little mortal wound blast. The problem with that one is, of course, X is based on the battle round, so if it's battle round 1, you're dealing 1 mortal wound. If it's battle round 5, you're dealing 5 mortal wounds. So you have to wait a bit to get value out of that. Their signature spell gives them a 5+ ward, which is interesting because that means you don't have to stay within protection of Hysh range. They can go out and do their own thing. They don't have to stay in the castle formation. And after fighting, you have to roll you roll a dice, and if it's less than the battle round or less than the number of wounds you've taken that phase, then, just wounds taken in general, then you heal d6 and you teleport more than 12 inches away from all enemies. And this is in your combat phase, enemy combat phase, anytime this unit has fought, you have to roll the dice. You can't choose to roll the dice, and you have to teleport out. So I can't find a use for them in a Lumineth army in particular, because there's just, if you want a fighter, take the Light of Eltharion. If you want a wizard, take the Enlightener, a unit that is a little bit better at casting, but way worse at fighting and defense. Not really worth it, I don't think. They're still slow, right? They're a Scinari, but they don't have deep thinkers, and they can't take the Phoenix Stone, so weird. They can use Bladelords, but yeah. They have poor damage until it's way too late in the game. You want to deal impactful damage as fast as possible with this army because they're not a high damage army. If you're waiting until round 3, it might be too late. The game might already be snowballing out of control. Their teleporting is random and mandatory, which I despise. I hate any effect that you don't have control over. Really hate stuff like that. Lumineth don't really want punchy wizards, right? Like, there's no need for this in the army. There's never... They only learn 1 spell, which means that they're always casting their ward, which at that point, they might as well just have a 5-up ward and not have to cast the spell for it. which is weird. They're a leader.
It's an ally unit. They always meant for
Yeah.
it to be like an order ally, but it's too expensive. It should have been like 200.
Maybe playable at 200, yeah. I don't see it. I don't even know what other army would want to use this, frankly.
I was thinking Stormcast would use it because I was thinking about using it in like last edition or like the start of this edition. But at 260, no. Like we're elite enough as it is. We don't need more expensive heroes. And like he needs to like survive. They need to survive to round 3 to actually do anything meaningful, which is doesn't feel good.
As an ally, what are they casting? Mystic Shield and a ward on themselves. So you really
Ward situationally when you want to push them in. Otherwise, like an endless spell at a +1 probably.
Which means you're paying more points, right?
Yeah, you're paying more points. I mean, we're taking Horrorghast users a lot, so maybe that.
Maybe, yeah, 300 points for a 2-spell wizard that casts Mystic Shield and Horrorghast. Yeah, no.
And just sometimes gets you a CP, like basically gives you another heroic leadership.
Honestly, I'd rather just bring a Loreseeker from the same army.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying he's good. I'm not saying he's good. If he was 200, maybe like 190 or 200.
It does seem like the kind of model that if they tweak the points right, then it can become playable. But at this point cost, no way. There's
and
no
playable, way. not good, because it would still be like a slow grow model that would need to survive for at least 3 to 4 battle rounds, which isn't guaranteed.
Yeah. So it takes too long to become impactful. You're not getting enough immediate value out of it in an army that wants immediate value. This is an army that goes top of round 1 and wants to do as much damage as possible because their damage is their defense, and they need as much defense as they can get.
Mm-hmm.
Dan, any thoughts on this one?
It's just, I mean, Ragnarok hit it on the head. It's just too expensive and doesn't do enough. It feels disjointed in 3.0 almost. Like, it doesn't feel like they put any thought into this. This was
fairly made for 2nd edition, because back then we didn't have anything like generating command points. We didn't have a lot of ordered, other than if you were not a casting faction, having a wizard like this cast an endless spell for you or do like, it was useful to have because we also didn't have restrictions on who could cast our endless spells. It's a very 2.0 model that they haven't really thought about much.
I think this model was created for painters, and they had to shove rules onto it. I think they really thought this model was going to take off and be like the dream painting project for a lot of top painters. I don't know if it did. Frankly, I'm not that involved in the painting side of things. But the way they pushed this model was always like, hey, look at this sweet new pose.
Yeah.
And all these textures.
It was a campaign, yeah. It was a campaign model. This is not for Lumineth. This is like Lumineth's gift to order kind of deal. And it was our first look at like what a Teclis faction could look like, because the guy at the bottom is supposed to represent like Teclis. So, yeah. Like, he's not represent Teclis, but like he's like, I guess, from the Teclis sub-faction or whatever, temple.
Got a representative of Teclis, not yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Do you remember in 2nd edition when the bird on this unit hit harder than Liberators?
Yeah, that was a meme. I remember that. It still does. It's 3s and 3s -1/1. Liberators are 3s and 4s -1/1.
Yep, that random bird does more damage than heaven forged weapons. Oh boy. Alright, Miari's Purifiers. These are the Underworld's warband from Beastgrave. The main changes is that all of their attacks, they don't have Sun Metal specifically, but all their attacks can do mortal wounds on hit rolls of 6. All the Purifier weapons are D3 damage, and they were damage 1, so they've seen a significant boost. And the whole unit's a little bit cheaper. So let's break it down here if you've never used this unit before. Miari, the hero, the wizard there, he is a Scinari. He has Deep Thinkers, and he has +1 to cast and bind and dispel all the time. So he's a little bit of an upgrade over a standard Scinari, because even after using Deep Thinkers, he has a +1 that can combo with other effects like rerolling and Aether Quartz. He can use the 2+ Bodyguard. However, the Bodyguard, the other models in this unit are also a Bodyguard, and you have to use that Bodyguard. So if he takes damage, you have to try to pass it off. You can't decide to or not decide to, and then pass it off to Bladelords instead. He does have a cool signature spell. Missile weapons are -1 hit on friendly units wholly within 6 inches of him. This doesn't require Lumineth units, so if you have allies, you can give them -1 hit and stack Protection of Hysh on them, which is cool. And this does stack with Shining Company to negate all-out attack, even against shooting. So nice little piece of utility. It's cool to have a unique spell. The problems start to come in when you look at the point cost, you look at the damage profile, you look at the requirements. He is a 1-spell wizard with 2 Sentinels, let's say not really, 2 Bladelords and 2 Stoneguards. Like, that's not worth 240 points. He is locked to Umetrica, but can't benefit from other subfactions, so you can't get bonus shots in Helon, you can't get the casting bonus in Zytrek. You can't use Greater Power of Hysh to give this unit 5+ Sun Metal like you could with Bladelords. And, you know, if they do hit rolls of 6, they do 1 mortal wound, and I believe it's instead of, but I could be wrong about this because frankly I don't care that much about this unit, but I'm pretty sure it's instead of their normal damage, and it's not obvious that 1 mortal wound now is better than a potential D3 damage if you get the wound and the rend. So, totally overpriced. This could be useful if it was much cheaper, like it could be an interesting Scinari alternative. But it is locked to Umetrica, which is a huge downside for a unit like this. So D, not seeing a lot of use for this guy. Great models though. These 4 really make me want to play Lumineth. Just everything about it is so cool. First up, the first endless spell is the Hyshian Twinstones. Changes in this edition. It's a lot easier to cast because it's no longer predatory. It doesn't move around, so wherever you cast it, that's where it stays. And after using its effect, it dispels itself, which means you have to cast it every single time you want to use it. You can't cast it one turn and then bank it for the next turn. You have to, well, you still can, but like you can't continuously get benefit from it. Once you use it, it's gone. You have to recast it. So if you've never used these guys, they have a range of 6. They're set up wholly within range of the summoner, and you place a dice next to it. It starts at 1, and every time you cast a spell with a friendly wizard, other than the spell to summon this, obviously, you accrue that by 1. So if you cast 4 spells around it, it goes up to a 5, and then any other Lumineth wizard can take that away and add it to their casting roll. So if you have, for example, you're trying to cast Total Eclipse, and you have 3 Vanari units, they all cast their spells, and this thing is now as a 4 next to it. Then you go to cast your Total Eclipse, and then you get a +4 from the Hyshian Twinstones. That's really the niche of this thing, is hypercasting, like getting your spells pumped up to reliable uses, because a lot of the wizards in this army are +0, aside from Teclis, autocasting, and like Deep Thinkers. This is probably your next best, like, I want to cast 1 spell and I really want to make sure it goes off. I don't want to reroll, I just want it to cast, period. So this doesn't stop miscasting, right? So even if you roll a 2, it doesn't matter how many bonuses you have, it can still fail. But it's only 50 points. Really easy to fit this into lists, and it helps you cast those super hard spells that you really want to cast, even after you use up your Deep Thinkers on them. Because you don't necessarily want 3 Scinari that all know Total Eclipse, because you're not going to take a spell enhancement. What you want to do is like Total Eclipse, Deep Thinkers 1 turn, and then Protection of Hysh another turn, and then try to just fish for those casts the other turns. This thing can help you get those casts off. And if you have a bunch of Vanari, which we recommend, I think that's the way to go, and then you can power it up. And you can also raise the casting value past any potential unbinding value from your opponent. If you raise a spell up, if you cast on like a +2 with Zytrek, and then you have a +6 from this thing, you're now casting on +8, well, you're probably going to cast at such a high value on your dice that your opponent just can't unbind it. It's not possible for them to roll it. And you don't have to wait until the maximum, right? Like, you don't have to get up to a 6. Sometimes a 4 or 5 is enough to just guarantee the cast, because if you are trying to cast on an 8, for example, a +5 means even if you roll a 3 on the dice, which is the minimum, that's not a miscast, that's a guaranteed cast. It went off, right? And I think that all of that combined, all this little utility, I think that is worth 50 points. I think this is a nice little spell. Now, it competes with Chronomantic Cogs. I think you can use both in a list, but just spending 120 points to boost your casting reliability is a little questionable, but you can always reroll with Shrine Luminor and with Aether Quartz, so I don't know if you need Cogs. This thing offers something nothing else does. It does dispel itself after you use the bonus, so you have to have a wizard cast it, and then you have to cast other spells, so you're going like 5 or 6 casts per turn, and you want them as reliable as possible, so probably going into a Zytrek style, which we'll talk about subfactions in a bit. What do you guys think? Would you consider using these?
Yeah, I think in Zytrek it makes a lot of sense, right? Like you're continuing to keep the pressure up by casting so well that even, like you pointed out earlier, it's just a little strange that the Magic faction doesn't have a bonus to cast Inherent on some of these casters, most of the casters. And you need to get that from a subfaction, which is obvious. That's what they balanced it around. So this kind of leads into that, and it's one that your opponent's not really going to want to unbind too, because it's like, well, why would I unbind this? and it makes for an interesting play method. You wouldn't expect something like this to be so powerful until it is, and it's consistency in the game that wins games more so than crazy powerful effects, which this is in a way.
Yeah, it competes with one of the spells we're going to talk about next, but I think it's got some uses outside of Zytric actually. Where I think like someone like Helon, if you wasted your Deep Thinkers like Paul said, and you want to cast a high value spell like Protection of Hysh or Total Eclipse, I think charging this up with Empowers and then casting that spell kind of reliably is going to be a play in a lot of factions.
Mm-hmm. Or how about casting Transporting Vortex, right? The Windmage doesn't really get casting bonuses. So especially outside of Zytrek, like if you're playing a Helon Windmage list, which will be common, I think, then this thing can give you like a +3/+4 to cast Transporting Vortex, which is pretty much exactly what you need.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So B tier, definitely playable. I could see it even creeping up to A. It depends on how list construction falls, how much people really need that one spell to go off. If games go longer, the Hyshian Twinstones get better because Deep Thinkers, you burn that early and then you're just hoping to roll, so this thing can slot in easily. If the game stays as fast as it is, round 1, round 2, that's really what matters. Maybe not. Could go down to C, but it's not unplayable by any means. Unlike the Sanctum of Amyntok, which has received no changes going from 2nd to 3rd edition, I believe. If you're unfamiliar with what this spell does, and I don't blame you, I didn't know what it did because I'd never seen it before. Casts on a 7, and it has a range of 3. You have to set up the pieces around the caster with the caster in the center. The caster has +1 save, and enemies have -1 to hit you. But if the caster moves for any reason, it dispels itself. Or you just can't move. I forget which one it is. I think you just can't move.
You can't move.
Yeah. It's only 50 points, which is nice. It stacks with Lookout Sir to deny enemy hit bonuses if they have all-out attack, and then you can funnel those wounds into Bladelords if you're a Scinari. Yeah, that's the extent of it. I can't understand when you would want a small support wizard to cast this. Can't be cast by Teclis. It has to be set up wholly within 3, right? So any larger unit can't cast this. Vanari units, I don't think, can cast this. I don't know if you can even fit 10 models within this thing. Definitely can't fit 20 or 30. The caster can't move, which sucks. It dispels itself if the user is removed. So if you're transporting Vortex or if the model is slain or something, it's gone. And it has to be set up more than 3 inches from all other units, terrain, and objectives. And how this army deploys is like huge. You don't have space for that. You want to keep tight formations. So when are you going to be kind of out on your own, off to the side, doing your own thing? If you want to protect a Scinari, just use Bladelords. I don't know what the point of this is, because you could just like stick your guy in the Shrine Luminor, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, it's a movable garrison. Basically, it's like if you want to occupy a space that you don't want to give up to be in position for something. It's like it's like we have our Dias Arcanum, which is like a moving garrison. This is essentially to give you a garrison if you want it somewhere.
Yeah, in an army that can place a garrison when the battle starts.
Yeah, I mean, you can. I guess if you like move up your caster and you think they might be vulnerable, you deploy this thing.
How big of an effect would need to balance out this whole cannot move thing? Like, would it need to be like a +2 to cast or something crazy for this?
Well, I wonder if it can be if someone can attack you in melee with it.
Oh yeah, because you measure all visibility to this thing.
No. I'm talking about melee attacks.
Yeah, all range and visibility to this thing.
Oh really? Oh my gosh! Yeah, so it's literally a garrison.
Yeah.
It's not even great.
Basically just it's like a if you move outside the shrine and you need a garrison in the middle of the board or something, this is it.
Yeah, this is worse than just not having it in your army, because you're spending points on it, and you don't even have to cast it. You're just spending points on it. Your list is better off without this thing in it, trying to get a triumph. It's really bad. Yeah. There's no reason to take this thing.
Yeah, I don't know who this is for, if I'm being honest. Yeah.
Maybe if it was 10 points. Maybe. Just for like...
I could say the same for a Dias Arcanum. I don't know why that thing is 40 points. It should be like 20.
At least you can move with the Dias.
Yeah. And you move fast.
And you can like teleport a couple inches in the hero phase by casting it, right? So that can come in handy. This thing, I don't know. I don't think that teleporting in the hero phase matters for this thing. No, it doesn't, because you set this thing up around the caster. So
yeah, you can't even teleport.
It's terrible. Just terrible. Okay, moving on. Rune of Petrification. I was pleasantly surprised by this thing. It has received 0 changes in this edition. I think it's just cheaper now. Let's look at the stats here. And at the start and end of each movement phase, your movement phase, enemy movement phase, every movement phase, each unit within 6 inches on a 4+, you take D3 mortals. So it's kind of like the lightning vortex in that respect. If you cast this on your turn, at the start of the movement phase, every unit 4+ D3. End of your movement phase, your opponent hasn't moved, 4+ D3. Unless your opponent dispels it, and it's a hard dispel because it's an 8 because it casts on a 7. Then at the start of their movement phase, 4+ D3. And if they don't move out of range of it, 4+ D3. So at least 3 chances to do 4+ D3 until they move out of range of it, which is really good. Really good damage output. And then the cherry on top is that units within 6 inches also have -1 run and -1 charge. So this is really good for blocking reserve charges. You can just stick it out there if you can predict kind of like, I want to protect this flank. Don't come charging down this flank. You'll have -1 charge, right? Really useful. And it's only 40 points, right? Only 40 points for one of the best spells in the game. This effect is so good. It's just so efficient at 40 points. I love it. It can spike high and deal like 9 mortal wounds potentially before your opponent can move. So it casts on a 7, has a range of 18 inches, and then it affects units within 6, giving you an effective threat range of 24 inches. Yeah, it's not easy to dispel, right? It requires an 8, and your opponent is dedicating resources into that, and you're probably going to be the army with better casting, so them spending dispels on this is good for you. But the downsides is that a 7+ cast, that's that territory where you start thinking, okay, I need Deep Thinkers or Teclis or Zytrek bonuses or Aether Quartz rerolls. Like, it starts getting into the range of you kind of need to start using resources. And it deals mortal wounds in the movement phase, which means you can't make space with it for transporting vortex. Like, you can't clear out some models and then teleport units in range, which is usually a use for endless spells that they deal. No, it's not even the case because it's at the end of the movement phase, your spells will move. But like direct damage spells, right? So really hard to find downsides for this thing. At only 40 points, the damage potential, the negative run charge modifier. This is a very strong spell. I'm very enamored with it. I think it's an S tier spell. I think you really put this in most lists.
I think most lists can afford it. Lumineth list building is very you'll have an awkward 100 or so points left over at the end of it. So this thing is like a perfect addition to it.
Yeah, in all my list, I was definitely counting on this to be a spell in them from the very start. Helps you do what you need to do. Keep people off you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, you're a castle army. Anything that can slow down your opponent from reaching a castle and hit them with 4 mortal wounds while you're at it.
Yeah, disincentivize them from certain areas.
Oh yeah, just think about the movement penalties this army can do, right? Half your movement with the Stonemage, half your movement with Overwhelming Heat. This thing giving you -1 run, -1 charge. Like, that's a gross amount of control of movement.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Plus total eclipse, so you can't just auto run out of it.
Yeah, you can't just run 6. I mean, you could if you wanted to spend that command point, right? But that's not very good. 2 commands to run 6. Not sure about that. It's rough, man. This is a rough control army. With all the War Scrolls out of the way, let's take a look at the Allegiance abilities. We are going to use basically the same ranking system we have before, and S tier is very high impact. It defines the list, and it's also something that's very good. All the way down to F tier, which is never worth using, too niche, could be usually not a points issue. Points issue is usually like a D tier type thing. But with Allegiance ability, since there's no points, it's all about opportunity cost. So it's just a little bit different. Starting with the Shrine Luminor, which was not reviewed in the War Scroll section because there's no opportunity cost. There's no point values. You just get one of these in your list all the time, so there's no reason to consider it separately compared to other War Scrolls because you're just going to have one. There's nothing really, there's no opportunity cost. So quick notes here. Setup, it's done after territories are determined, before you deploy any units. Pretty standard for faction terrain. This thing has to be deployed wholly within your territory, which can be a problem on some of the smaller deployment maps that we're seeing, like in this season. What's that? I always forget the name of it. There's that one battle plan that has like the tiny strip. Realmstone Cache. Yeah, that one. That might actually be a problem to place this thing on there, because it also has to be placed more than 3 inches from all objectives and terrain. So it can be a bit of a problem to place this thing sometimes in the optimal spot. So what does the Shrine do? Why do you want one in your list? Why do you want to go out and buy one and paint it and bring it to your army? Well, it can be garrisoned by a Lumineth hero that doesn't have a mount and is not a monster, which means basically your Scinari's, your Stonemage, Once per round, the garrisoned unit can use a command without spending a point, which is very useful. This Lumineth are not an army that wants to spend tons and tons of command points, and being really efficient just makes it even better. They're not the type of army that is going to use a command point in hero phase, command point in shooting phase, command point in charge phase, command point in combat phase. They're a lot more reserved with how they approach their command point usage, but having extras is always good. One Lumineth unit wholly within 12 inches of this shrine can reroll 1 cast, 1 dispel, or 1 unbinding per turn, which is a very useful thing. You don't want to have to use your Aether Quartz early unless you have to. This also allows you to reroll a spell with one unit and then use Aether Quartz to reroll on another, which increases your casting efficiency or consistency. And the range of that ability is increased to 24 inches if you have something garrisoned inside. So after your initial castle deployment is finished, you can garrison this thing and start rerolling spells from further away. This is a really good place to hide something like a Stonemage or a Windmage, because in addition to all the other benefits, garrisoned units just have +1 to save and -1 to hit, and that will stack with Lookout Sir. So if you have pretty much any unit in this army standing next to it, even through all-out attack, you're going to be -1 hit, which is very useful. Like I said, Stonemages and Windmages, they can't use Bladelords, so having any additional defenses is good for them. And garrison Scinari units can still use the Bladelord bodyguards, which makes them incredibly tough. Your Enlightener is probably not going to get shot off the board if she's hiding in here with a unit of Bladelord nearby. Downsides, it's big. It's one of the bigger pieces of terrain, and it can be pretty difficult to find a place for it, like I said, with deployment. It can't be used with the Lord Regent, which is... I don't know how much of a downside that is, given how much he's not going to get played, but it's worth mentioning that he is mounted, so he can't use it. And when it's not garrisoned, and they clarified this in the FAQ recently, when it's not garrisoned, enemies can just walk underneath it. Just walk right underneath it, like it's not even there. You don't have to climb it, don't have to walk around it. So pretty, not very good for denying space. So this is not, we're not ranking this, it's just this is what your army gets. It's almost like a battle trait. So there you go. You're going to put one of these down every time you play. Starting off with sub-factions. The first one here is Ymetrica. Margonk, why don't you take this one? Because I think you've done the most looking into Ymetrica as a sub-faction.
Right, so Ymetrica is like what we call the showcase faction. It's the one that receives the ignoring an additional point of rend on Stoneguard other than the -1. So anytime you attack a Stoneguard unit, they are ignoring -1 and -2 rend. It's not reduced though; it is ignore, so that which makes it different. -3 rend will still get through, and it makes the Stoneguard battle line, which makes them gives them the ability to double reinforce. Now, this is a good ability, but the only issue that I have in this edition is that in this edition of the GHB is that it makes Stoneguard battle line, which makes them super vulnerable to bounty hunters, because every point of damage that goes through will kill a Stoneguard unless they're using that trait to give them 3 wounds. The other thing is, and I think Paul and I had a discussion about this outside of this review, was how common is -3 rend? How often can you not just like save stack on these guys normally to like a 2-up save? And how beneficial is ignoring rend entirely over wardens? And I guess this part is, I think, in my opinion, situational. You can still wear them down with mass fire, like crossbow adjudicators would do great against these guys, against Ymetrica, but the only reason you would take Ymetrica now, because since all the sub-factions for 3.0 have been streamlined, is to heavily invest in Stoneguard, Alarith units with the Stonemage, and possibly like either Avalenor or Spirit of the Mountain. So overall, I would say probably A tier next season, but yeah, I would agree with the B tier ranking now, since we talked about Stoneguard and how, despite the fact that they're good units, they still need a lot of support, which unfortunately drops them down a tier compared to Warden.
Yeah, I definitely agree with a lot of what you said there, especially that point about how common is Rend 2 in particular, because like Rend 1, you don't need your Ymetrica to benefit from it, right? So you can just bring Stoneguard in another list, and then ignoring Rend 1 is fine. If you get hit by a Rend 2 attack, it's like it sucks. You could have gone Ymetrica, but just how common exactly is Rend 2? That's the question you have to ask yourself, because there are a lot of units, especially as Stormcast players, we have a lot of units that have Rend 2, Grand Hammers, Fulminators, Stormdrake Lances. There's a lot of things that hit you with Rend 2, but there's a lot of things that aren't Rend at all. They're just a save debuff, like Night Haunt's Wave of Terror, or the Purple Sun effect, or things that reduce your characteristic, or just mortal wounds that go right through it. Now, I know some of the Alarith units have a ward against mortal wounds, but this, I think what this sub-faction is actually leaning towards isn't so much Stoneguard, even though it does make them battle line. You think, oh, I should bring as many Stoneguard as possible. I actually really like this sub-faction for the Spirit of the Mountains, the Avalenor, and for the other guy, because they can get to a 2+ save, while the Stoneguard can max out at 3+, because there's a max of +1 to save roll. So even if you're ignoring Rend, you're popping Aether Quartz, you can still be saving on 3s, and you can still just lose a lot of models, which is really rough. Whereas
I think that's a really wise assessment. Yeah, I think it's much better for those let's call them behemoths, because they can save stack to a 2-up. So if you're hitting them with lots of shooting that is high quality, -1 or -2 Rend, or something that's no Rend at all, they're still going to be saving all of that on a 2, which is really, really good.
Right, and typically the way people deal with monsters is hitting them with Rend 2 and mortal wounds. And this ignoring Rend 2 is really big, because that's exactly the target that you want to use your Rend 2 shots on. People aren't going to put, crossbow adjudicator shots on the Spirit of the Mountain. They're going to put them on the infantry instead, because they know they're a max 3+. So this is a good bonus. The problem with it is, like, once you start getting into list building, you're taking a sub-faction that only affects certain units in your list. So unless you go all in on that sub-faction, and I don't think you can with Lumineth, because they're an army that needs shooting, and they need speed, and they need magic, and Stoneguard don't do any of those.
So I was actually thinking about this, and we'll get into lists at the end of this review, but towards the end of this review. But what I really wanted to say about Stoneguard is, like, if you want to play this now in New Metrica, you have to go towards the critical mass of Stoneguard. You can't just have a group of 10 and expect them to, like, this sub-faction to be worth the opportunity cost of taking it just for 10 Stoneguard. You might want to run 20 to 30, and maybe you go minimal shooting. Maybe you only just go Avalenor and maybe a couple of Ballistas with your spellcasters or whatever. Or you go Teclis, Avalenor, third hero, probably a Stonemage, and then all Stoneguard. Something like that. But other than that, this sub-faction is going to have you're going to have trouble leaning into it now, because like we talked about, Bounty Hunters is just really, really strong against Stoneguard this edition.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
With that in mind, though, Margon, what do you think happens to its ranking once we leave this GHB and Bounty Hunters goes away?
I think it can jump up a tier, because I've seen Stoneguard in play. Now, obviously, this is mission dependent, but Stoneguard in minimal objective missions where you only have 3 objectives on the board can be incredibly strong, because you can just move them to an objective. They don't have to, like, necessarily take it immediately, and since you are Battle Regiment, you can make the choice of going first turn and just, like, running auto 6 to an objective, and just, like, staying there after you control it, and it's really hard to shift them. But what I've mainly noticed about Stoneguard is you either go all in on Stoneguard and you have to take Teclis, because the way to get Stoneguard buffs off reliably is to take Teclis and the Stonemage, or you lean in heavy with at least 10 to 20 Stoneguard. But if Bounty Hunters goes away, I think their stonks go up to at least an A tier, in my opinion. Maybe low A, maybe not like a must take for Lumineth, but certainly a very interesting defensive option, which Lumineth generally don't have. They have defensive tools in the form of -1 to hit, but they don't have something that's just tough and can occupy, like, infantry levels of space.
Yeah, that was sort of my assessment of it as well. That, like, once Bounty Hunters goes away, Metrica feels like it's a strong sub-faction. Maybe not the strongest, but totally viable for play.
My only issue is Stoneguard aren't, like, this is, like we said, leaning heavily on Stoneguard, but Stoneguard don't have high damage. Like, or, I mean, they can, if you get all their buffs off. If you get the one that gives them essentially 5-up Sun Metal weapons, mortal wounds in addition off. If you give them the extra wound, if you give them 2s to wound, yes, they can be very efficient, but you do have to sink a lot of resources into one unit in order to make that happen. So if you're leaning into 10, 20, 30 Stoneguard, not all of them are going to hit the same way. One of them is going to hit that way, and you can almost predict which one that's going to, and avoid that unit entirely, because they're so slow.
Maybe not efficient, but definitely significant once you actually put the modifiers on there.
Right. But, like, that's the thing, right? If you can see where the modifiers are going, you can just play around them.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, they are just a 4-inch move. So.
That's my biggest concern with this army is, sure, you can put in some Dawnriders to help you out, just because the Windchargers aren't going to make sense here. But in the end, I don't know. I don't see it.
That's the thing. List building for this is really, really awkward, because either you go Teclis and you have access to the whole lores, all the lores and all the things, or you go Avalenor, Stonemage, Windmage to give them mobility. But then you're not taking any Scinari for like total
Yeah.
eclipse. You're not taking Scinari for protection of Hysh. You're not taking Scinari for speed of Hysh.
Yeah.
So it's like
protection of his is huge.
yeah, so it's like, if you're not taking speed, you're not taking protection, you're not taking total eclipse, that's three of the most important tools in my opinion that Lumineth have in order to like face other armies that you're sort of like might have to cut back on.
Mhm.
And I guess when we get to list building, we'll like tell
Yeah.
you why you can't take a fourth hero, because I think a battle regiment is just important for Lumineth.
Yeah.
Period.
Dig into that deeper.
Yeah, we'll get into that discussion later, but
Well,
yeah, that's
since
why.
we're here, this is actually the subfaction I would consider not using a battle regiment in, because unlike everything else Lumineth do defensively, this is active all the time. You don't need a hero phase, you don't need to start your turn, you just automatically ignore Rend 2, and when you start the game, you have a 4-up ward on everything that matters because they'll be contesting objectives, right? You will deploy in a way to take advantage of that. So this is the one subfaction you feasibly could not do a battle regiment, I think. Which means you can go heavy on artillery, unlike the other subfactions which want a single castle all deployed at the same time. They want to take the first turn, they want to put all their buffs up, total eclipse, protection of Hysh, all this stuff, and then brace for a double. This is the one subfaction that says, yeah, I can go first, I can go second, because I'm going to bring a bunch of 36-inch ballistas. I don't think you necessarily go Sentinels with this. You could go like Loreseeker, Purple Sun, and then a bunch of ballistas, right? Like if you're going all out drops, that really changes the way you approach this army. And because these defensive bonuses are always active, I think this is the one subfaction you could feasibly do that with. It just the bounty hunter thing just kills it, man.
Right now.
That same
but
play
also
style,
not just the bounty hunter thing, but like, what would you do against like an opposing Lumineth army that has better magical tools than you? I think
you just lose.
this army's
fairly
I think you just lose. Yeah, I think that's the thing, because you have to like slow get out there to take objectives. They can shut down your magic if they have Teclis or enough like Vanari units, because they can essentially keep denying your spells, and you don't have a lot of bonuses for spell casting or anything like that in this list. They can also snipe out your units, because if you're not, unless you take Bladelords, because Bladelords cannot protect your Stonemage, for instance.
It's pretty rough, and the Stonemage carries everything for when you go heavy on Alarith stuff. The one Stonemage in your list, because I don't think you can run multiples feasibly. The one Stonemage in your list is your general, has an artifact, is casting a spell that buffs up your Stoneguard, is probably also buffing up your Spirit of the Mountain, because I really like that command trait more than the other one, which we'll talk about that. But Metrica feels okay. I don't know if it's going to jump up a tier. I don't think it's actually Bounty Hunters holding it back. I think it's Battle Regiment more than anything else, because if Bounty Hunters goes away, and let's say the new battalions aren't worth using, so many armies going back to Battle Regiment. So the one drop thing I think restricts this army more than anything else.
Yes, I would say it's about 60% Battle Regiment, 40% Bounty Hunters. If either of those things change, this becomes slightly more viable, I think. But I like it. It's like if you have Stoneguard, if you're one of those players who bought into a bunch of Stoneguard and you want to play it, it's good. I think a Stoneguard Geometrica list could easily go 3-2-4-1.
Yeah, I don't think it's a low B tier by any means.
Yeah, no, it's high B, 3-2-4-1 pretty easily. 5-0 might require a bit of luck. Yeah.
Good matchups.
Especially
there's some things that
good matchups. Yeah, good battle plans. Like I don't think Geometrica can. Yeah, I don't think Geometrica can reasonably win in like an 8 battle plan or 6 battle plan map.
I think if they face a shooting castle, they just lose. I think if they face Night Haunt, they have a really hard time against current Night Haunt.
Oh yeah,
there's so many bad matchups for this sort of.
Yeah. Because Stoneguard are just Night Haunt don't care about your ignoring run, because they're just reducing your saves anyway, and I think it'll basically come down to, can you get the hit on them before they can get the hit on you, and Night Haunt's, I guess, faster in that sense.
Night Haunt doesn't even have to fight you. They just sit in the middle of the board on the objectives and they win, because you can't push them off fast enough. This like nothing in this army, any Geometrica army, would do enough damage to kill Night Haunt except Avalenor. He's the only thing, so they would just throw useless stuff at him. Anyway, we're getting too far off topic. Geometrica's fine. I don't want to give people we're so down on it, but it's fine. If you want to play it in casual games, it's fine. There's better competitive choices. I think that's all we're getting at here.
Yeah. To be fair, this is probably the most controversial subfaction in the new book. It's caused the most stir in the community.
I mean, it recently got a 5-0, but it was mostly like Teclis, Avalenor, Stonemage, and a bunch of Stoneguard. Which like when I look at that list, I see 1,200 points of not Stoneguard winning that list, and then Stoneguard just being there as like a terrible anvil.
It's like Living City.
I think it's more around Stoneguard.
It's like Living City using Fulminators and Drakes. It's like, okay, are you really playing Living City at that point?
Yeah, you're playing like 1,200 points of Stormcast, and then like for the Allegiance ability, and then you're paying like just chaff units, I guess.
Yeah.
Next up is Seir. Sire. We'll go Sire. We're going to keep it consistent. Sire's bonus is that units start the battle with 2 Aether Cores instead of 1. And that's all it does. There are some advantages to this. It seems underwhelming, but I promise you there's some advantages. So you can activate save bonuses twice per game, right? If you're going up against double turns, and Lumineth will frequently be doing that because Battle Regiment is so important for this army, like we've been talking about a little bit. You will often face opponents going, turn after turn, they're going to be hitting you. And if you have a durable wall unit like Wardens or a big unit of Stoneguard or even Teclis, if they start taking damage from shooting, being able to Aether Quartz all-out defense one turn and then Aether Quartz all-out defense the following turn really helps you, because especially if you can get the 2-3 double after that, you're probably going to win if you've kept your key pieces alive. So that is an important aspect of this army, or this subfaction ability. There's also smaller combos here, like Lord Regent can use his Aether Quartz and keep the purest Aether Quartz effect, which gives him +1 casting to greater power of Hysh, so he can potentially do that twice per game. Wind Mages can use casting bonuses twice per game. They can, for example, sit inside the shrine to reroll and then pop a +1, so Transporting Vortex is on a 7+ rerollable, which is reliable at that point, and you can do that twice per game if you use this subfaction. And that's about where my limit, that's where I hit my limit. I can't think of any other things that you really want this for. So let's go over the downsides. There's no battle line choices, right? That you'd think a subfaction like this opening up another battle line would really open up a lot of list building options, but it doesn't offer that. This doesn't increase your damage or the consistency of your casting. It just increases the number of times you have consistent turns. Like Lumineth are going to be looking for any amount of consistency that they can find because they really want to cast their powerful spells. And that's why Teclis is so good, right? It's because he's auto-casting their best spells all the time. And this doesn't actually increase how often you do that. It's just you can do it 2 turns instead of 1, right? And that's, you don't know how valuable that is. It's hard to quantify that. You can still only use 1 Aether Quartz per phase across the army. So even though everything has 2 Aether Quartz, you're still only using 1 wizard in the hero phase, 1 unit in the shooting phase, 1 unit in the combat phase, and so on. And you're going to have tons of Aether Quartz by the end of the game. You're not going to use enough of it, and that feels wasteful. So you have to think of specific units benefiting from it multiple times, and my limit was I couldn't think of anything besides Teclis surviving, and that's about it, really, because everything else can just all-out attack for offense.
Yeah.
Right.
This one almost... Oh, sorry.
Well, there's just very little synergy for having Aether Quartz, right? Like, there's a Lord Regent, like I mentioned, but nothing else really benefits from just having Aether Quartz. Like, for example, Caradron benefit from having their little token thing, right? There's nothing like that. Am I crazy with Caradron? They have like this grudge thing.
It's Urgold, yeah.
Aether Gold, that's what it is. Yeah. It's like Caradron carry Aether Gold, and there's a benefit to having it, and it has a direct impact on what they do. Aether Quartz isn't directly impactful because all-out attack exists, and it's like a defensive thing, but you don't control what your opponent hits. Like it's hard to quantify how useful it is to have 2.
Mm-hmm. This subfaction almost feels like Celestial Warbringers, right? Where you're like, it seems kind of neat, but it doesn't really change enough, right? It's not like it's a little more impactful than Celestial Warbringers for sure, but I don't know.
Yeah, well,
feels awkward.
Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the previous book, you could activate the same Aether Quartz benefit multiple times per phase, right?
I think there was still a subfaction for that.
Was there?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a subfaction in the game that allows you to activate Aether Quartz twice per phase instead of once per phase, which is arguably better than this, but it's questionable value as well.
Iliatha? No, I don't think. We'll talk about it, but
yeah,
I don't think that works.
So overall, it's just there's not much to say about Sire. Sire, I think we determined. It feels like D tier, like almost no purpose to it. I think maybe it can get a bump up if you're using Teclis. You might consider this for very specific matchups, but the bonuses from other subfactions just seem much better, even if you're using Teclis. So, yeah, D tier is overall. Iliatha, this is the one where 2 units can use Aether Quartz in a phase instead of 1, which at first seems, even okay, because it's versatile, right? You can have multiple wizards reactively adding 1 to casting. You can have rerolls. You can have 3 different wizards rerolling between the shrine and then 2 Aether Quartz. You can fight and shoot with 3 units per turn at +1 hit using 2 Aether Quartz and all-out attack. Those are neat things that you can do, right? You can have 2 different units use Aether Quartz when they're getting attacked. So if an opponent is feigning, I'm going to put light shots in on this thing, you can pop the Aether Quartz, and that doesn't fully commit you to your defensive options on another unit. This is something Stormcast like to do. We like to shoot with 1 unit, force out all that defense and Aether Quartz, and then pick another unit and put our real damage in there. So this kind of prevents that. Not really, but it sort of does. But the downsides, again, this doesn't, there's no battle line choices here, so it doesn't open up any list building potential. This does not increase your damage. It does technically increase the consistency of your casting because you have a few spells you want to get off every single turn, and being able to reroll more than one of them is good. I don't know how useful it is to reroll more than 2 of them between the Aether Quartz and the Shrine, and let's say you have the Chronomantic Cogs, like you might just be rerolling anyway. So this is increasing your consistency technically, but it's almost marginal in how much it is.
There's just better tools.
Yeah, a big problem is that Lumineth units need to be reinforced to deal significant damage. Nothing there. Like Sentinels are 9 shots per squad of 10 guys, right? So if you want to reinforce them, and usually because you have big units, you're shooting with 1 big unit, and then a bunch of your other stuff doesn't want all out attack. So let's say you have 30 Sentinels, right? And let's go crazy. Let's go heavy shooting. 30 Sentinels, 15 Windchargers, and a Ballista. Ballista already hits on 2s. It doesn't need all out attack. You can use all out attack with Sentinels if you really want to, and then Aether Quartz with the Windchargers. There's not a lot of situations where you want to be using Aether Quartz offensively, and defensively it's kind of questionable value too. And since you have tons of command points with the Shrine, it's not like you're even getting a lot of value from saving command points, let's say, from using Aether Quartz instead. It's rough. And the fact that every unit only has 1 Aether Quartz per game, you're going to burn through all your Aether Quartz very quickly. And another thing is that 2 units at a time fight with lightning reflexes, not 3. So that's very easy to accomplish without this subfaction. You all out attack one of them and you Aether Quartz the other, and then next turn you switch it up. So for 2 rounds of the game, if you're running a double melee hammer setup, you'll have multiple turns at +1 hit already. So it's really hard to think of when you would want this to be a thing. If you want to go casting, then Zytrek is better, and we'll talk about Zytrek. If you want to go shooting, Helon is better. If you want to go melee, I'd say this is really close to being the worst sub-faction in the game. It's very close. It's really, really bad.
I think it's getting punished for 2nd edition. I think this was pretty good in 2nd edition.
Yeah, because this one was the one that
copied commands.
Copied commands,
yeah, that
right?
was the good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing really to say about this one. It's I could have just wrote D tier and not had any explanation whatsoever, and I think everybody would have understood.
It's not very interesting.
Yeah, not exciting.
On top of not being strong.
Yeah. Next up is Zytrek, which I think is the 2nd best subfaction in this army. Zytrek wizards get +1 to cast, unbind, and dispel, and that is an unbelievably strong ability. That's like 2nd edition levels of strong, right? Really, really good.
Yep.
Because even in an army that wouldn't have infantry or wizards, that would be insanely strong.
Right.
The fact that your basic unit of 10 dudes is also support wizard, really good, powerful ability. And it could have been just cast, but it's cast, unbind, and dispel. Really, really useful.
Disgusting.
Wow. So look at some pros here. Significant increase to reliability of magic. A +1 in an army that can Aether Quartz to reroll a spell, +1 makes it much more reliable.
Or in somewhere where, cogs exists in the game.
Yeah, so you just +1 all the time. You don't have to you can reroll with cogs, so you're reliably casting spells. Even units that don't cast spells like Stoneguard, Avalenor, these units that wouldn't benefit from this, they still want other wizards casting spells near them, right? Like there's always spells you want to be casting in Lumineth. I don't think it's feasible to play this army without casting. It's just too important. And the +1 from this subfaction stacks with Teclis. So if you run a list with Teclis, every single unit in your army is going to be +2 to cast unbind, and then Teclis is also doing his crazy things. This is amazing. I really like it because Total Eclipse is like a 9. So if you can make that like an 8 just off the bat for just taking a subfaction, and then Aether Quartz, you have that in addition, or you get a free reroll from your Shrine. That's awesome. That's really good. Mm-hmm. This is one of the very few ways that you can boost casting for the elemental mages, right? The stone mages and wind mages, they don't really get a lot of bonuses to casting, and it's like the Scinari and Vanari, they get Deep Thinkers for Scinari, and then Teclis can cast all their spells, whereas if you're trying to cast Transporting Vortex, you're either hoping the Windmage makes his roll, or you're using Teclis, And
Yeah.
if you're hoping for the win, like if you don't want to spend 700 points on Teclis, this is your best bet, right? Get +1 here, stack it with Aether Quartz, and then re-roll from the Shrine. So then it's a 6+ re-roll, which is quite reliable. And we'll talk about battle tactics later, but this also makes blind the enemy much better, and that actually could be a consideration, because I don't see Lumineth being the army that is just going to completely wipe out the opponent's army in 3 rounds. They're going to play tactically, they're going to play slow and patient, and they're going to win because their score is higher, not because they killed more models. They could still get tabled and win. That's the kind of army this is. So mentioning the battle tactics specifically here, and it'll lead into a conversation down the road. Downsides, there's no battle line choices here. This is a common theme in sub-factions for Lumineth, is that there are no battle line options. Frankly, it's making me glad Stormcast has as much flexibility with our sub-factions as we do. The other major downside is that even though this does give a really big boost to your consistency of casting, which I've been saying is important, this doesn't increase your damage. So far, none of the sub-factions actually increase the damage that your army's doing, and a big problem that Lumineth have, in addition to consistent casting and really wanting it, their damage is not great. Nothing in the army does like super high damage on its own. It has to all be consistent fire, and like we always say on the Stormkeep, damage is utility. If you are increasing your damage, that means you need to dedicate less resources to something. So not being able, not getting any damage boost, just getting a consistency boost is good, but the damage is really important. And I want to mention that because when we talk about one of the other sub-factions, it'll be very obvious why we rank them the way we do. So overall, Zytrek feels like an A. If the other sub-faction that we're going to talk about soon didn't exist, this would be the best one. Yep.
Yeah. I earlier I was talking about how like Teclis kind of felt a little bit counterintuitive just because he auto cast, he doesn't need the bonus, but I forgot about his +1 to cast order. That's actually pretty significant to have a +2. That's super nice, especially with cogs. Like, oh gosh, total eclipse on a 7 of rerolling. That's not fun. I mean, Teclis is probably auto casting it, but still.
Yeah. You can push it even further if you go Hyshian Twinstones. You can cast spells that are out of unbinding potential, which is really gross. Not with Teclis though, because his doesn't get modified, but other wizards. Yeah. And next up, I think this is the worst sub-faction in the game. This is worse than Anvils with Heldenhammer, without a doubt, because at least when you're playing Anvils, you can have a Stormcast army behind it, and that's a good thing. Alumnia is terrible. Vanari units in Shining Company count as 2 models instead of 1 for objective control. So it's pretty much like Expert Conquerors, except worse, and Expert Conquerors isn't very good right now. And we can discuss why it's not very good. I think a lot of that has to do with Bounty Hunters. But even if Bounty Hunters didn't exist, this is just a worse version of Expert Conquerors. Because unlike Expert Conquerors, which, you just get the bonus all the time, you don't have to be in Shining Company, you also could just use any veteran unit. This requires Shining Company units. And so short list of Shining Company is the Wardens, the Sentinels, the Dawnriders, and the Bladelords. Right? Those are the only units that get Shining Company. So those units count as 2 models, but only while they're in Shining Company. Which means if you have a squad of 5 Dawnriders, typically how people play cavalry units is they go 5 wide. That's not Shining Company. Same with Bladelords. You have to run them in this 3 up front, 2 in the back type thing. So this has to be specifically reinforced units of Vanari in Shining Company. And Dawnriders and Bladelords don't always want to be that way. So this is like you're running 30 Wardens and 30 Sentinels in order to take advantage of this really marginal benefit. Now it does help if you start losing models, and instead of being, I had 30 models on the objective, I'm down to 15, but because of this ability, I still count as 30. But that's still not that good, right? Because the Battle Shock is going to wreck you. Yeah, you can use a Battle Regiment and keep this bonus. Unlike a lot of other lists we're talking about with Battle Regiment, you don't get any other chance to use Expert Conquerors, but I don't think Lumineth would use Expert Conquerors even if they didn't want Battle Regiment. I don't think it's very good. So all the same problems that all the other sub-factions have, this one has. There's no battle line choices. It doesn't increase the damage or consistency of your casting, which is like a double sin. Some of the other ones at least help with casting. This only works on Vanari, so kind of like Umetrica only works on Alarith. Every unit that's not Vanari in this army wouldn't get any benefit at all, which is weird. They must be in Shining Company, like I mentioned with Dawnriders. It's a funky positioning you have to keep with that.
I'm gonna speak in defense of this.
Okay, please. I want to hear a defense for this.
All right, so we mentioned how this army doesn't do a lot of damage. It does efficient damage, but it doesn't do a lot. We mentioned how important it is for you to have your buffs up, your Vanari buffs up from your Scinari spellcasting defensive buffs up. We mentioned how this army is not trying to table you by turn 2, turn 3 and win the game. It's trying to play a 5-round game. Most of the time it'll not table you, but it'll win on objectives. Right?
Well, it'll win by score, not necessarily.
Yes, sorry, points. Yeah, sorry. My point exactly. And we know, because we've talked about the Warscrolls in this army and their enhancements, they'll have trouble against armies that have density of wounds. Things like Nurgle could be a problem, Beasts of Chaos could be a problem, Gargants could be a problem. Now, I want to... So if we can stack enough defensive bonuses, like let's say we are taking a Vanari heavy list, which is pretty easy to do. Vanari are really, really good in this army, because they're the backbone of this army. And we take Avalenor, and we can stack -2 to hit and a good aura. We're taking groups of 10 Wardens, we're taking Sentinels for, some effective mortal wound removal, whatever. Is it really not that useful to have Wardens, those 10 Wardens count as 20, and then, be able to basically inch out that victory with just points? Like, is it... I mean, it's not... I'm not saying there aren't efficient things you could be doing. Like, I think Helon is really great to have. I think Zytrek is amazing to have. It's just, I don't necessarily agree that this is F. I mean, I agree that you're probably not going to pick it. Over those Zytrek's buffs, you're probably not going to pick it, because that just makes your spellcasting so much more reliable. But is there no case to be made for essentially most of the army's backbone counting as double what their models are? And considering the fact that this, if you can survive against Gargants with a -2 to hit, which you will a lot of times, yeah, you could probably just outscore them after a while.
That's the argument for it. I don't think it's useless. I don't think it's completely unplayable. Maybe F was a bit harsh, but I rated Syar and Ilyatha.
I'd rate this F now because of bounty hunters, because all your Vanari will be battling.
Yeah,
basically most of them. Which means on double damage, it's the same reason Expert Conqueror sort of takes a hit, because bounty hunters just wipes them out. I think after that goes away, I think you could make a list with this and just relying on Shining Company and Avalenor to give you a -2 to hit. You have your Total Eclipse, you have your protection of Hysh up, and then you could survive just on objectives, just outscoring them and still doing your normal efficient mortal wound damage.
I think there's a case to be made that after Bounty Hunters goes away, this could leave F and go up to D. But right now, I don't see it. I think this is the worst sub-faction. I think the other ones, that same list using Syar or Ilyatha would just be better, I think. You get more tactical flexibility.
I'm landing with Morgonk. It being kind of a low D right now, even with Bounty Hunters, because you can take a battle regiment, be a 1-drop, and still count for more models on objectives.
Well, that's what I mean. We've talked about on our Stormcasting about how bad Stormkeeps are, because all the Redeemers are taking extra damage from Bounty Hunters. It only kicks in turn 3. It's really bad. This is on turn 1. If you have 10 Wardens, they will count as 20 turn 1 on whatever objective you have. A Gargant can't just inch up on an objective 1 inch, not bother fighting you, and still be yeah, I'm gonna score max points.
How you're gonna win against Gargants though is by zapping them with Gaze of Gur, and then just outnumbering them. Period. And this does help. If you've taken some losses, it helps with that. But we're talking about one matchup, a very niche scenario, and that you're fighting over central objectives.
I also see this winning against Nighthaunt, right? Nighthaunt just have way more models than you. They have 50 to 60, 70 ghosts, and if they're killing you and you can still count as more than them. Obviously not now, because Nighthaunt is, I think, busy taking Expert Conquerors right now.
Absolutely.
But I think later on it could be I could see this in C or D tier, is what I'm saying.
Maybe, yeah. We can take another look at this when the season changes, but I think right now, given the state of the game, this is an F. It seems worse
I don't think
than the other
ones I don't think it'll see play now. There's just better buffs to be had in the book, I think.
And that is definitely worth keeping in mind, is that we are trying to do this as evergreen as possible, not always considering the current season, but you can't ignore it either, right? People are going to be playing current season for a few more months at least.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And last is Helon. Dan, take us away with Helon.
Oh, Helon is the winner of the book, if you will. They were an interesting pick before, but basically Helon, you get +1 missile attack if an enemy is within 6 inches. and Battleline Windchargers. Now, it's just +1 missile attack. So in second edition, the Helon buff was a +1 missile weapon attack to an enemy that is within 6 inches, not if an enemy is within 6 inches.
Little correction there, it was within 3. And since the enemy was within 3, that was the only one you could shoot.
Yeah, so there we go. That's what it was. I apologize. But yeah, Battleline Windchargers as well. So you get +1 missile attack if an enemy is within 6 inches, and you can shoot other things. This is pretty, crazy. It's the only sub-faction that increases damage, and having most of your damage honestly come from shooting, your consistent damage at least, come from shooting. You got Sentinels, Ballistas, Windchargers, Spirit of the Mountain, Spirit of the Wind, Teclis, the Enlightener, Loreseeker even. A lot of these models have shooting attacks that can be improved here. And it makes for an interesting take when you have Windchargers that can be double reinforced because they're now battle line with Helon. They're 45 shots, 2s and 3s, -1, and ignoring wards for only 450 points, which is really interesting considering that pricing with their mobility in mind against something like Reavers, for example, that have a very similar profile, able to do similar things. But they get to ignore wards, which one of the biggest weaknesses I think that Lumineth has is dealing with mass wounds, specifically ones with wards like, for example, Nurgle. That's a huge consideration. Ignoring wards, while not being the strongest thing in some of the other factions, usually you give up power relative to your baseline. Like, for example, Dreadside the Herodins don't do as much damage as Bladegheists in their faction for ignoring wards. It kind of makes sense. Here, you get a bonus to your missile attack, so you are doing more damage anyway, and getting to ignore wards. So it's a great combo. It's super easy to get those Windchargers within 6 inches due to their mobility. Speed of Hysh is a thing. I believe they get to move 16 inches base whenever they start with the command trait with the Windmage, right? 16 inches base.
Yeah, the Windmage just makes them 16 base, and then the command trait increases the range of that ability. So
increase the range, yeah. So and they get to go ahead and do that with Speed of Hysh, 32-inch move. That's crazy. And like I talked about earlier, does not require being within 6 inches of that target unit. It's just enemy unit, and works in all phases at all times, which is extremely useful for Unleash Hell. I think the previous point is kind of important, though. You're a castle, so if someone's trying to, castle break you, they have, a Maw Crusher that came up on your models or something, and they end up within 6 inches of your Sentinels, for example, or even if you move your Sentinels within 6 inches of that Maw Crusher, suddenly you have, you're going from 29 attacks to a lot more. Wait, it's doubling for Sentinels, right? No, they have the close-up, so they can do even more than that. It's a lot of damage potential. And it's crazy because none of the other factions provide this. And going with that, like I talked about, with moving Sentinels into range, it is risky. You can't just move Sentinels into 6 inches, willy nilly, or Ballistas. And it does not work on Lyrior because they're Metrica keyworded, so they have to be taken into Metrica, which is a little sad. But
it was hard finding cons. It was really hard to find things wrong with this subfaction.
This subfaction is neat because you'd think, okay, Zytrek has a lot of casting and stuff, but you've got Teclis. Teclis already gives you a +1 to cast, and he's able to get some things going. So Teclis is pretty good in Helon. Avalenor, doubling his range attack damage, which is really decent damage, is pretty interesting. Obviously, Sentinels we talked about. Wardens, of course, are favored just because they have, they're keeping your shooting safe, which is what you're doing no matter what. Windchargers, absolute star here. They're not great in other factions, like we kind of talked about a bit, but here they absolutely get to shine. Maybe you don't necessarily have to double reinforce them, but the idea of double reinforced Windchargers, 45 shots, shooting into some Nurgle flies, even you can start to take stuff out that they wouldn't expect. Like they might not see that coming, if you will. Obviously, Scinari, you want to get your buffs off. Everything is the same as before. Teclis great, and the Windmage is extremely important for, if you get within 6 inches of an enemy and you shoot something, maybe you need to get out of there, right? So likely it's not the only unit that's there, so being able to teleport out with Windmage is extremely important.
Mm-hmm. And the Windmage is buffing your Windcharger, so natural combo. All these units work really well together. I think the only thing you may have missed is really want to draw attention to this. When you're playing a shooting castle and your opponent walks up to you and charges your front line, right? Your Sentinels, because of how much space they take up, are going to be about 9 inches away from the front line, right? Usually that's about what so you can just walk up to within 6 and just start unleashing double shots with Sentinels. That is a crazy amount of damage, and you don't have to shoot the unit that is charging you. So you could get charged by a unit of Bladegeist Revenants. You can be like, you know what, I'm going to finish them off in melee with my Bladelords that are nearby or with the Wardens that they're engaged with. And I'm just going to take those now 60 shot or 58 shots from the Sentinels. And I'm going to pour it into another unit that's across the table. And that's 58 shots doing mortals on 5s is rough, man. That's a lot of damage output. So, yep, this is a very strong subfaction. This is like 2nd edition strong. This and Zytrek feel way stronger than the bonuses from the rest of the subfactions.
Mm-hmm.
So S tier,
if you have something
easy S tier.
Yeah.
Like, might be too good. It makes me kind of think like I'd rather it if it was worse than other subfaction could see play. But really, if this was nerfed, you'd just go Zytrek probably.
Oh yeah.
So this is very strong. Very, very excited to play this. Less excited to play against it.
I mean, you said it all. It makes your shooting better. Helon makes Windchargers better. Turns them into one of the things that Lumineth have problems with, which is mass ward save, something like Nurgle. Allows them to take care of problematic units like Gotrek. Yeah, just an all-around great unit to have, like great subfaction to have, and like it just makes attacking your Lumineth Castle, which is what the playstyle is, so dangerous, because if one of your models lives, that's actually good for them, and worse for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could have a big piece that was coming up behind. You send something, like even if you sent Annihilators in, right, and they killed something in front of the Sentinels, they move into range and they shoot like, you say you had a block of dragons out, they can suddenly shoot the block of dragons with 50 some odd shots, and that's
well, it's like I think of how much pin and win is popular, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like with Nurgle, with Nighthaunt, with the Hex rates, and like just deep striking things in your face to block you for a turn. But congratulations, if you try to block Lumineth for a turn, they're just getting more efficient. So I like this. It's like a good counter to a pin and win playstyle.
Yeah, especially with Total Eclipse negating their damage output. The pin and win turns into like, you're not. What's that?
Pin and win turns into pin and cushion. Pin cushion.
It's
pin and cushion, yeah.
I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped here with me.
Here with me.
Yeah, basically.
Yep. Melee Sentinels, boys, let's go.
All right, let's take a look at
Sun Metal works in melee now, just say.
Yeah, of course. Sentinels in the melee, that's the most, and they're veterans, so they fight in 2 ranks.
Yeah, easy.
Let's take a look at the command traits. Starting off with the Vanari hero command trait. So if you're using a Lord Regent or a Bannerblade, for some reason, you can gain access to these command traits. The first one is Grand Strategist. You can add 1 to Heroic Leadership, so instead of a 4-up for Heroic Action, you can 3-up. I think this is almost unusable because the free command from the Shrine really makes extra commands unnecessary. I think even if you're not using the Shrine, this army isn't using so many command points. You'll probably rally, you'll sometimes all-out attack in the shooting phase, and sometimes all-out attack in the combat phase. So Inspiring Presence is a big one, right? But like, you don't need that many command points with this army, so taking a command trait for extra command points just ain't it.
This is literally only for the Lord Regent, right? All of these?
Bannerblade as well.
Yeah, which we discussed.
That model exists.
Like, I mean, I don't understand the point of any of these. I'll just say
that. To draw attention to the fact that you shouldn't be using these guys. It's almost like I have a new theory on why they design bad enhancements, and it's to funnel armies into particular playstyles. I think that might be the case. Where it's like,
so Stormcast shouldn't be taking heroes. Is that what you're saying?
Putting on the tinfoil hat. Hey man, I've been sitting here like at the beginning of the season. I was like, wait, maybe we just run a relic turn. That's it. Like,
yeah. I mean,
some lists did. That's all they were doing.
I mean,
look, Nighthaunt have shooting. We can't forget that. It's just so bad that it and same with Fire Slayers. It's just that their shooting is so bad that it funnels you into these melee playstyles.
I think like it makes sense I mean, the thing is, a lot of Nighthaunt is self-sufficient. Anything that you're doing with command traits or enhancements is going to be interacting with their other enhancements and command traits. Other enhancements. It's like not really interacting with your units, because your units are like well-defined in their roles or whatever.
It is interesting to see how different traits and enhancements interact with each army, and I think seeing here, this is definitely pushing you to not using a Lord Regent though, which is hilarious.
Yeah. So it'd be scary if the Lord Regent had like 8 attacks at 3 damage or something, but they don't, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Red 3 just because.
That works into our next trait here, Consummate Warrior. Once per turn, this general can reroll a hit, wound, or save. So this is Celestial Warbringers for your general. The Regent and the Bannerblade don't really do good damage, so why would you bother spending opportunity cost buffing it? And they're fragile because they can't use bodyguards, so even if you do use it, they'll probably just die because even with one save roll, if people really want to kill your general, they will. Right? There is no Slay the Warlord this season, so they're not exactly a high priority target, so there's even questionable value there. It's kind of a situation like with Stormcast where if you're killing their heroes, you're losing the game because you're wasting resources that could have been put somewhere else. And this doesn't do anything against mortal wounds, which is a big way how support heroes die these days, is they're just taking mortal wounds. So, yep, not very useful. F tier, I don't think this will ever see play. Not once. Somebody's going to play it once just to spite me now, now that I've said it. Next up is the Almighty Blow. Instead of fighting, this general can pick an enemy unit within 1 inch, and on a 2+, you deal d6 mortal wounds. This also prevents them from piling in, so it's wherever you finish your charge, or if you're playing defensively. This one's honestly not that bad, because Lumineth can fight 2 units at a time, so you pick your melee hammer, and then you pick, like, if for some reason you have a Regent in your list, you pick him, and 2+ d6 mortals. It's okay. It's not as bad as Consummate Warrior, this because their damage is bad, and this replaces their damage. So kind of fixes that problem, right? But it's still not very good. It has a chance of failing. D6 is super swingy. You can't pile in, so you're limited by your targets. People could just put something really durable in your path, something with a ward, like a 4-up ward that reflects wards the mortal wounds back onto you. There's all kinds of problems with this, and frankly, you don't want to be spending you don't want to be spending command traits buffing your damage for your 2 heroes that don't matter. So next up are the Scinari hero command traits. These are a lot more likely to be used because Scinari will be common. I think most lists will have at least 1, some will have 2 or 3, some will probably even go up higher. They'll go Warlord Battalion and get extra spell enhancement and just dominate the magic phase. So taking a look at the first one here, Spellmaster. Once per battle, you can use the magical boost from Aether Quartz without consuming the Aether Quartz. So what this means is you can either get +1 or reroll. And I'm pretty sure the way it's worded, this means you can also use an Aether Quartz to get +2 or +1 and a reroll. I'm not sure, 100%. Hopefully they FAQ this. It's a little vague. And I think this is actually important because Deep Thinkers is only once per battle. And after that, these wizards are going to be casting Total Eclipse and Protection of Hysh, which are really hard spells. So any kind of consistency boost to these smaller support heroes is actually not bad. It's really not a bad bonus, especially if you stack it with Zytrek and, let's say, Teclis, right? These are not bad bonuses. But it just seems too situational. There's a lot of better choices that are much better. Like, for example, Lore Master, which this general knows 2 extra spells from Lore of Hysh. And the more we build lists with Lumineth, the more we end up taking this one on a Scinari hero, because one of the things you really want to be doing is casting different spells every turn. Sometimes you want Protection of Hysh, sometimes you want Total Eclipse. If you have an Enlightener, you want to cast both every turn. You don't want to be casting her signature spell, which is really lousy, and you don't want to just be casting Mystic Shield, because this army has a lot of save stacking already. And I mean, you want to cast Mystic Shield, just not with her, right? Because you can't duplicate it. Knowing 2 extra spells from the Lore of Hysh without having to take a spell enhancement, which means you don't have to go Warlord Battalion, you can just stick with Battle Regiment. This actually sees a lot of value. It's a really, really good command trait. So you can have an Enlightener general that knows Speed of Hysh, so she could double it with her 3+. You can take Total Eclipse to really mess over enemy commands, and you can also take the Protection of Hysh. So we'll talk more about the spells in a bit and why those 3 are so important, but just know that Lore Master allows one of your heroes to know 2 more spells. Very useful.
This one almost feels like it's pushing you to Battle Regiment, right?
Yeah, it definitely leads into that. There's a lot of support for Battle Regiment in this army. The next one, Fast Learner, allows the general to unbind an extra spell, and they can reroll their second unbind per turn. Lumineth have so many unbinds. Having an extra unbind is not good. Rerolling the second unbind in particular, like, your opponent could just play around that and be like, well, here's my first spell, which is super important. I know you can't unbind that one, and then I'm going to throw away a spell. And if you choose not to unbind, well, it gives your opponent control over which spell you have a bonus against, which I just don't like. And frankly,
I guess they did it to make it so you use your unbind reroll from the shrine. That's it.
Yeah, pretty much. Forces you to use your unbind reroll from shrine before, and then you have to, whatever the second unbind is, you have to try. It's just not very good. And just use Master Magic. You get flexibility with Master Magic that is unparalleled. Maybe after Master Magic is gone, but probably not. I'd rather take Lore Master or Spell Master. Next up are command traits that only Windmage can take, and Windmage General actually seems common, not uncommon by any means. The first one here is Grand Wind Rider. Increases the range of Wind Leap from Wholly Within 6 to Wholly Within 24. It says to replace it. There's this huge block of text, but effectively that's what it's doing, right? The wind leap ability already exists. It works perfectly fine. All this does is it increases the range where those units are Wholly Within 6 to Wholly Within 24. And this seems really good because Windchargers are good and Transporting Vortex is good, so you want a Windmage. But if you actually look at just this effect, you kind of realize it's not that useful because Windchargers are super fragile. So the ability to Wind Leap them, like they're going to stay in your castle until they need to be deployed, and they're going to have so much movement that they're going to get really, really far away. They could just move out of range of this thing entirely. Alternatively, they stay in the range, but how useful is it to then Wind Leap them a second turn? Well, it turns out it's not as useful as that first turn. That first turn is really what you need, because in addition to just not needing that much mobility after that first turn, Windchargers are probably just going to die. They're super fragile. They're 2 wounds apiece on a 5-up save, 10 wounds in the squad. They're just going to die, and there's not really much you can do to save them. So after that initial deployment, that's when you would take advantage of this command trait, and they're probably either dead or it's not very useful. So this trait is nice. It gives you more ability, gives you a bit of room for error in your positioning, and you can deploy further away, but it's really not as good as you think. Next up is Swift, which gives the Windmage 3-inch move. I don't know why you would ever want 3-inch more move on this hero. Yep, pass. Terrible.
Keep up with the Windchargers? I don't know.
He does.
Grand Wind Rider.
Yeah, he does.
And you really keep up.
He moves 16 on his own. He's already keeping up with them, so I don't know why you need an extra 3-inch move on him. If there's something I'm missing, let us know in the comments. I have no clue what this is for.
This is so he can score this one's mine, obviously. Right up on the weakest possible thing, and then just bop it.
Gravity Defying Champion. Once per battle, you can reroll 1 run and 1 charge and 1 casting roll. Rerolling run and charge, not very good, but rerolling casting is really good because he has a very good spell that he wants to reroll, but he can already reroll once with Aether Quartz, another time with Shrine of Luminor, and then he can just take Master of Magic and reroll it every turn instead. So maybe once Master of Magic is gone, this might see play as the last pick, or you know what, all I care about the Windmage for is his casting, and I need to make him the general for reasons, so there you go. He can take this. But Master of Magic is just strictly better.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about Stonemage command traits. The first one, this is my secret favorite one. I really like this one. I can't find a list that it works in really, but I love it to death. You add 1 to the Spirit of the Mountain missile weapon attack, which, as a reminder, it's a 25-inch blast that's on 3s and 2s, Ren 2 d6. So this becomes 2d6 damage, and if you're playing Helon, it stacks with that bonus, so you can get up to 3d6 at 2s and 2s, because you can obviously all-out attack this guy. Ren 2 with Purple Sun, it's Ren 3. It's actually like a freaking cannon strapped to this mountain's back, and I love it. And it works on a Avalenor. So if you're not using a regular spear, if you're using a Avalenor, you could pay 120 points and basically get a cannon strapped to him, which is actually useful. So the problem with that idea, obviously, is that that's a leader slot in a battle regiment. That's a really hard thing to invest in. Yep, but I like this. I like this one. I think it's pretty good. I think it's not just in that Ymetrica Stoneguard package. I think this works fine outside of that as well. Avalenor is going to be a popular pick in a lot of different subfactions, so just bringing a Stonemage General is... there's better choices, but it's not a bad choice. Next up is Enduring. I think this is for flavor, right? Like if Hurakan gets +3 move, this guy gets +3 wounds, you got some symmetry there, sure. And it's actually not as bad as +3 move because the Stonemage can't use Blade Guards or Bladelord bodyguards. So this actually helps him quite a bit, Unfortunately, Bravery 8, he's not going to heal back very reliably or very much. But if your opponent wants to kill him, he's dead. There's not really much you can do to save the Stonemage. Yeah, this won't be it. And if you're taking Stoneguard, you definitely want the next one here, which is Unyielding Toughness. Each turn, 1 Stoneguard unit gets +1 to their wound characteristic. They have to be wholly within 6 of the general, so he has to be pretty much nestled inside the unit and moving up with them. And yeah, +1 to wound is huge. Going from 10 wounds per squad to 15, or from 20 to 30, that's a huge amount of extra wounds that your opponent has to deal in order to take that unit off the table. A double reinforced unit gets even scarier, going up from 15 wounds to... Nope, did the math wrong. 30 wounds to 45. So that's really useful. It doesn't have to roll, unlike a lot of other effects in the game where you have to roll a 2+ or some bravery nonsense. Nope, it just happens. The only restriction is being there at the start of your hero phase, and it lasts until your next hero phase. And I'm pretty sure this lasts even if this model is dead. So, because it's not an aura, it's like a pulse effect.
It's an applied effect, yeah. It's like the Castellan's +1 to save light,
right?
Basically,
yeah. Even if the Stonemage dies after that, until your next hero phase, that effect lasts. I don't. The downside of this obviously is you have to go heavy into Stoneguard because one unit of Stoneguard could get wiped out. Let's say you just go, 10 or 15, and then your opponent just wipes that unit out. Well, now you have a command trait that's not doing anything. So you got to go like 2 squads of 10 or maybe 1 squad of 15, and you fully buff them up. I think that's the way to go with this. And it's a good command trait, really good. It just requires a list that is leaning too heavily into that style, I think. And the universal command traits, these are always worth going over for every army we do a review for. Real quick, Battle Lust, reroll 1 in charge, no, terrible, F. Skilled Leader, 5+, you generate an extra command point, no, you don't need command points, we talked about this. It's not as bad as Battle Lust, but it's pretty bad. High Priest, there's no priests, F. Heroic Stature, +1 wound, no, not impactful enough, you can get way better than this is terrible. Master of Magic, S tier, awesome ability, probably too good at this point, probably going to get nerfed. But if you're playing Age of Sigmar, you know what this does. You can reroll 1 cast, 1 unbind, and 1 dispel per turn. It is incredibly strong in an army like Lumineth, which want consistent casting because their spells are everything. Like they just fall apart without their spells active. So any amount of consistency to it is really, really good.
Go ahead,
All right, starting off with the artifacts here, we got for Vanari Hero, which is of course our 2 wonderful great Vanari heroes. We got the Scinari, I'm assuming it's like Scinari Pommel, which gives the bearer 1 more Aether Quartz, which is convenient for him specifically, for the Lord Regent specifically, because he if he has 1 Aether Quartz available, he gets to keep his bonus for the, I believe it's called Perfect Aether Quartz.
Yep. -1 to hit or something.
Yeah, so it's good to have for him, but again, because he is niche, this is niche, and yeah, I mean, I get what they were going for with this, but it's still just not a great hero for not a great artifact for an okay artifact for not a great hero. And then gosh, why are these names so weird? The Sinlui Amulet, which gives the bearer run and charge, which can give him a 16-inch plus 6-inch if you, because you can of course use auto run to get to a 22-inch move and then charge with the Lord Regent, but he's not exactly a beat stick, right? He's not even like a Lord Celestin on Dracoth where he's gonna, he's like 1 Fulminator on his own. So there's not really much reason for it, as well as why not just cast Speed of Hysh and just double it, and you can move even further. So it's bad artifact for not great hero. And then you've got the Waystone, which I thought was kind of interesting, at least if it could have been used for like some other hero, or I don't even know, like if you could put this on like the Light of Eltharion or something. But basically it's just a teleport. Once per battle, instead of making a normal move, you teleport within 12 inches and more than 3 inches away from enemies. You can charge after using this, which is pretty crazy. Cannot be used to retreat because you do have to be able to make a normal move. And you cannot use it after teleporting with Transporting Vortex because, of course, you cannot make a normal move after using Transporting Vortex, much like every other teleport in the game. I mean, the Bannerblade, the mortal wounds on it are very unreliable. It's almost negligible. And the Lord Regent is already very fast. So, again,
not really
great
worth it.
artifacts for our unfortunately lower tier heroes.
Yeah, if it was, after moving you could teleport, then you could do something like Lord Regent, 32-inch flying move, 32-inch move with Speed of Hysh, and then you could teleport, but this is instead of moving, so it's like, why? Yeah. You can't even use it to retreat. You get in position for something, right? But it's in the movement phase, so it's not like you can get in position for a spell. I don't understand the point of this one.
Mm-hmm.
It might have been interesting with Transporting Vortex to get in range for like a short range spell. I don't even... grasping at straws here.
He's just not a frontline hero. He's a 6 wounds, 3 up save, 5 attacks at 2 damage. Like just
he's a Stormcast hero.
So basically a Stormcast hero.
Yeah. Well, even Lord Celestin on Dracoth would be more interesting with this,
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to teleport Lord Celestin on Dracoth 3 inches away from the opponent. Yeah.
But no.
let's look at the Scinari artifacts, which are much better. The first one is the Phoenix Stone. Once per battle, when another Lumineth hero within 12 inches, so not the bearer, but a different one, on a 3+, they ignore all the damage they're about to take, and they heal D3. So this does work against Overkill, unlike a lot of 2nd edition artifacts that did not. They've started wording a lot of these revive abilities in this way. So which heroes do you really want to save? It's any Lumineth hero, so it could be Avalenor, it could be your Windmage, it could be your Stone Mages. This is a good way to keep them alive. The biggest target for this, of course, is Teclis, right? Because Teclis is 16 wounds on a 4-up save. He's the core of your army. When you bring him, he is such a huge thing that if your opponent can kill him early, the game's pretty much over. And being able to revive Teclis on a 3+, that's worth an artifact slot. Because you're going to bring Scinari anyway, right? Even though Teclis is the best caster in the whole book, you're still going to bring supporting wizards because they have, in particular, the Cathallar combos really, really well with Teclis, so that's really good. And the bearer, as a Scinari, can use Bladelords, so it's not like you're going to lose this artifact before Teclis dies. You're very, very likely to survive, and that's a great combo for keeping Teclis alive. This is one of the only ways you can keep him alive from, let's say, Stormcast shooting or Daughters of Cain double tapping or all this nonsense. Is it a must take? Like, if you bring Teclis and you don't have a Phoenix Stone, do you just feel stupid? You know, like, people are like, oh, which hero has the Phoenix Stone? Because I got to kill them, and then I got to kill Teclis. And if you say, well, no, I just didn't bring the Phoenix Stone, they'll be like, oh, okay, I shoot Teclis. It's over.
Yeah, I mean, the only other contender is the next one, the Silver Wand, which is literally just, it's Arcane Tome, but not as great.
Yeah, it's worse. It's worse than Arcane Tome.
It's just cast one more spell in your hero phase, not, another unbind or anything. There's no other extras to it. It's just an extra spell cast, which is fine, because if you can't run like an Enlightener, for example, and you want to run multiple spells, you can go ahead and run this and, for example, have Lore Master, and then if you're trying to save on points somewhere, it could come up. Scinari are of course likely to survive because of Bladelord Bodyguards, which gets you a bunch of value for a bunch of turns. They can be in the garrison, so that can help out a ton. But yeah, it's just, why not just take an Enlightener? Enlightener's pretty good.
Like, points, right? You can take extra. It costs extra points. You might not have it, and the one Enlightener can take Lore Master. The second one can't. So the second one is going to be casting one spell plus Mystic Shield or an endless spell. So you're more limited. But this is fine. Like, this works really well with Lore Master. And I think we're assuming there's a world where Arcane Tome is removed or nerfed or something, right?
Right. This is kind of weird.
It's like a replacement for it, so they can keep it. So you can go Lore Master on an Enlightener, and she knows 3 spells and can cast 3 spells, which is really good. Because all 3 of the spells she would be casting are excellent spells. So A tier, it seems good. Really, really good.
Yeah.
And then the Rune of Senthoi is +1 to Unbinding and Dispelling for each Scinari hero within 6 inches. So if you have, for example, an Enlightener with 2 Unbinds, and if you take, let's say, that gimmicky command trait we were talking about with an extra Unbind, you get +1 for each Scinari hero. Most lists will have somewhere between 1 and 3 Scinari. I don't think people are going to go that crazy on them, because if you take too many Scinari, then you just don't have enough other units, and once you have like 4 or 5 of them, you should just take Teclis instead. It fits your list better. 1 Scinari with Teclis. Teclis already has the auto-bind, so it's kind of it's not bad, right? It's just that there's better options for unbinding. In most other armies, this would be very good. A +1 to unbind is a good artifact. Lumineth are spoiled for choices when it comes to unbinding, so I don't think it's that good. But you're better off focusing on your offense than your defense with your hero loadout, let's say. Let's look at the Windmage artifacts. First up, the Windblast Fan. Once per battle, you can force an enemy within 3 inches to retreat. I had a hard time rating this one because it's really hard to know exactly how good this effect is going to be. Because if there's no setup, like enemy turn, I have to retreat with a unit, which means they can't charge usually, right? If you're Nighthaunt, obviously. But if you retreat, you can't charge, you can't shoot. That turns over for that unit, and that's a huge effect. Like if you hit a bunch of like Grand Hammers or Storm Drakes or something with this effect, that's a brutal turn for the Stormcast player. We're talking like Archaon can't even ignore this, right? If Archaon gets hit by this, he has to retreat. These are huge effects. The problem is you have to survive a combat phase with the hero. And on your turn, in order to get within 3 inches, you have to charge in. right? Or pile in during a previous combat phase. So you're charging in, you have to be within half an inch, which means your opponent can definitely hit you. If your opponent charges in and you survive the combat, and let's say they double you, which is a very common scenario I think Lumineth are going to have to deal with, then this can really mitigate that double turn. I think this is a good artifact. Unfortunately, it's just not useful in many scenarios, but in the right scenario, if you're worried about particular matchups, this is very good. This is like a nice insurance policy against double turns. Then the Windstone, once per battle in the shooting phase, you can roll a dice and deal mortal wounds. 2, 4 mortal wounds, something like that is usually what it's going to do. It's okay. You have to pick an enemy within 18, which if you're playing a super long range shooting castle, the Windmage might not be within 18, and then he might just be dead before you can use it. It is random, unreliable, but doing a little spike mortal wound, like 2 mortal wounds, is that worth an artifact? Is that worth your 1 artifact that you get in a battle regiment? Probably not. 4 mortal wounds on its own won't destroy anything, even best case scenario. And there's wards against these sorts of things. So it's an okay artifact. It's not bad because this army does want more damage, so finding more damage in artifacts isn't the worst thing in the world. There's just much better choices. Like this next one, which is the Buffang Asperagillum.
Asparagus?
No, it's not the word you're thinking of. There is a real word, which...
Asperagillum.
There is a real word, and they have shifted it just enough that it's not that real word. So I have to pronounce it as it's written, which is asperagillum, asperagillum, something like that. There is
It's aspergillum, yeah.
No, that's a different word.
Well, no, you would think so, but that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
There is a real word in the English language, and this is not that word. And that's I believe... I don't want to say Catholic, but Christian priest. It's like the wand that they use to sanctify things. That's what that is. I can't pronounce it for the life of me. But this is not that word because I think maybe they don't want connections to Christianity in their game. But anyway, it's a good artifact. Let me tell you what it does. Once per battle, you can pick an enemy unit within 3 inches in the combat phase, and that unit has -1 hit and -1 wound in that phase. Windmages are very often a support wizard that is just there to teleport stuff, so giving them more utility is really useful. So what you can do is put your Windmage behind your Wardens and your Stoneguard or whatever you're trying to protect, easily get within 2.5 inches of the front line so you're safe from 2-inch weapons, and as soon as the enemy charges in, boom, you hit them with a -1/-1. You don't even have to total eclipse this, right? This works before, like even if you're getting Alpha Struck, this is still active. A -1 wound effect is huge. And a -1 hit effect stacked with like Avalenor's -1 hit or Shining Company or some other -1 hit effectively means your opponent will be on -1/-1. Wound buffs are super rare right now in 3rd edition, so this is a very, very powerful effect. In addition to all the other defensive stacking you got going on, I really like this artifact. The only downside, of course, is that the Windmage can just be shot off the board before you activate it. So if you're playing against a mixed arms list like a Stormcast, before they charge in with the Grand Hammers or with Storm Drakes or something, they'll just shoot the Windmage, and there's not really much you can do about that. Maybe a Phoenix Stone, but if you took a Phoenix Stone, you didn't take this one, so hard to know what to do. But it's good. What do you guys think about this one? I think out of the Windmage artifacts, this one kind of... I slept on it at first, and I looked at it again, and I started thinking about the situations where it could be useful.
Yeah, I think it stands out. It definitely stands out, especially if someone sends some smaller hero. Like sometimes I'll send like an Imperator to, duel another hero, if you will, and you just kind of get some things off the board. So it definitely matter, keep them alive and ready to do some spells and do some things.
Let's take a look at the Stonemage artifacts. We've been hyping up the Stonemage and all the enhancements. And it turns out there's only one good one. But the Heartstone Amulet, first one here, gives you a 4+ ward against mortals. Stonemage can't use Bladelord bodyguards, and I did say early in this review that a lot of way support heroes are dying these days is through ping mortal wounds in addition to smaller shooting. So this does help with that, but really, you're not going to stop Stormcast from killing him. This is not going to be enough, and you've just thrown away an artifact, possibly the one artifact on your list. Not very good. You can make a more tanky Stonemage if you take this and 3+3 wounds, but then you're not taking a Stonemage for the reason you care about, which is to give him command traits and enhancements that are really good. So skip this. It's not very good. The one you do want almost certainly is the Molten Talisman. A lot of the Stoneguard Alarith stuff we've ranked B tier across the board. I'd say this one stands out because you can use it with just Avalenor, and it combos with that command trait, so you can just have this nice little package of those two models, and that can slot easily into many lists. So what this one does is Alarith units, wholly within 12 inches of the bearer, have +1 to wound rolls with melee weapons, which means your Avalenor is now wounding on 2s, all your Stoneguard are wounding on 2s, this guy is probably wounding on 2s, I forget his melee profile off the top of my head. But there is a caveat that this is only active if the bearer did not charge this turn, which is, you might actually fall out of range of the aura. 12-inch auras are kind of tough if you're charging, being aggressive. It is possible that a big unit like a Avalenor with this huge base could actually just move out of range unless you're charging in, which means you're probably going to start dedicating like a run 6 command into this guy to keep him fine. That's a fine price to pay because +1 to wound rolls is an excellent effect. Avalenor and stuff, they can still charge. It's just the bearer can't charge. It's the only way to get things to wound on 2s in this whole army. And next up, real stinker here, the Magmic Hammer. Arcane Bolt deals 1 more mortal wound if this unit casts it. Stonemage should never be casting Arcane Bolt, and even if you do, +1 is not very good. Don't use this artifact, please. It's not free damage. It's not good. Don't use it. And the universal artifacts, real quick, Amulet of Destiny, 6 up ward is not good for an army that has 5 up wards. Vial of Manticore Venom, none of the Lumineth heroes are fighty, don't buff their damage, they're not worth buffing. Seed of Rebirth, you can reroll the healing from Heroic Recovery, but Bravery 7 and 8 across the board is not reliable enough, and rerolling D3 healing can actually make it worse. If you roll a 2, you can actually end up going to a 1. So those 3 are terrible, not worth considering, but the Arcane Tome is amazing. It turns any hero into a wizard, and if you already have wizard, you get another spell cast. And this is an army that will have wizards. Getting extra casts is really, really good, because even if all you do is cast Mystic Shield, you will find a lot of value from that. Very few artifacts in the game compete with the Arcane Tome. So, spells. We've been talking about how important spells are for this army, and now you're going to, after this section, hopefully understand just why they're so important. So a quick note here is that they have 3 different spell lores. This first one here is the Lore of Hysh, which can be used by Teclis, Scinari Wizards, and Vanari Wizards, and most importantly, it does not limit it to heroes. So all your Vanari infantry can cast all of these spells. If you give the Bannerblade an Arcane Tome, he becomes a Vanari Wizard, he can learn a spell. So very, very versatile. This is one of the reasons Lumineth are such a very good casting army, because even the basic wizards can learn spells, or even the basic troops can learn spells. So first up, one of the most important spells in the book, because this is not a fast army, you need Speed of Hysh, and thankfully it's easy to cast. It casts on a 5, which means even your basic Vanari troops can easily cast this one. You don't need any crazy bonuses for this. It has a range of 18 inches, and you pick a Lumineth unit wholly within range, and you double its movement characteristic. And this lasts until your next hero phase. Double movement is really, really important. A lot of units in this army are 6-inch move, a bit like Wardens and Bladelords. They only have 6 inches, so doubling that to 12 finally lets them go anywhere and do things. Without that, it's just way too slow. You're not doing anything. And you can have a lot of fun with it by doubling Hurakan movement. So, for example, your Windchargers can go up to 32-inch flying move. Your Sevireth can go up to a 48-inch flying move. So you can just be anywhere on the board pretty much with units. Very, very useful. Especially when you combine it with flying. That way you can ignore terrain and models. You can just jump past enemy armies and snipe heroes in the back line. A lot of people will just assume that that's not standard play, right? Like, oh, I have a 9-inch exclusion zone for deep strikes, but turns out you can just move into that space just fine. Not a lot of armies can do that. So excellent spell. You will have this on at least 1 unit in every single list. Sometimes multiple units. Enlightener is really tight, like learning the spell. Teclis can auto-cast it, of course, if you don't want to, rely on rolling 5s. It's pretty easy to cast, though, between the rerolls that you can get in this army and just having a low cast value. So, excellent spell. S tier easily. Next up is Solar Flare, which has a high cast on an 8+, and a short range, only 10 inches. And what this spell does is you pick a point, and either you dispel all endless spells at that point, which usually means 1 endless spell, or if there's a unit at that point, you can roll a number of dice equal to the size of that unit. So if it's 10 models, you roll 10 dice. If it's 30 models, you roll 30 dice. And each roll of 6 causes a mortal wound. So this is a really weird spell because it has a high cast value and a low range. So you kind of you think, like, do I cast this through a spell portal? Is that worth 80 points? And it gets even weirder because you can't do both effects. You'd think that if you could pick a point somehow where there's an endless spell next to a unit, if they're like touching base to base, you could maybe do both effects, but nope, you have to pick one or the other. And the best case scenario I found for this one is using it as a second chance to dispel endless spells. You've used up your first chance, you failed your dispel roll, or let's say you just want to use another dispel on another thing. Yeah, it's not great. There's way more important spells you got to be casting with this army. I will say this is one of the few sources of mortal wounds that this army can do with spells. There's not a lot of offensive magic in this army, so that is an important thing, but this is one of the worst anti-horde spells in the game. Having to cast it on an 8 and with a low range, and it's only mortals on 6s. Like, some armies have mortals on 4s against hordes. This is not that good. Next up is Protection of Hysh, which is one of the best spells in the game, perhaps. It casts on an 8, and it has a short range, so like the previous spell, high cast, short range. However, the effect is so good, it's very much worth casting. And what this does is friendly units wholly within 9 inches have a 5+ ward, which is effectively 50% more health, which is very, very strong. A lot of armies live and die by 5-up wards, and the way that Lumineth get one is by casting a spell. So it is very important to cast spells with this army. And unlike a lot of other spells, this one doesn't require Lumineth keyword. It works on allied units. So if you have Stormcast or if you have a Cron Spine, you can give them a 5+ ward, and that is pretty silly. Now, this is such an important spell, but it has such a high cast value, so you really want to be investing in things like rerolls or bonuses to cast with Zytrek, or even the Hyshian Twinstones, or even Teclis to autocast it, right? Like, you need to manage your casting bonuses properly so that you can have this spell active as often as possible, because without it, your Sentinels are just going to die to other shooting armies. Your melee units are going to crumble in melee in a single turn, and then you're just going to get overwhelmed. So, super important spell. You want this in your list. If the only reason not to use it is because you have Teclis in your list, and he has a better version of this spell that is exclusive. Yep. Overwhelming Heat is a cast of 7 and a range of 24, and you pick an enemy unit within range. You half its movement, and you roll a dice, and if you roll higher than the save characteristic, that unit also takes D3 mortal wounds. So you can pretty much ignore the second part of this. The D3 mortal wounds is whatever, it's not a big deal. Halving enemy movement is really, really important, especially halving enemy movement from 24 inches away. That is a very powerful effect. This is an army that wants to control the battlefield, control enemy movement, minimize the amount of damage they take as much as possible, and having another tool to do that is very useful. Now, it's not as important as some of the other spells that we're going to outline, so it does land in a B tier, but it's not bad by any means. I actually found a lot of use for this on Lumineth Sentinels if for some reason they don't want to cast Empower that turn. And then they can also cast Overwhelming Heat. It has a long range. It's a good secondary spell for them to use. It's just a good spell. Really consider using it. I think there's so many other good spells to pick. Don't sleep on this one. Halving enemy movement is very good.
I think in my list I picked putting it on a Loreseeker, just because he can do his Vanguard deployment and be out, get some extra reach. And it's kind of nice. You can get this off on, like, if they have a big, heavily invested model, like on the Extreme and Archeon, for example. Be kind of neat, right?
Yeah, well, he ignores spells, doesn't he? He has a spell ignore, so...
Isn't it like a 6-up, though? Or... I know it's not that crazy.
I think
don't think
like
it's a 4-up, right?
I haven't looked at the new Warscroll in a while, but I think the old one had a 4-up. I could be wrong.
I'm like 99% sure it's a 4-up.
Yeah, well. So maybe not that, but like, a squad of 4 Fulminators or another Lumineth player that, they don't want to, like Hurakan Windchargers, you half their movement. Suddenly they're only going 16 inches once you double it with Wind Leap and Speed of Hysh. So it's a really good ability to half movement. The game is won through movement. Do not ignore this ability. Next up is Ethereal Blessing. This casts on a 6, which is an easy cast. This puts it in range for things like your Vanari Infantry to cast. 18-inch range, which is okay. It's a defensive bonus. One Lumineth unit gains the Ethereal. This is not really a keyword or anything, but it just means you ignore modifiers on save rolls. This is what Nighthaunt do. They can't get bonuses, but they also can't be rended. So you can turn one of your Lumineth units into a Nighthaunt unit effectively. And this stacks with Shining Company. It stacks with the Buffeting Asperagulum. It stacks with everything. This is a very powerful final piece, like the little cherry on top to a big block of Stoneguard or a big block of Wardens, or just Teclis. Making him ignore all rend is really, really useful. But you have to think, how useful is it in an army that has Aether Quartz and all that defense that's already +2? So how, like, ignoring Rend is good, but you can already pretty much ignore Rend with all these things. So which units really want this?
My estimate, it is only really good against things when you're fighting -3 Rend. There's a lot of things in the game that you can just like pop an Aether Quartz against with all that defense and just be at a 4-up save again. So really, if you're fighting like a Gatebreaker Mega Gargant, that's probably when it comes useful.
Yep, I would. This is really good on Spirit of the Mountain, Avalenor, larger blocks of Wardens. If you're playing Geometrica and you fight something with Rend 3, okay, well that one unit can ignore Rend 3 at least, right? You can't stack this with any of your defensive bonuses, so those 4-up save units are going to stay 4-up, which really kind of sucks because it's super swingy to roll on 4s. This really starts to feel good on 3+ saves, so that's why I'm mentioning the Spirit of the Mountain. 3+ saves or like tons and tons of wounds so that you can absorb a few bad rolls, and that's why I'm suggesting 30 Warden blocks. So 30 Wardens with Shining Company and -1 hit, with Ethereal, they can't be rended, with 5+ Ward from Protection of Hysh. That's a tough unit to shift. Maybe one of the toughest in the game. So, really good spell. And finally, the most important spell in the book, I think, is Total Eclipse. This casts on a 9, but it has no range because it just affects the table. Everybody, all players there. All opponents must spend 2 command points instead of 1 for every command that they use. This is gross. This is like army defining gross. This is like the translocation from Stormcast. That's how good and important this is. You can cast it out of unbinding range for your opponent. You can just sit in the corner of the table and just automatically cast it with the Deep Thinkers or a Teclis or something. And this is so good that you want it active every turn for at least 2 turns, sometimes 3. So you almost want to bring multiple Scinari just for this, right? That might not be the most efficient thing, but if you start having to cast on 9s and you only have like a +1 from Aether Quartz and a reroll from the Shrine, well, 8+ reroll is not the most reliable thing in the world, right? So you really start thinking, well, how many Scinari can I fit into my list? Should I just bring Teclis instead? Yeah, this spell is nuts. Can you guys talk about your experience playing with and against this spell? It really does change the game.
Yeah, I have to like plan everything out. It stresses me out when going like if you get the double on them, for example, when going first and you have you'll have your 3 CP and you really want that heroic leadership to go off so you can have 2 commands that phase, because otherwise you're just not with Total Eclipse. So it really changes how you plan everything out. We of course rely on it for our holy commands, which is pretty I'm used to having, like an extra CP, like especially if I'm playing with like Imperator, for example, and I want my Call for Aid to go off, Thunderbolt Volley even becomes a choice. So it's pretty important, especially for our army who relies a lot on, we don't have many tricks and bonuses, so we just use the regular bonuses a lot. It's really impactful. Other armies, of course, have their own commands that they need to make sure go off, like for example, Night Haunt want to be able to use Discorporate all the time, and this really limits that. So that's really interesting and especially relevant because a lot of Lumineth's shooting profile is mortal wounds. Yeah, it's really good, so good. S+ tier even.
Yeah, in my experience, like having played Knights Excelsior this past year, it's probably not as relevant because I get a +1 to hit and wound against most of their targets. An extra all-out attack to basically just get hitting on 2s and Annihilators is pretty good. And obviously I have the Imperator for free CP, which this thing does not affect. So I usually get by with 2 commands a turn. It's not a huge problem for me. But against some armies, like I can see Slaves to Darkness having a real problem against this. It's a very command point heavy army. I can see Gargan's, any destruction army having a huge problem against this. Like Iron Jaws, I don't even know what they do against it. Like, do they save up for all-out attack or Mighty Destroyers? And if they use Mighty Destroyers, well, congratulations. Now their entire army now hits on 4s, which is awful for them. So yeah, it's just maybe this is baked in. Maybe this is why Lumineth damage is, like we said, they have no high damage because they need to be able to survive multiple turns. And this is how they survive. Just like, hey, are you going to all-out attack or all-out defense? Pick one and,
we bring you down to our level.
Basically. Yep.
Yeah. It has a lot of other, like all-out attack, all-out defense are the obvious ones, but there's so many other implications once you start playing games with it. Like, you play against an army that has a 4+ rally, they don't have a 4+ rally anymore. They're not rallying models. They're not spending 2 command points on that. You play
It's like they don't have inspiring presence. It's like if they are all out defensing and all out attacking, they're not
That's
inspiring
a huge one.
presence.
don't even have to cast a horror gas. This army just does it. Like this is a horror gas built in, table wide, can't be dispelled. It's really good.
Yeah. I mean, in my personal opinion, it's a little too strong. Maybe it should have been like a 24-inch aura around the hero or something, but it is what it is. And it's
S+ tier. But if it did that, we could then ignore it with a spell ignore, and I really hate that I can't ignore it with a spell ignore on dragons.
Not only that, but like I like how it's at least a cast value 9. So they're not going to get it off without some serious investment into either Aether Quartz, rerolls, pluses to cast, Teclis, so they did balance it around it. Because I remember the last time it was 8, which means with an Aether Quartz they could easily get it to a 7.
Yes.
It was awful.
Yeah, it was bad.
This spell is so important. It makes deep thinkers, like, you don't even want to roll the dice. You just want to cast it, right? So the whole army's been balanced around it. The point cost reflected. Teclis being 700 is definitely in part because of Total Eclipse. Enlighteners and other Scinari being as expensive as they are. Yeah, deep thinkers is a must-have for your list. Like, you can't... Yeah. You have to cast this at least one turn. That, going into that 1/2 double is so crucial for this army that you absolutely want to cast Total Eclipse. And you don't want to rely on the dice. You do not want to risk that.
Nope.
This is the thing that will keep you alive more than anything else, more than Protection of Hysh.
I will say though, this is why Zytrek is definitely one of our top sub-factions, because with their +1 to cast and the fact that you can get a reroll from the Shrine or a +1 from the Aether Quartz gives you a 7-up rerollable to cast this again without Deep Thinkers, which is pretty good.
Yeah. The only experience that I have with this spell was in the previous book, and every time I fought Lumineth, I actually had Bastion in my list, so I was like, all right, cool, I'll just use my free command.
Yeah, we're less impacted than a lot of other armies, but this just ruins some matchups. Seraphon are just ruined by this spell. Well, the typical Seraphon, with the Skink Priest using a command and then all-out attack and then double tapping, like that. Even Seraphon don't generate this many commands. It's rough. Next up, let's take a look at the Lore of the Wind. So again, Teclis and Hurakan Wizards only, which means only Teclis and the Windmage. There's no other wizard you could even give an Arcane Tome to that would learn this. So first up here, this is Howling Gale. It casts on an 8 and it has a range 12. So high cast value, low range, the worst combo. But it has a strong effect. Enemy units cannot receive commands, the unit you pick, until your next hero phase. So this is... like, you really want to shut down a command on a unit? Here you go. Total Eclipse is effectively shutting down commands, but not really. So they'll still get the 1 command off. So if you really absolutely want to shut down commands, you can use this. The problem with it is 12-inch range on a Windmage is not very good. And Teclis, if you have him, he's just auto-casting Total Eclipse, so I don't think you're that worried about it. This is not a spell you pick. This is a spell that Teclis casts because he knows all the spells.
This would be good if... The thing is, I think if the last spell on this list does not exist, I think this would be a fine spell to have on a Windmage.
Yeah. I think they could
it's an
lower
aura,
cast
right?
value.
It's an aura, right?
No, just 1 unit.
No, it's just 1 unit, so they could definitely lower the cast value.
Never mind. Never mind. Yeah. If it was an aura, that'd be insane. 12-inch aura. Oof.
It is a very strong effect, right? Just completely disabling commands on a unit is very, very strong. But high cast value on a unit like a Windmage who doesn't have very many bonuses to casting, doesn't have Bladelords to protect him, and a short range, so you're getting it within 12 inches in your hero phase. That's rough. It's hard to cast. And Spell Portal, probably not worth 80 points just to cast this. Maybe if you take Teclis, you might cast this through a Spell Portal at some point, but definitely not a Windmage. Next up is Healing Zephyr, which maybe I underrated here, because the more I went into list building, I kind of find some more uses for it. In particular, Healing of Avalenor seems really useful, because if you have a Windmage, you might not necessarily be casting Transporting Vortex. It's a good spell. It's probably one of the best spells in the book. But anyway, Healing Zephyr, low cast 6, heal a Lumineth unit D3. It doesn't revive models, right? Like a lot of these spells say heal D3 or revive D3 worth. Nope, this is just healing. This is... yeah, Teclis is probably the only wizard that's going to cast it, but I could see lists where a Windmage could be using it to heal up a Avalenor. And that's about it, really. Healing the Lumineth heroes isn't that useful, right? Not worth a spell cast, not worth an enhancement either. If you do take a spell enhancement, this is definitely the second spell you learn on your Windmage every time. And the star of the show, Transporting Vortex. If you're bringing Windmage, it's because you have a block of 30 Sentinels that you want to teleport around with the Windmage. So this spell is really important. Cast value on an 8, short range, not really relevant because you can just easily stay in range of your Sentinel block. And you pick a Lumineth unit and you translocate it. You put it anywhere on the table more than 9 inches from enemies. High cast value, you can use it to escape combat. It is, it's basically translocation, but worse in every way because it's harder to do and it can be dispelled and unbound and it can be messed with, but it's an essential tool. Stoneguard are super slow. You need this to get them around the table, and for Sentinels in particular to stay away from threats and to get them in range before they shoot with their 5-inch range or 6-inch move. I mean, super important. The only downside I can see for the spell, 2 downsides. 1 is the cast value is really high and the Windmage doesn't have very good bonuses. And 2, if you use this, you're not getting heal on bonus shooting. Those are not the most significant downsides, I think, but they should still be considered as that. This is for like translocating across the board to steal empty objectives. This is not to set up Hail Mary 9-inch charges with a squad of 10 Bladelords, because odds are you're going to fail that charge and you're just going to lose that unit. So this is a very important tool, but you have to know how to use it. Next up, the Stonemage spell lore. So again, just only Teclis and the Stonemage can learn these spells. The rankings don't mean anything to Teclis because he just knows them all. But these are pretty good spells. I think anytime you're taking a Stonemage, you're going to be taking this first one here, Unbreakable Stoicism, which is a cast of 7 and a range 12. You pick a Stoneguard unit nearby. They're Crushing Blows, which is the kind of like Sun Metal without being Sun Metal. That ability deals mortal wounds on 5s instead of 6s. When you combo that with extra attacks from a Spirit of the Mountain, suddenly you have 3 attacks per model on doing hit rolls of 5 mortals. Pretty good. Pretty nice damage boost. If you take a Stonemage, this is probably why you're taking it, right?
Yeah, most likely.
Easily.
Yeah. Although, saying that, I really like Crippling Vertigo more. This is...
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I ranked it as B because these rankings are for when you take a Stonemage and you're making choices about what spell to pick. When cast by Teclis, Crippling Vertigo is an S tier spell because you combo it with the Cathallar. Well, let me break it down for you. So casts on a 6 and range of 18. Every time the unit you pick tries to make a move, and that includes a charge and a pile-in move, they have to roll a bravery check, which is you roll 2 dice, and if it's greater than the bravery, they fail, and they can't make that move. So when you combo this with the Cathallar ability, her spell, which basically does the same thing, but also anytime they attack and anytime they shoot or fight, you can stack those. So you have every time a unit moves, it has to roll 2d6 over its bravery or under its bravery every single time. So let's say you're playing against Gargants who have a bravery 7, and you hit them with the Aether Quartz ability from the Cathallar, so now they're at bravery 6. So now every time that Gargant, which is again like a quarter of their army, every time a quarter of their army wants to move, they have to roll 2 dice under a 6, or under a 7 I should say, because you can roll the 6 and it would count. And then roll it again. It's like, and then they want to charge, they do it again, and they want to pile in, they do it again. Anytime they want to do something, you're just frustrating them to no end. And you can stack this with even more frustrating effects like Overwhelming Heat to half their movement. So even if they do get a move off, they're not going very far. This is just complete control, shutting down the enemy army. This is a very, very good spell if you cast it with Teclis, because the Stonemage casting it on it by himself is not very useful, because then you're relying on Stonemage and Cathallar combo, and that's just not as useful as Teclis Cathallar. Yeah.
Maybe, but what I really like the spell for is like, maybe there's a case to be made for taking a Stonemage and Avalenor and not taking any Stoneguard, in which case I think Crippling Vertigo is what you take. I think that's really good.
Yeah, I think that's fine. You can take a Cathallar as your main one, although in those situations you probably bring an Enlightener just to get more spells, but I can see that, yeah. So this is a great spell. Perhaps B is underrating just how impactful this is, but I think the B rating there reflects the fact that you need to bring a Cathallar with it. So not only are you paying for the Stonemage, you're also paying for a Cathallar and getting them both in range and assuming both go off. So you're dedicating a lot of resources here. You're looking at a Zytrek type control list, and that's totally fine. That's a good list, but it's, in terms of opportunity cost, there's Unbreakable Stoicism. That's the main reason you take a Stonemage.
Well, I mean, I think B is really fair when you look at the tier rankings, because the issue, because Crippling Vertigo is an excellent spell just by itself. It doesn't necessarily need the Cathallar to be good. The problem with Crippling Vertigo and the Cathallar spell is it's situationally useful depending on what you're fighting. So if you're fighting demons or undead or anything with a bravery of 10, it's going to be way less useful.
Mm-hmm.
If you're fighting destruction armies, you are going to feel like you are playing an entirely different game.
Yeah, the game is how to piss off my opponent as quick as possible.
Yeah, how to live up to that really frustrating bad experience playing Lumineth reputation.
Yeah, not just destruction, but like chaos. Aside from demons, chaos is not good bravery. Skaven and slaves, I think slaves cap out at like 7 or 8 on their best dudes. Stormcast are not particularly the high bravery. Seraphon, Thunder Lizard, that typical list, that's not high bravery. I think the Stegodon's like a 4 or 5 bravery. It's really pathetic.
They all have kick bravery, yeah. They all have kick bravery.
Yeah, so this is good in so many matchups, but I think the B tier, like Jack, like you're saying, is reflected in the fact that there are seriously bad matchups. And as we start seeing more Death Battle Tomes released, like Flesh Eater Courts, OCR Bone Reapers, demons are going to come back in a serious way with Khorne, and Legion of the First Prince is getting retooled, right? So there's going to be a lot of Bravery 10 targets where you're like, well, this is doing nothing for me. I brought the Cathallar and this, and they just keep rolling over 10, or keep rolling under 10, so not really doing anything for you. But it's so good in so many matchups right now that it's worth at least a B. Next up is Living Fissure, which has a 7+ cast and an 18-inch range. 7's kind of an uncomfortable number for this army to cast because you don't want to dedicate resources into boosting it like super high, but it's not easy either. It's kind of this weird middle ground. But what this spell does is you pick a point and you draw a line, and each unit within that line on a 2+ suffers D3 mortal wounds. This seems really bad, like why would you ever take this on a Stone Mage, but this army does almost no mortal wounds with spells. This is one of the few ones that does, and I think that's worth a nod. And it's honestly not a bad one. 18-inch range, AoE,
They made this for Teclis.
Pretty much, it's a Teclis spell.
Yeah, pretty much.
But it's sometimes if you take a Stone Mage and a spell enhancement, you take this too. It's not that bad. 18-inch
I can
range
see
makes it
Teclis
useful.
doing it. Because it's like if Teclis has like a lot of units near him, he can go like Searing White Light of Hysh, this thing, just spit out mortal wounds.
This is a good one to cast out of a spell portal.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, let's look at some allies and coalition units for Lumineth. Unfortunately, they don't get any coalition, but they do get some interesting allies, so we can quickly talk about them. First, they can take allies from Daughters of Cain, Idoneth Deepkin, Sylvaneth, and Stormcast. And there's a lot of units that you can pick in those armies. So I've got some highlights here, and you guys can feel free to jump in with your own. First up, I've got the Achillean Alopex. I love mentioning this guy every time I can as an ally because it's a 14-inch, 8 wound, 4+ save gun shark thing. It's decent shooting and melee, and you can bring 2 in a list for 330 very easily, right? So that's comparable to bringing 2 Storm Drakes, but they have better shooting, not defensive, not as good defensively as 2 Storm Drakes, but their shooting is nice, and their ability to disable pile-in moves with the Net Launcher needs to be brought up more often because that's a really, really good ability that in the previous year's meta it wasn't very good because you were fighting big monsters and pile-in didn't really matter for them, but when you're fighting 20 ghosts and they can't make a pile-in move, you're drastically reducing the amount of damage that unit is doing to you. So net launchers are very good and worth mentioning almost at every opportunity they can be.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to bring up the Knight Incantor. She's every time we do an order review that can bring in Stormcast, which I think is every order army can bring in Stormcast allies, the Knight Incantor is worth talking about because they're cheap and they have a guaranteed unbind once per game, and then sometimes they also cast Mystic Shield, and that's really good for 125 points. But in Lumineth, they have so much unbinding with Teclis auto unbinding, and I think this is finally the order army where we're like, no, not worth using. It's just not worth the opportunity cost. Leader slots are a premium in Lumineth.
I never going back to the Alopex, I never get over trying to wrap my brain around Lumineth bringing Idoneth Deepkin, considering that Teclis tried to exterminate their race.
You mean abort them? Yeah.
Yeah, well,
like
it is what it is.
They won't go anywhere near him.
Yeah, I think Alopex is really interesting to bring up in general. I didn't jump in there before, but they do have a much more dragons are a decently mixed profile. The mortals can swing kind of high, but Alopexes are consistently a hybrid unit, and we don't really have that in Lumineth. I mean, Avalenor to a point, right? When he's shooting extra with Helon, has some decent shooting damage along with his melee. but it's still very heavily melee focused, or Sentinels are extremely shooting focused. So it's neat to take a more hybrid unit that can be something like a Tempester for that is for us, for example. So I like Alapex a lot as like allies in other armies like Sylvaneth, for example. It brings us some speed and a damage profile that those armies don't necessarily have.
Now I've realized just now I haven't added Stormcast Chariots to this list, and I think they would actually be decent allies.
Yes.
If they weren't
Absolutely.
a troop slot. If they weren't a troop slot in an army that wants a battle regiment with its own units, they'd be really good. Maybe once battle regiment gets changed or something, but Chariots defensively fit really well into a Lumineth army.
Yes.
Big body, -1 hit effect, charge mortal wounds, can get the 5 up board from Protection of Hysh. Yeah, Chariots seem like an auto pick.
Can they? Can Protection of Hysh affect?
Not the
Yeah.
Teclis version, but the standard Scinari version can affect. It's just friendly units. So
Friendly
it can work on
units?
allies,
Okay.
It may get FAQ'd, but that was different. It's differently worded, so it may not.
Yeah, could be intentional. I'm gonna have to assume it is until they change it anyway.
Yeah, because it was an actual change.
Yeah. Celestin Prime, I think, is a pretty noteworthy ally. In every army except Stormcast, he's worth talking about. He has a guaranteed 12-inch charge out of reserve. Starting on turn 2, he's actually got decent melee damage, right? 15 on 3s and 2s, Ren 3. Pretty good. Just kill key targets. And every turn that he's alive, he's dropping a meteor on the enemy army. So they better not be stacked up. You combo this with Teclis, super elite list, but you're just dropping mortal wounds all over their army. And he's not a slouch. He's not easy to kill. Durable with effectively 16 wounds on a 3+ save. You can drop him in, kill a bunch of stuff, and then Finest Hour, and he's going to take a turn, hopefully. So, good model to use as an ally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that I'm not a big fan of the Alapex in a Lumineth army, because Lumineth already have access to fast mobile units in the form of Windchargers. But what they don't have is a tank unit that can really get in, pin stuff down. And it's like your shout out with the Chariots. Like the Celestin Prime sort of fits that same thing. Get him into combat. He's tanky. He can do damage. And let the rest of the Lumineth army shoot stuff off the board.
It's not a review of a book unless we talk about the Kronspine, right? 480 points now after the battle scroll, but still really, really good. I think this offers this army a lot that it can't get in other ways. So let's break down what makes the Kronspine so good. It's a 12-inch flying move, which is not slow by any means. You cannot double this with Speed of Hysh, but it's still a 12-inch flying move, which is decent. It is a monster, which means you can do rampages without having to bring a Avalenor, for example. If you didn't want to fill a leader slot, this thing fits into a behemoth slot very easily. It's much faster than a Avalenor, and it's a pretty decently heavy hitter. You can't ignore the Kronspine's damage, and Lumineth can always use more melee damage. They're not super high damage in melee, and that's a phase they don't excel at, so this thing can help supplement that. It is incredibly durable. It requires at least 2 turns to kill. If it ever kills a monster or eats an endless spell with its rampage, it gets even harder to kill because it requires a whole other turn of damage, and as the game goes on, there's just less damage on the table. So anytime you can kill a monster, get it up to level 3, it's almost a win, right? Like most times I lose against a Kronspine, it's because it happened to rank up. It can issue all-out attack to nearby units. After the clarifications in the FAQ, it's only in the combat phase. Sorry to everybody who thought this worked in the shooting phase. But that's pretty nice, right? If you're fighting with, let's say, 2 units of Bladelords, and then you send in a Kronspine next to them, when the Kronspine attacks first, you can give all-out attack to all 3. It's not super useful because this army has Aether Quartz and it wants to be fighting with other units instead because lightning reflexes, but it's still worth noting. But a really useful ability, I think, is the combo of durability and this units within its aura can't retreat. I think when you combo its durability with that, that's something Lumineth really want to see on the table because they want to hold the enemy in place long enough for their shooting to do the damage it needs to do, and then the melee units come in to clean up the job. So that's an excellent combo. I think that's something Lumineth can't get anywhere else in this army. Even Avalenor is super tanky, but he's not immune to damage for 2 turns like this thing is. So, yeah. While it's doing that, it's also giving your bonded hero +1 to cast. And, for example, bonded Scinari, usually bonding is a risk because your hero might get snipped out, but Scinari can just use the Bladelord bodyguards and they'll be totally fine. Yeah, if you're using Teclis, I probably wouldn't run this guy, and you have to run another hero for it to bond to because it can't be bonded to unique units. So Probably don't advise using it alongside Teclis. I think that's a little too elite. But if you're using, you know, a triple Scinari setup or like Scinari Windmage, something like that, I think this could work really well for that. 480 points. You know, it got nerfed, but it's not unplayable. I think it's still a contender. It still does everything it did before. It's just not as efficient at it. Next up is the Warsong Revenant. I wanted to mention this guy, even though he's D tier. We don't typically talk about D tier allies. He's just too expensive for this army, but I wanted to mention him because he's one of the few ways to get a Bravery debuff in 3rd edition. And you really want Bravery debuffs in Lumineth because of that combo of Teclis with the Cathallar or Stonemage Cathallar, those 2 spells. If you can use the Cathallar's ability to reduce Bravery by 1 and then stack that with the Warsong Revenant, and they have a -2 Bravery, suddenly even Death armies with their Bravery 10 are sweating. Every time they want to move or fight or anything, they have to roll 2d6 under 8 instead, and that's a lot harder to do than under 10. So just wanted to mention it. There's not a lot of Bravery debuffs. This is one of the few ones, so if you really want to go all in on that combo, you can do that. But probably too expensive. Next up, one of the few armies that can ally Daughters of Cain can certainly take advantage of the Chimera Heartrenders, which are one of the best units in the game. They are super fast, 14-inch flying move. They can be deployed in reserve without having any allegiance, so you can just bring them to your list and put them in reserve. And after they deploy in the movement phase, they can shoot, and anytime they shoot, they can move 6 inches, which means you can move forwards and then get a 3-inch charge, so you can steal objectives that are undermanned, or you can, move into positions where your opponent is not expecting you. There are 5 models for objective control, and they're only 95 points, which actually, a lot of lists I built with Lumineth have like a 100-point gap at the end where it's not enough points to take another unit of Wardens or something. Yeah, Heartrenders are excellent. One of the best units in the game for tactical play. So definitely an ally choice you should be looking out for. They do take up a troop and a battle regiment, which really sucks. But I think it's a worthwhile spot because this is a slow army and they want stuff that they don't need on the table necessarily for screening. They can leave it in reserve. Like, imagine if Lumineth could use Liberators with Silence of the Storm. They totally would. That would be incredible. And that's what this unit does. Stormdrake Guard. 18 wounds on a 3-up save, big bodies, right? 12-inch flying move, they're monsters, their lances do good damage, they can spike high on the Mortal Wound Breath. Like, everybody knows how good Stormdrake Guard are, and I think they're a good pick in Lumineth, too. I don't know if they necessarily need the 4+ Spell Ignore because that army's so good at unbinding, but they're an excellent choice. I think a lot of people would be happy to use Stormdrake Guard in Lumineth.
It's a good counterattack unit, gives them roar. It's nice.
Yeah, and it's not like Lumineth need roar with Total Eclipse, right? But it's useful to make sure.
Yeah.
Are there any allies you guys can think of that were not included?
2 chariots.
2 chariots. Even one's good.
Even one's good. I mean, it's like a big base. You know, Lumineth, like we said, are a castle army. Extra screening. It's a 3-up save. It's durable. And it can go out and do a lot of mortal wounds, which Lumineth already do a lot of mortal wounds. So adding even more mortal wounds to that sounds like a good investment. And it's fast. I mean, a lot of Lumineth need speed of Hysh, other than, maybe Dawnriders and like Windchargers and stuff. So it's a thing that can like just go out and hold the midboard for you for a bit, especially with Mystic Shield and Total Eclipse up.
Yep, it also, the charged mortal wounds are like fighting first, basically. It just adds damage so that when your 2 Lumineth units or 1 or 2 Lumineth units go to fight, the Chariot's already softened it up, and you need as much damage as you can get in this army.
If they could have allied Seraphon, would a Slann Starmaster have been interesting for...
There wouldn't be enough for it to cast, I think. That's the problem.
Almost 300 points, and all it's casting is Comet's Call and Mystic Shield. I don't think so.
No.
It does generate bonus CP, but Lumineth don't need it.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah. I like unbinding.
Lumineth already getting like 2. Either if they're going first, they're getting 2+1 because the shrine also gives them 1. They don't really need it.
Yeah. I was trying to think of like other things. I mean, even Tree Lord doesn't make sense. Like, just take a Valinor. Like, why would you take a Tree Lord?
Avalenor is so much better.
Yeah. Yeah. They got the things they need, pretty much.
I was really surprised they couldn't take Cities of Sigmar. No Battle Mage, no Phoenixes.
Oh, weird. Yeah.
Really
weird. Maybe Phoenix would have been really good, actually. Because you could take a Frostheart Phoenix outside of your triple hero slot, like not without the anointed on it.
Yep, take up
just for a -1 to wound.
You would take up the Ballista slot, but yeah, you could.
Yeah.
The tree revenants that teleport, the basic Sylvaneth battle line.
You could see them, yeah. If Lumineth have 110 points, whatever to spare, and they're not taking anything, yeah, something that can sneak cap an objective. But then why wouldn't you just take Kinnerai? I feel like that would just be better.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
Well, and that was kind of my thing, right? Like, it's, I guess, in the current GHB, it might be more advantageous because they can teleport around to where the proving grounds are. And Kinnerai can't.
Okay, no. So the reason I say that is because I asked this at the US Open. If they occupy a battle line role, it has to be a battle line role in your book. It can't just be like a battle line role from another book.
No,
that is not what it says.
That's not what the FAQ says, I believe.
I mean, it clarified it after, but yeah, that's what it was being played as before.
Yeah.
I'd say they're playing that incorrectly, because the battlefield role exists independently of which faction they're being played in.
Yeah,
right.
I think so, yeah.
No,
yeah, I guess you could. I mean, I guess you could do it, but I guess, yeah, I would still just only play Kinnerai, I think.
Yeah, because I have a post-it note on my computer that says, check to see if teleporting trees is worthwhile in this list.
Probably not, I think. Kinnerai just a little bit cheaper, and they do it out of reserve, which means your opponent can't just kill them, and then you're forced to be in castle mode, right? That threat of being deployed anywhere and then moving 6 inches after shooting is really, really good.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that, as we've talked about with a lot of these other allies, one of the big things that holds a lot of that really creative tech back is the fact that Lumineth really spec towards Battle Regiment, which really limits your tools you can bring to the table.
Yep. They don't even want bounty hunters, right? They're not like one of these 3-drop armies that wants Battle Regiment bounty hunters, which means you have max 5 units and then a monster or ballista, right? So it's rough, man. It's really hard to fit it all. But endless spells help with that because they can fill out the last 150 points in your list. I'm actually finding 1 to 3 endless spells in almost every Lumineth list I've built. So let's talk about the neutral ones because we reviewed the Lumineth ones already. Chronomantic Cogs, right before the point change, I would have put them in S tier. Now they're just an A tier thing because 70 points is a lot. That's almost 2 other endless spells. That's almost like bringing in Purple Sun not a Purple Sun, a Rune of Petrification and Horrorghast, right? That's almost the same amount of points, so it's expensive. But the effect is very good for this army. Rerolling casting for all wizards wholly within 12 inches is excellent. This army wants reliability. It wants it for multiple turns. And, once your Aether Quartz is down, this thing really fills the gaps because you can only use Aether Quartz once per phase, per army, right? So you can reroll 1 spell, but then all the rest of them, if you fail, you can't reroll them. Cogs is letting you reroll everything. It's a very, very strong effect. And when you have Cogs with Twinstones together, you can have all your Vanari kind of casting a bunch of spells reliably, powering up the Twinstones, and then you activate the Twinstones and you get your big Total Eclipse off, and your opponent can't even roll to unbind it because it's impossible. Unless they have a guaranteed unbind or something, right? So, excellent. Cogs are definitely A tier. I think you could still argue they're S tier, they're almost an auto-include in a lot of these lists. It's just the point value that's holding them back a little bit. The Emerald Life Swarm, I haven't seen a lot of people talking about in Lumineth, but I think it fits perfectly. It is healing or reviving D3 wounds per turn is really, really good if you have 1-wound models like Sentinels. Being able to revive 1 to 3 of them every turn really helps with the attrition against other shooting armies. Especially if you are going Protection of Hysh, that D3 healing effectively gets amplified further because your opponent has to put more damage into them. The Emerald Life Swarm got nerfed, it got done dirty, but in an army that doesn't have rally bonuses, what else can you do, right? You got to keep your Sentinel squad healthy, and this is just about the only way. So for that reason, it's almost like a brute force B rating. It just, nothing else does what it does. And if Teclis is taking a bunch of damage, which if your opponent is playing correctly, he should be. Emerald Life Swarm combined with the Healing Zephyr spell combined with Heroic Recovery is just about as good as it gets for healing him up. So it's got versatility. It's not just doing the one thing like a lot of other spells are. Geminids, I think, are worth talking about. I don't think they're worth using in this army, even though it is a shooting-focused army, and that's exactly what the Geminids want to be doing. This army has Total Eclipse. You don't need to disable all-out defense and shooting. You don't need to disable Unleash Hell. You don't need to disable Redeploy because odds are your opponent's not doing any of those things because of Total Eclipse. They are going to pick one command per turn. It's almost certainly going to be like a reroll charge in a crucial moment, or like a rally, or all-out attack even, right, to try to get through a -1 hit debuff. So Geminids are not making the cut in Lumineth, I don't think. And then we've got the Purple Sun, which, in a lot of other armies, especially shooting-focused armies, Purple Sun is really, really good. We really like using it in Stormcast. What you can do with Lumineth that other armies can't do is autocast it with Deep Thinkers and Teclis, right? And that makes it, one of the problems with the Purple Sun is its high cast value, and that's not an issue in this army because you can just autocast it, especially when you have stuff like the Loreseeker, who can just deploy in range and then autocast it, and odds are your opponent won't unbind it, so now you've got a Purple Sun in range and all your shooting. But the problem is that a lot of damage that Lumineth do is based on mortal wounds. Sun Metal from Sentinels, for example, is already mortal wounds. They get almost no benefit from the Purple Sun. Going from Rend 0 to Rend 1 is technically the largest increase, but if your opponent's just going to all-out defense to negate it, then it's not that big of a deal. It's expensive. It no longer auto-kills models, so it's a consideration. I think if you're using a Loreseeker, the Purple Sun makes a lot of sense. The threat of it can force the opponent into a very cagey deployment, which is exactly what you want. So sometimes just for the fake out, that 170-point combo of Loreseeker, 270-point combo of Loreseeker and Purple Sun, I think it's good. And we have a list showcasing this later, and I think you guys will agree. All right, so let's talk about some general tips for Lumineth before we go into match play specific stuff. Just looking at what we have seen so far in the Warscrolls and the Allegiance abilities, I've made a short list here of things to keep in mind. First up, Lumineth are not an Alpha Strike army. They prefer to play patiently over, they plan ahead. They want to play 3 rounds, 5 rounds, something like that, because they don't have the damage or speed to cripple your opponent. They're not like Iron Jaws where they're just going to bash their heads in and then it's how fast your opponent can kill them. They're not like Stormcast that can drop into play, pick off key targets wherever they are. They can't double tap in the hero phase like Daughters of Cain. They don't have the 4+ rally to survive the damage like Daughters of Cain. So they prefer a reactive defensive approach to battles. They want to deploy, force the opponent to come to them, pick off key targets as they need to, and then control the board and win through just superior scoring. They have good battle tactics, which we'll talk about later, and those really feed into that style. They're not particularly good at melee or shooting, right? As far as other shooting armies go, Lumineth are, they're good, and they're going to do a lot of shooting, but they're not doing the raw damage output of Daughters of Cain with double tapping bow snakes. Even Reaver Spam and Ideneth can do a lot more damage than Lumineth can. Stormcast are definitely the premier shooting faction because of their ability to translocate and deep strike in with high damage shooting output. Lumineth don't do any of this. What they do instead is they have Heal-On, right? That's how they do their shooting damage. And that requires the enemy coming to you because you certainly do not have the mobility to get to them. Regardless, shooting alone is not a good way to win a game. You want to bring a good mix of shooting and melee because if you just shoot your opponent off of an objective, next turn they walk back onto it and you're shooting them again, and then the next turn they walk back onto it and it's a stalemate and you're losing in points because you're not scoring objectives off that. So you want to bring a good mix of shooting and melee, and unfortunately Lumineth don't have a lot of great melee choices, so you got to make sure the ones you pick are really worthwhile on your list. What you want to do is identify key targets in your opponent's army and destroy them with shooting. So, for example, if you're playing against an Iron Jaws list, you want to kill all the pigs as quickly as possible because then the Maw Crusher doesn't have anything to buff. And once they charge into you, instead of dealing with a Maw Crusher charge and then 3 units of pigs charging, you might be dealing with a Maw Crusher and 1 unit of pigs. And that's a lot easier to deal with the defensive options that you have at your disposal. You want to force them to come to you and then finish them off with melee. Wardens can be turned into a surprisingly good melee hammer if you buff them up properly. And defensively, they're fighting at +1 and +1 rend. +1 to wound and +1 rend. If you are not fighting defensively, like if your opponent is playing back, you will need tools like Speed of Hysh in order to engage on them. One thing that people will do against Lumineth, knowing that you don't have super high damage output, like let's say you're playing against Soulblight Gravelords, and they know that your 30 Sentinels are not going to kill your 60 zombies. By the end of the game, your zombies will still be there. They'll revive faster than they can be killed. So they'll stay just outside your melee range on the edge of objectives, holding them. And in those situations, you'll need Speed of Hysh in order to engage on those zombies. You need to finish them off in melee. Your shooting is not enough on its own. One thing you definitely have to keep in mind is that Lumineth have poor defenses. They are elves who rely on magic to survive. And until you have a hero phase, you don't have any of those survival spells active. which means you want to build your list with as few deployments as possible. What we're talking about here is the Battle Regiment Battalion, so you have a 1-drop, maybe 2 drops in this current meta, but I think it's safe to say 1-drop battalion is the way to go with this army, because if you don't have a hero phase, you're going to lose a lot of your army very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting how their combined arms approach is very different in damage profile than like ours, for example, where ours is a lot more even in how much damage is done in melee and shooting, where theirs is definitely a lot heavier towards the shooting, and the melee is almost more like pinning pieces, like just walls that you're putting in, like speed bumps almost. I mean, not that Wardens don't do good damage if you empower them and they're able to really get in there. But it's just interesting to see the difference for sure, and they're much more castle oriented setup than ours, for example, is inherently anyway.
For sure, because they have to start on the table, right? Whereas we can, Stormcast can leave units in reserve and then drop them in as needed. Lumineth, everything's on the table, 100%. It's like you're playing a Stormkeep army. Another thing worth noting is that Sun Metal Mortal Wounds are really, really good at taking out stuff with like 10 wounds and a 3-up save. But they're not good against taking out anything with anything else, right? Like if it's got 20 wounds, 30 wounds, 60 wounds in some cases, or if it has ward save, Sun Metal is not a good source of damage. It is high accuracy, but it's pretty low volume. Sentinels are 29 shots. That's max 29 damage. On average, you're probably going to get about 10 mortal wounds out of that if you have him power up. That's not really reliable enough to take out any serious threats in this game. It'll kill screens, it'll open up options, but the way this army wants to do damage is by mixing those Sun Metal options with things like Ballista shots, with Bladelords charging into combat, with mortal wound spells, and things like that. So make sure your list isn't just relying entirely on Sun Metal. It's really good against, like Stormcast, for example, but really, really bad against a lot of other things. So you want a good mix of damage profiles. Speaking of which, Windchargers are an excellent unit. Like we were talking about earlier in Helon, it's very easy to get them within 6 inches of an opponent, of an enemy unit, in which case they get 3 shots per model, which that's about as good as it's going to get for your shooting. You can easily get that to 2s and 3s if you all out attack and ignoring wards. So that's a really, really good high volume unit, but then they're just dead. After they charge out of the castle and they shoot, they're just going to die immediately after that. So it's important to know that Windchargers are not an Alpha Strike unit, even though they are super fast and they want to charge in so they can use their pile-in shenanigans. That playstyle is not what this unit is meant to do. You got to consider Windchargers more as a counter-attack shooting unit, which is kind of hard to visualize. There's not really anything analogous to it in the game. The heal-on bonus shots work against any unit, not just the enemy within 6 inches. We really want to stress this point because this is what makes Helon so good, and possibly what will get Helon nerfed, is that Sentinels move up. Each model is within 6 inches of an enemy, and then they just start spraying arrows all over the rest of the battlefield. It's really, really gross. You can play around it. It's not I don't know if it's necessarily broken. I think it's really cool, but maybe it's too strong, and the rest of, Lumineth should maybe do more damage, and Helon should be less powerful, perhaps? I don't know. That's not really a conversation for right now. And finally, I definitely want to stress this point. Teclis can be killed by focused fire, and the Phoenix Stone is not reliable. You don't want to get into a situation where you're relying on the Phoenix Stone to keep Teclis alive. It is your last-ditch effort. It's your Hail Mary play. It is a 3-up, and there's a lot of times where a 3-up is effectively like rolling a 6. It just feels that way, right? Don't rely on it. Bring it. Use it as a tool, but don't leverage it for anything. Don't throw Teclis into combats hoping that you can Phoenix Stone and keep him around, right? He's going to die, and you don't want to rely on the Phoenix Stone to keep him alive.
Even then, he only heals, what, D3? After
Just D3, back? Yeah.
Yeah. So, that can be a little disappointing.
Not just a little. When your 700 point God model's dead and because you rolled a 1, you're like, okay. Could have made some better decisions that led to that point. And section 3, match play. So we use a slightly different ranking system here. You'll notice because we're not ranking units, we're not ranking abilities, we are just ranking battle tactics. You have access to every battle tactic. You can only pick one grand strategy for your list, so there is a little bit of opportunity cost there. Your battle tactics are available to you no matter what you pick. So it's just a matter of tailoring your list to perhaps score them a little bit more reliably, but you have all of them available. So S tier for a grand strategy or tactic is something like you will reliably score this in every game. A tier is you will usually score this in most of your games, and that continues scaling down all the way to F tier, which is like you're not going to score it. It's really hard. It's too niche. It's not worth picking, and it's not worth usually thinking about if it's a battle tactic. So let's start off with the grand strategies. We're going to quickly go over the ones in the General's Handbook first. So Season 1, people may be familiar with these because we've had a few months of this season by now. First up is No Place for the Weak, which is to destroy all enemy battle line units from the opponent's army. Lumineth probably want to kill all their battle line anyway, and they have the shooting to do so, to pick out units. I think this is one of the better ones. I think I'm going to put this one at A tier because Lumineth want to win by killing key units, and if you're in a situation where you're falling behind and you know that you're not going to win necessarily off objectives, then this could be a good play to start dedicating resources into eradicating battle line. So I like this one. It fits into what you're going to be doing already, and if you're playing from behind, this can be scored. And it's pretty hard for your opponent to just necessarily deny this one, right? Every army has battle line. There's always targets for this.
Agreed.
Not dependent on the battle plan. It's not dependent on objective control. It's just kill the things in your opponent's army, which this army wants to do anyway. Tame the Land is you have to control, not contest, control, all objectives wholly outside your territory. Yeah, so you have to control, not contest, control all objectives outside your territory, which can be hard to do because Lumineth are not a super fast army. They don't have tons and tons of units that can go out and control the whole board. They want to be killing stuff and scoring with the minimum amount of force required every single turn and conserving their resources. So this actually could be impossible based on the battle plan because you might not have objectives wholly outside your territory. If you're playing a battle plan that has them just on the center line, then technically they're not wholly outside your territory. So this could be impossible. It's pretty hard to do, even if it is doable. There's some battle plans that have like 8 objectives on them. It gets even harder. I probably wouldn't pick this one. It's just there's too many situations where it wouldn't be very good. So I would call this one a D. Next, Defend What's Ours. This kind of fits into a defensive playstyle, which Lumineth are going to be known for. It has no enemy. At the end of the battle, you can have no enemy units wholly within your territory. Now, this does get more difficult based on the territory size, because if you have a really big territory, you have to deny a lot of space. But if you have a really small territory, it's a lot easier because you can physically block your opponent from getting into your territory. One of the things I don't like about this one, and I play it sometimes, but one of the things I really don't like about it is if you're playing this really close, like 4 or 5 round game, and you're going back and forth, and in the last turn, your opponent knows this is your grand strategy, and they do a move that will not score them anything, but they just retreat or walk into your territory simply to deny your grand strategy, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. And that is a terrible feeling, and I think that reason alone is why I'm ranking this one a B.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's awkward how this is going into Take What's Theirs, which is the next one, which is the opposite, where you're trying to have more friendly units than enemy units wholly within the opponent's territory. It's not even the same because it's literally any unit, which can be a little frustrating. I personally think this can still work out pretty great for Lumineth, but it can be difficult with, for example, close to the chest. Literally half the map is, your territory, and some of that territory is also off to the side in an awkward, puzzle block shape. So it can be very difficult to score.
Mm-hmm. Lumineth also don't have that many units, and they don't summon units. So it's really difficult to have more units than your opponent. Usually what you're doing with Lumineth is you're trading up, right? Like you're killing stuff and losing stuff at the same rate, but you're killing more important units. So you might trade out 10 Wardens for a Makrusha, for example, right? Like you're trading up in points, but you're trading equal in units. That's ideally what you want to be doing. So having more units left over at the end of the game, that's already hard to do. Making sure that you have them in your opponent's territory, that's also hard to do. You're relying on things like speed of Hysh, transporting Vortex. There's no reliable teleporting in this army. It's all based on dice rolls. So this one's pretty rough.
Yeah, and that's especially true considering how, I don't want to say reliant, but let's face it, reliant Lumineth are on Battle Regiment, which limits the number of units you bring to the game to begin with. So you don't, like you're saying, you don't have an endless supply of just units that you can throw into the opponent's territory.
Mm-hmm. Now, if maybe Battle Regiment gets changed and Lumineth start bringing, 3 squads of 10 Wardens and 3 squads of 10 Sentinels, then, you have more units suddenly, but that doesn't work in a Battle Regiment. You're limited to 5 troops, and all 5 of those want to be as reinforced as possible, really. So, not very good for a slow, castle-focused army, which makes sense. Take What's Theirs is for more aggressive tactics. So that one feels better than Tame the Land, but feels worse than Defend What's Ours, something like that. Next up is Demonstration of Strength, where you have 3 or more friendly veteran units from the starting army on the battlefield. This is honestly really hard for every army to do, because most armies won't bring that many veteran units because of bounty hunters being so prevalent and just wiping these units out. Lumineth do have a lot of veterans between Sentinels, Wardens, Bladelords. We have a lot of veteran units. If you're running Metrica, Stoneguard become battle line. Keeping all of them alive is rough. Probably not going to happen. Maybe, again, if we switch to some kind of like 3x10 Sentinel style, that could happen. But even then, your opponent could just, Hail Mary play and wipe out one of them and deny you the points. So there's a lot of things going against this one.
Yeah, and tagging on to that, I mean, even armies where their entire army are battle line. So like Witch Elf spam or
Night Haunt.
Night Haunt. They don't take this one because it's just having 3 or more means that you're not committing forces where you need to.
Yeah, it's tough. Having to hold back is not a good idea. It will lose you the game overall, and that's not worth 2 victory points, especially when there are other better grand strategies you can use.
Right.
And the final grand strategy here from the seasonal battle pack is Show of Dominance, which is to have a veteran unit in each quarter of the battlefield. This doesn't mean wholly within each quarter of the battlefield, and they even clarified this in the FAQ, that the intent here is that if you had one model in the center of the board, one veteran model, this counts. You would score this. So this one's honestly not that bad because, previously when we were talking about Demonstration of Strength, we're saying it's hard to keep so many different units alive, but it's actually fairly easy to keep one veteran unit alive. And then at any point in the game when you know it's about to be over, either to time or you're about to deal a killing blow and your opponent can't recover, you just use Transporting Vortex. You stick them in the middle of the board and boom, 2 points secured. Right? It doesn't matter what battle plan you're playing on. It doesn't matter where the objectives are. It doesn't matter what the territories are. It doesn't matter what your opponent brought. This one you can just reliably score any time. Well, not reliably because there's restrictions. If you lose all your veterans, there's problems with it. But it's a lot easier to do than something like Demonstration of Strength or Take What's Theirs or Tame the Land. So it feels about as good.
And just a clarification, Paul keeps saying too, because we're about to roll into talking about the battle tactics. But we do mean 3 points for grand strategies.
Yeah, sorry. My mind's on battle tactics. Yeah, 3 points for grand strategies. Usually. It depends on what the battle pack says, but yeah, usually 3.
Yeah, it's been 3 so far in 3rd edition.
Mm-hmm. And here are the grand strategies for Lumineth-Realmlords specifically from their battle tome. First up is Vanari Assault. At the end of the battle, you have to have 4 or more Vanari units alive, and you have to kill the opponent's general. Keeping 3 veterans alive is hard enough. Keeping 4 is another level of difficulty, and you have to slay the enemy general. Now, slaying the enemy general is not a big deal. You're probably going to want to do that as Lumineth. Do you need a minute, Dan?
No, sorry. John just got home and I'm, whatchamacallit.
If you want a minute, go ahead, man.
No, I'm all good.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, why would you ever take this? Like, there has been some sort of version of Demonstration of Strength in the battle packs that we've seen for 3rd edition, and this is just worse.
Yeah, the only way I could see it is some kind of like MSU Vanari style, because unlike veterans, you could pick Dawnriders, you could pick anything that's not battle line. If you didn't bring any Scinari and you had Bladelords, they're not battle line. So this is just Vanari keyword, and this includes heroes, right? Regent, Bannerblade. Those units aren't really good, but maybe No, it's bad. It's really bad. This season, it's definitely an F. There might be an argument in future seasons, but I don't think it's going to get much higher than this.
No, yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah. The next one here, keeping up this, you can see a trend here. We've got a Vanari, a Scinari, an Alarith, and a Hurakan grand strategy. The Scinari one is, at the end of the battle, you have to have a friendly Scinari in each quarter of the battlefield. And what that means in practical terms is you have 4 Scinari and you have to keep all 4 of them alive and cover all 4 quarters of the battlefield. That's stupid. But just like the previous one where you had 1 unit covering all 4 corners in the middle of the board, you could just have 1 Scinari in the middle of the board. And by the same FAQ, this would work as well. And it's really easy to keep 1 Scinari alive because of Bladelords. So just stick a Scinari in the middle of the board and you get 3 points. That's doable, right? But and you'll probably run 2 Scinari. A lot of lists will run 2. I could actually see this one seeing play. There's better choices, but this one's not so bad that it's unplayable.
I mean, yeah, you also run into other people who have the similar, like, have a GV in all 4 corners that will try to do the same thing. So that's also worth taking into consideration, which does put it at C. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Next up is the Alarith Aftershock. At the end of the battle, 2 or more Alarith units are contesting 2 or more objectives. So because Alarith are kind of the thing, they're expensive, they're elite, you want to bring Reinforced Stoneguard, you don't want to bring MSU Stoneguard. We're talking like 20 to 30 Stoneguard and a Stonemage and a Avalenor, and at least 2 of those 4 have to survive, right? I would say that's like the minimum commitment before you pick this. And that's a big commitment already. That's a lot of points dumped into Alarith. I don't know how good that list is, but if you are committing to Alarith, which is a viable playstyle, maybe not the best, but it certainly is fun and useful and good, then this is an okay choice. Contesting objectives is how you want to be playing game. It doesn't say control objectives, it just says contesting. So even if your opponent manages to attack you and try to take them, as long as you are contesting it, 1 model's alive, then you're good. So this one's fine, playable. Unlike this one, the Hurakan Cyclone, at the end of the battle, 3 or more Hurakan units have to be within 6 inches of the same enemy unit. So that means you have to keep 3 or more Hurakan units alive and not kill your opponent, and also have all of them basically in the same spot on the table. And if all that goes to plan, your opponent can still just move away. It's so
right.
It's too much. It's too much work.
Yeah, it's got sort of the same issue that Defend What's Ours has, but is now even harder because of the unit restrictions and the number of units. Because your opponent can just be like, nope, I'm out. I win priority turn 5, I take second turn, and on my turn I retreat, and you lose your grand strategy.
Or let's say they have a way to kill their own unit, right? Just to deny you that, like they could somehow, right? Oh, it's so. There's so many.
Yeah, this is just not good.
If this was a battle tactic, it would be good. But because it's a grand strategy, it's just really, really poor. Speaking of battle tactics, let's go over the generic ones from General's Handbook 2022. First, there are 8 total. First up, gaining momentum. You have to destroy an enemy unit and control more objectives, which we call playing the game normally. That's a standard turn, is to destroy a unit and control more objectives. That's the best case. This fits into what you want to do. The one caveat I would put with this one is that it may not always be feasible to control more objectives than your opponent. Sometimes you're in a stalemate situation where the best you can do is get up to par, or let's say you're down an objective and you don't have the damage necessary to punch through. I think the earlier you can score this one, the better, because controlling more objectives becomes more difficult as the units become less numerous. As things start dying, you have less options. But overall, yeah, A tier, you're probably going to pick this one in most of your games, and you'll probably score it as well.
Agreed.
Lumineth are also really good at eye for an eye, like most armies. Anything with shooting is really good at eye for an eye, I'd say. If a friendly unit was destroyed last turn, then you can destroy... All you have to do is destroy 1 enemy unit this turn. The downsides here, of course, Lumineth want to go first. They want to go top of round 1, and this can't be scored at the top of round 1. And sometimes you get a double turn, so like you get a turn and then you get another turn, and unless your opponent somehow killed you in combat, which if they did, you're playing the game wrong on your turn, then you can't score this. So there's just a couple points where you can't do this. This is like your turn 2 battle tactic almost every single time if you're playing the game the way you ought to be. Eye for an eye is very good. Definitely one of the top 5 that you should be scoring every game. Next up is Desecrate Their Lands, which was really hard to rank properly, but the more I think about it, I actually think it's really good for this army, because all it requires you to do is to control 1 terrain feature partially or wholly within enemy territory, and that's pretty much always going to be the case. You're always going to have a piece of terrain, unless you're playing Realmstone Cache somehow, right? But even with just... Yeah, I was thinking like, well, maybe Wardens and Sentinels, that kind of castle list might not like this, but there's enough stuff that you want to cast Speed of Hysh on, or Transporting Vortex. If you really want to score it in a pinch, you can just Deep Thinkers, Transporting Vortex any unit, and boom, you can just take a piece of terrain that's undefended. Nobody plays around this, I swear. Like, it's too much to consider. How do I stop my opponent from scoring Desecrate Their Lands all game long? At some point in the game, an opportunity will arise that you will be able to score this. And yeah, it should be fun.
Yeah, the only reason why I wouldn't rank this as an S is, like we said, battle plan dependent as far as territories, because sometimes there just won't be any terrain that is a viable target for the metal tactic. But in every other game, this is one of my go-tos.
What I really like about this one is it doesn't require dice rolls. Well, less dice rolls than others, because you might want to speed of Hysh, you might want to do things like that, but you don't have to kill anything. You don't have to. There's no condition on anything except just getting to the terrain and having more models.
Right.
So I really like that about this one.
Mm-hmm. Small correction on earlier, you can't Deep Thinker's Transporting Vortex, but...
Oh, yeah, you're right.
The point stands. You can still get a bonus to it. And
other things like Teclis or Hyshian Twinstones or things of that nature. My mistake.
But I think this does reinforce the need in this army, especially like a tactic like this, which is very easy to get, and it's something that you want to be doing, is to make sure you have mobility to get out of your castle. Like, you can't just make the best castle ever and then be like, okay, I'm going to win the game now.
Well, now I'm going to clarify for you. It's not mobility, it's speed, right? Mobility.
Yeah.
We're making that video right now, so that's on my mind. You want speed in your list. You don't want to just be sitting back in your own territory, unable to get free victory points from stuff like Desecrate Their Lands.
Transporting Vortex is mobility, right?
It is, yeah.
Speed and mobility, they're both important.
This one's mine. Requires a general to destroy a unit with attacks. This one you will almost never score because Lumineth armies use support hero generals. They don't have fighty heroes. Even if you do have a fighty hero, this has to be with attacks, not with spells or abilities. Honestly, it should have probably even been F. It's just there are some that are even worse than this. There are legitimately some worse than this. So
there are armies that love this one, and there are armies that hate it.
Well,
and
even
Lumineth, it hates it.
Even for Lumineth, there's worse, I believe.
Huh.
No, turns out they're not. That's the worst.
Yeah, I was about to say, wait a minute.
Been
I think
F-tier.
this is just F.
Should have been
my
F-tier.
bad.
Okay. All right. Next up, head-to-head. Destroy a veteran unit using your own veteran unit. This is maybe S tier. The only reason it's not because you have Sentinels. They're going to be battle line. Your Sentinels can easily shoot another veteran unit off the table. Easy peasy. But there's some constrictions around it, so I don't want to say you're going to score it every single game, because maybe your opponent doesn't have a veteran unit. Maybe you're playing against Gargants, right? Maybe you don't want to shoot that unit that turn, right? Like, let's say there's a bunch of stuff in your face, and you don't want to spend your shots on... Like, you're playing against Ironjaws. They've got a bunch of pigs and a Maw Crusher in your face, and you got to deal with them. You can't be wasting shots on the 5 squad of Ard boys on the other side of the table that aren't doing anything. So there's situations where this is a no-brainer, and then some situations where... maybe not.
Yeah. It's a bit of a weird one, because like sometimes you don't want to shoot a veteran unit just because it might be like a wounds and efficient thing to shoot with your Sentinels. So it is definitely situational, but still good. Hey, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Next up is Outmuscle. You have to destroy a veteran unit standing on the Proving Ground. And that unit can be destroyed by any means. You don't have to use a veteran. You don't have to be on that objective. If it's on the Proving Ground, you kill it. And again, same restrictions as the previous one. Your opponent may not have a veteran, that may not be on the Proving Ground, and it may not be the best play at that time. However, look for this one, because Lumineth are a very good sniper army. Just like Stormcast, as soon as an opportunity comes around where you're like, I don't want to play heavy this turn, I just want to take a light turn, maybe snipe a unit that's helping contest an objective, and this one fits in pretty easily. Against the odds... Everybody knows against the odds. It's S tier in every single army. This is so easy that I thought this was a mistake, but let me break it down. A friendly unit has to control an objective with no enemy veterans on that objective. And that's it. That's the only criteria, which means you can pick a unit that's anything, even a support hero, and you can pick any objective, even one that you already control. Like, you start the game and you have an objective, okay, I'm going to score 2 points with against the odds. This one's so easy that you honestly don't want to score it first turn, because it's so easy that it can fill a turn later. That's the only downside of this one, is that it's too easy to score. You're guaranteed to get this at some point in the game. Barge through enemy lines. 2 or more units from your starting army are wholly within your opponent's territory, and if those units are veterans, you score an extra victory point. This is one of the only ways in the game to score an extra victory point, so it is kind of important that you try to do this with your veterans when you score this. And this is one of those ones that can be harder or easier based on territory size, right? Something like Realmstone Cache, nah, you're not getting this one. But especially with your Wardens being your main veterans, But there's ways to do this, right? You can get multiple veterans in your opponent's army. You can, for example, speed of Hysh and then run 6, and that's a pretty far move. And you can Transporting Vortex a second unit into play. So there's options for this. If you use allies, for example, Sylvaneth Tree Revenants, those are veterans, right? Because they're battle line and they're less wounds, so they're a veteran. They can teleport, and then Transporting Vortex a second unit, and you can score this one. It's not impossible. It's just it's significantly harder than the other ones, but the payoff is definitely worth it. It can be that one victory point you need to win a tie game effectively.
Definitely more of a turn 4, probably 5 kind of tactic where you might have the opportunity. And, Lumineth probably aren't going to table an enemy army as often as other armies, so, it may not come up, but it could. Definitely something to look out for, because that victory point matters a lot.
Mm-hmm. And if you're playing Helon and you want to be moving up anyway to get within range of bonus shots, all of a sudden your Sentinels are only a couple inches away from the enemy territory. Well, it's like, well, yeah, okay, I'll just run the Sentinels in there and then Transporting Vortex the Wardens somewhere else. You know what I mean? There's opportunities that will come up, and because of that extra victory point, I think that one makes this one worth a consideration. If it didn't have that extra victory point, this would probably be like a D, because it's just too much for Lumineth to do generally. But the payoff is worth it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. As a Stormcast player, this is one of my favorite battle tactics, because you can just drop the dudes out of Scions. But in Lumineth, from that experience, what I found is that because of the extra VP, playing into that veteran bonus point can do things like allow you to not overextend and try to take more objectives on a turn and still get a 5-point turn.
Mm-hmm.
And next up are the Lumineth battle tactics, which are quite good. I was surprised reading over these, just how, after going into list building and thinking about them, these are good tactics. First one here is priority target. You pick an enemy monster and you destroy it with a Starshard Ballista. At first I thought, well, does this mean I want to bring 3-4 Ballistas? No. Totally, just one Ballista is fine, because if you pick a monster, you can soften it up with Sentinels and Magic, and then finish it off with your Ballista, because it does a flat 3 damage per shot against a monster. So it's a little random, it's not something you would always do, but it's like, if you're going to kill that monster anyway, you might as well try to score 2 points off of it with this one. That's definitely worthwhile. Sometimes also declaring this can bait your opponent into doing something like Finest Hour and All Out Defense, like overextending, right? Like you put a couple light shots into it and your opponent's starting to panic and they're wasting resources, and then your real plan, 300 IQ, was to just ignore it and not care about the 2 victory points because you weren't going to score anything that turn anyway. So, useful. If you're playing against an Archaon, it's a really good way to bait out his Finest Hour, and then next turn you can kill Archaon. Conserve Aether Quartz. You pick an enemy unit and you destroy it with a Lumineth unit that didn't use its Aether Quartz. And the Lumineth unit you picked has to have Aether Quartz. I think this is super easy, right? Sentinels usually don't use their Aether Quartz. Ballistas don't usually use their Aether Quartz because their hit values are almost irrelevant. You just want the mortal wounds out of the Sentinels, and Ballistas already hit on 2s. So this is super good. This is one of the main ones you're going to score in every game. There's no restrictions on which enemy unit you pick. There's no, it has to be attacks. This is just really, really good. Just picture, like, turn 1 you do this. Turn 2 you do, again, eye for an eye. Turn 3 you go into against the odds. Like, that's already a powerful 1, 2, 3 max score every single round.
Yeah, gaining momentum and then Desecrate to just round it off. Boom, 5 tactics.
Yep.
You just do it.
Yep. Here's another one. I really like this one in Zytrek in particular. That's why I mentioned it when we were talking about it. But Blind the Enemy. Successfully cast 4 or more spells with Lumineth units this turn. Now, every time they say successfully cast, they'll often have the caveat, but not unbound. This one, they can be unbound. It doesn't say that. So if you have Teclis in your list, there's 2 victory points for you right there, because he auto-casts 4 spells. Doesn't matter what the opponent does to respond to it. Pretty good, right? If you have Scinari, just one Scinari using Deep Thinkers, cast 3 spells. In addition to your Deep Thinkers, you get 2 victory points. It seems random, but it's really not. Between Cogs and Aether Quartz, and if you're taking Zytrek, for example, this is one of the better tactics in the game.
The only unbind that can stop you is like Khorne, because it specifically says that spell is not successfully cast.
Yes.
It's like the only thing that can stop you. Oh, gosh.
Next up is Elemental Supremacy. One Elementary with Aether Quartz has to destroy an enemy hero. So this is any of your elemental units. So if you have Spirit of the Wind, Spirit of the Mountain, your Stoneguard, your Windchargers, any of these units, just pick an enemy hero and destroy that hero. You don't need to retain your Aether Quartz. The unit has to have Aether Quartz when you pick it. So this is good because you're going to be sniping heroes anyway. Windchargers are really good at getting into whatever hero they want to fight when they want to shoot, and this is actually a reason to use Sevireth because he's such a good hero sniper. Between his move mortal wounds, his shooting end of shooting phase mortal wounds from moving, his charge mortal wounds, and then potentially fighting or just retreating out of the way. Like he charged mortal wounds and then he just retreats. Like Sevireth is actually really good because he scores these 2 points. I don't think it makes him good enough to use, but yeah, that kind of play enables this battle tactic. It's really good.
Yeah. Windchargers and Helon walk up to their front line and get extra bonus shots past to the front line.
Yep, Windchargers are great for this. It's one of the reasons we rate them so highly, because having them at some point, they're probably going to shoot that hero, right? And you can Aether Quartz all out attack to still hit on 2s through a Lookout Sir. It's pretty good, man. Pretty dang good. Hysh made Manifest. 2 or more endless spells from your army are on the battlefield at the end of this turn. That sounds super easy, right? Because all you have to do is auto cast anything with Teclis and then cast one with one of your spells. The problem is that I don't like picking battle tactics that then require like a single dice roll. So even if I have, and I don't think this one's worth using like Teclis and then a Deep Thinker or 2 Deep Thinkers. Well, you can't even 2 Deep Thinker. You can only use 1 per turn. But you know what I mean? Like it's not reliable enough that I would rate it as high as the other ones. Plus, your opponent has a chance to unbind, and if you start the turn with one of your endless spells out, like let's say you declare this and you already have the cogs out, and then your opponent dispels the cogs, and well, you can't recast the cogs the turn they're dispelled, right? So really, really bad. It's a situation you want to avoid for sure. You want wizards that are out of unbinding range. You want to put both spells down on the table at the same time so that your opponent can't dispel them. There's a lot of things that need to make this work, but like you're probably going to use 2 endless spells in Lumineth army. So this one I'd say is about as good as Blind the Enemy, but just because there's more restrictions to it, I rank it a little bit worse.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, Paul, just a clarification for me. Is there an FAQ for Deep Thinkers? Because it's not written to restrict it to once per phase.
Isn't it? Let me check real quick.
It just says once per battle when this unit goes to cast a spell, you can just auto cast on a 9.
Ooh. That's interesting.
Yeah, you might be right. I thought it was once per Scinari per army.
Yeah.
Last up is Ignore the Odds. 1 Lumineth unit within 1 inch of an enemy has to destroy that enemy that they're within 1 inch of. This is really hard to do if you just have 10 Wardens. It's a lot easier if you have a block of 15 Stoneguard or Avalenor or something. They've just taken a charge and they're about to counterattack and they're probably going to kill that thing. It's good, but you're not going to score it every single time. Just watch for this one, right? There's some lists where you will not be able to score this if you only use 10 Warden screens, for example. You have like a Teclis list. You don't want to invest too heavily in melee power, so you just have screens and shooting and magic. You might not be able to score this reliably. I wouldn't twist my list to make this one work, but if you find yourself in a situation where you are absorbing a charge, your units are healthy enough to fight back and destroy them, definitely look out for this one. It's a good tactic. Like all the Lumineth tactics are really good. That's one of the highlights of this army is having a plethora of good tactics. Even if the season changes and there's a whole bunch of tactics that are really hard to score all of a sudden, which right now is not the case. They're actually pretty easy to score these days. But if there are hard tactics to score, Lumineth are in a good spot because they can reliably score their own.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See if we go to 40k style and all the battle tactics go to the GHB. Even for each individual army.
I don't mind this as an additional tuning knob for army power. It can encourage using certain units. Like here you've got one that wants you to have a ballista, and that might be enough to tip some people into using a ballista,
Yeah, or the Elementary one for sure.
I like stuff like this. I think this is a good way to balance factions.
Yeah.
Better.
We'll see if they take that kind of approach like they did with 40k.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, agreed. I like it. It's the only thing that I think, because this is a new concept for G-dubs, they're learning how to effectively balance this within the armies.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely take stuff between the two games. Like Horus Heresy, for example, has reactive abilities, but yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, with full book in mind, let's now go into list building.
Right.
First list up here is a Ymetrica basics list. Morgonk, this is your list. Why don't you run us through it?
Right. So the idea for this list was to essentially get like a starter Ymetrica list. We talked extensively about why Ymetrica was, maybe not seeing so much play, but for people who might be interested but don't want to quickly go out and buy lots of Warcry boxes for Stoneguard, I think this list is a good starting point for Lumineth, and it offers a lot of the Lumineth basics and how they play, and also lets them take advantage of some of the nice upgrades they got. So the basis for this list is a battle regiment. And I think Battle Regiment is just so important for Lumineth to have because there's matchups where they need to protect themselves from alpha strikes by getting a 5 of ward up. Unfortunately, this does leave you vulnerable to the double turn, but you have defensive tools like the 5 of ward and Total Eclipse. So the basis for this list is Scinari Enlightener. She is your general with the Lore Master trait and the Silver Wand artifact, which gives you 2 additional spells she can know from the Lore of Hysh, and it gives her an additional cast, making her a 3-cast wizard. The spells I took on her were Total Eclipse, Speed of Hysh, and Protection of Hysh. I could also see switching out Protection of Hysh for Overwhelming Heat in this scenario, in some scenarios. But essentially, you're always going to be casting Total Eclipse with her using either Deep Thinkers, Speed of Hysh, so all your stuff is fast, and then Protection if you're not casting that, and then basically trying to get the Ward Bubble out. It has an Alarith Stonemage with Unbreakable Stoicism to help out the Mortal Wounds from the Stoneguard. Avalenor, the Stoneheart King, as your main counter-attacking hammer. 10 Stoneguard, so essentially you're getting the 3 Alarith Temple package rated there. Unit of 10 Wardens with Speed of Hysh for some ability. Unit of 10 Wardens with Protection of Hysh as a secondary source of Protection of Hysh. And then 30 Sentinels, which is your main shooting block to have a critical mass of mortal wound shooting. 5 Bladelords as a counter-attacking unit against hordes and to protect the Scinari Enlightener because you have a lot of resources invested in her, so you don't want to leave her vulnerable to range projection. And a Starshard Ballista to increase both its range and the Sentinel's range and to provide some utility against monsters. Rounding it up, we have a Rune of Petrification, which is just, I think, an amazing spell for 40 points. Huge range, 6-inch aura of mortal wounds, triggers twice in a turn. And to top it off, it reduces their run and charge rolls, which is really, really useful for your castle formation because it means if they don't make the charge, you have a turn more to shoot them. And yeah, the idea is simple. You form a castle with all your Wardens and Stoneguard. Avalenor just giving out the -1 to hit bubble. You have the Scinari Enlightener cast Total Eclipse and a Protection of Hysh. Empower what you need to, and then just slowly kill their key pieces and then expand outwards afterwards. With Speed of Hysh doubling from the Enlightener's double up Lore of Hysh thing ability. As far as lists go, I think this is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it has a lot of the kind of like pick the best things out of the book that we've been talking about in this review and sticks them all into a list and kind of makes it all work together. I'm surprised you went with the Stonemage and didn't go further on the Stonemage in terms of enhancements on like command traits and artifacts because we talked about how good that stuff is with Stoneguard. Do you think just the 10 Stoneguard here are not enough of an investment in that? Or did you think it was more important to get like the Silver Wand on the Enlightener?
So so the reason I didn't go with the Stonemage general and then going all in on the Stonemage's command traits and enhancements was I only have 10 Stoneguard in this list. If I had taken maybe 5 more another unit or maybe another unit of 10 entirely, I could see investing more in the Stonemage. The other thing is if I do that, the Stonemage is just super vulnerable to just being sniped out in certain matches because they don't benefit from the Bladelords, in which case I would have to invest in a Phoenix Stone. In order to make sure the Stonemage can actually live through, or not make the investment in killing the Stonemage worthwhile for my opponent. But I think this list is like a fair package of like, if they target the Stonemage, yeah, it's a bit of a blow, but you're winning already because they have far bigger threats in the form of the Vanari Sentinels, Ballista, and Avalenor to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to draw too much attention to the Stonemage, basically.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are going to see the Stonemage. They're going to play against a lot of Ymetrica lists, and they're going to see the Stonemage and think, that's the thing I got to kill because it's the linchpin. But in this case, it's not. All it's doing is buffing the damage of the Stoneguard. It's not increasing their durability in any way.
Mm-hmm.
But it does, you're right, you're splitting the value up here, right? Like the Enlightener is really the key piece of this list. Once Total Eclipse is gone, once Protection of Hysh is gone, this army really starts to struggle. Wardens just start dying. Sentinels can get hit by Horror Gas, and then they can't Inspiring Presence, and they just die. So I like the idea of spreading out the value like that. And I like Avalenor here as like a big tanky piece, because 2x10 Wardens doesn't feel like enough screening, right? Like you don't want to go too heavy on shooting with this army. Avalenor fitting in as a nice...
that's
like,
the thing. Alarith Stoneguard can actually be a screen. Like we think of them as the melee hammer, but they are actually fairly good at the screening job as well.
Yeah, in your Metrica especially, you can if you're playing against another one-drop list, for example, or let's say you're playing against a list that you're going to take some damage, but not too much, right? You might, with Stoneguard, you can actually play second, whereas a lot of other Lumineth lists, you want to play first. Cool. It looks solid, man. I like this. I think this is a good starter list for a lot of people.
Yeah, I think this is just the basics. I think this is just like for people who want to, start out with Lumineth and have some cool models and just be able to throw some cool abilities around. I think this is a very basic list that a lot of people like.
Okay, the second list we're going to talk about is our first of many Helon lists. We're all very excited about Helon. Dan, this is your list. Take us away.
Yeah, I was particularly, I didn't have a cool name, but I was particularly excited about running Avalenor. If I ever get into Lumineth, I think that would be a goal model for me anyway, to run him. And Helon being our best faction, it actually goes really well with him, as we talked about earlier. He's got his shooting attack, which is, I believe, 3s, 2s, -2 for D6.
Yep.
Yep. And he's only got one of those shots. It's a D6 shot, so it's a little inconsistent. But if you go ahead and are able to re-roll that, or sorry, not even re-roll that, but just get another shot, doubling the damage output there, it can be pretty significant. You can do an extra 6 damage at a -2 Ren. That's impactful. That can do a lot. If it does an extra 6 or even 8 damage, close to the average, it's sitting around in there, and it can be really really strong. But otherwise, it's got a very simple package. You've got your 30 Sentinels that we see everywhere, with the Ballista to combo. In Helon, definitely important. I think that 10 Windchargers, looking at kind of the math of it a little bit, while not as impactful as like 10 of our crossbows, for example, it's still really good, especially ignoring wards, and having an inherent pip of rend to get past things. I think 10 is a good slot to give them speed of Hysh, let him go off and shoot something and be that annoying thing. I'm pretty excited to run something like that if I get into Lumineth here. Typical, Bladelord to protect the Cathallar, who's got Total Eclipse. I did decide to go with the Hurakan Windmage being the general, with Grand Windrider to give the Windchargers that much more mobility, Arcane Tome for some extra casting, and obviously Transporting Vortex because it's really good. You want your Sentinels to do things, moving Wardens for tactical things, taking objectives that you're not very fast, so you can be mobile and go ahead and get across the board. So I thought this was a pretty basic list, and then the Horrorghast rounds everything out because sometimes you are facing those matchups, like Nighthaunt, for example. The Windchargers are going to do a great job of killing things because they don't care about Discorporate at all. Not to mention Total Eclipse making that a little harder for them to do if your Sentinels are helping shoot. The Horrorghast is just going to, even if they're disincentivized from using a command point to Inspiring Presence, it's still good to make more things run, as well as be able to hit multiple things and guarantee that the unit you are hitting is going to start running away. So pretty nice. I think it's a pretty basic Avalenor Helon list.
Yeah.
Start.
This is pretty much where my mind first went, was like, get a tanky guy like a Avalenor. He's also a good melee riposte hammer. Get your Warden package with Sentinels up front, Windchargers as a riposting shooting unit, Bladelords to protect one of the heroes, and Ballista to give bonus range and fill the artillery slots. Pretty, it's just a result of all of our discussions. So do you mind if I criticize it a bit?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So we didn't talk about the Horrorghast and neutral on the spells, and I thought maybe one of you guys would have mentioned that. But here we can finally talk about why we didn't talk about it. The Horrorghast is really, really good with 30-inch shooting. We know that as Stormcast players, it is insanely good. But Lumineth have Total Eclipse. With Total Eclipse active, nobody's going to have enough command points for Inspiring Presence. So the Horrorghast will do almost nothing. That's been That's my intuition anyway. I could be wrong about this. It could be a situation where you fail to cast Total Eclipse, and Horrorghast is so important as like a backup spell that you're casting it with your Wardens. But I don't think it's worth the 40 points. I think you can do better with like a Rune of Petrification, which is always active and it stacks on top of the Total Eclipse in order to further debuff your enemy and also just do more damage. I don't think Horrorghast is really necessary for this army.
Oh, yeah, valid. Like I said, I kind of saw it as more of like a guarantee. Because sometimes you do want to make sure you save an Inspiring Presence, right? If the enemy, Nighthaunt player, as they get used to like seeing, for example, Windchargers able to do significant damage to their ghosts, it could be something that I'm kind of assuming like the enemy players, they're already not going to spend it on Discorporate, right? So why not spend it on Inspiring Presence?
Yeah,
to keep that unit around. So
totally, that's a valid use for the Horrorghast, is to ensure, right? Like you could always use the Howling Gale if you want to shut down commands for sure.
Yeah. Or running extra units as well, or models running away.
The Horrorghast is not a bad pick by any means. I just don't think it's as good in Lumineth as it is in Stormcast, because Stormcast don't have Total Eclipse, right?
That's fair.
I also want to critique your choices here of Grand Windrider on the Windmage, because I don't think it's going to do as much as you think. With Wind Leap on its own is pretty much fine if you're just running 10 Windchargers. I don't think you need the Grand Windrider, and I think Master of Magic would go a lot further here, making Transporting Vortex a more reliable cast. Re-rolling Unbinding is great utility. I think that is a lot better. Grand Windrider just increases the range of that Wind Leap ability. It doesn't really do anything else, so I don't think it's worth it. And I think the Arcane Tome is a fine pick, but what two spells do you want to cast with the Windmage? Mystic Shield and Transporting Vortex?
Yeah. I figured that everything else is pretty much going to need to cast what it has. Like some of the Wardens, they might cast Protection of Hysh. The Speed of Hysh, I still wanted to have it, even though I wanted to include Ethereal Blessing, but I figured that Ethereal Blessing, like we talked about earlier, isn't always, going to be amazing, just because of the save stacking that you can do. So I figured having Speed of Hysh was pretty important. And then the Sentinels usually want to empower themselves, so I just gave them Total Eclipse just to have it.
Well, what I would suggest is actually just taking the Tome off the Windmage and putting it on the Cathallar. Because then the Cathallar, even if she's just casting Mystic Shield, she can keep the value of the artifact alive because the Bladelords are there to protect her. And if she's not casting Mystic Shield, she can use her Warscroll spell, which is honestly not bad. There's some situations where even just a single roll of 2d6 under Bravery can cripple lists, like against Gargants, right? We're thinking about Gargants a lot lately. Cathallar casting Total Eclipse and then casting her spell on top of that is pretty good.
Yeah. True.
Yep. Otherwise, it looks pretty solid. I like the Windmage Windcharger core. I like the Cathallar here. Avalenor feels good in a Helon list. Man, being able to get bonus shots with Avalenor feels so good. That's one of my favorite combos in the game.
Even with some minor tweaks, even if you don't like the Horrorghast and you do go for the Rune, like Paul said, it still comes up to exactly 2,000 points, which is kind of nice. Fill out everything out.
All right, I'm taking the next one here. I called this one Teclis is in control, because how I envision this list playing is you are going to stop your opponent from doing every single thing that you can possibly stop them from doing. It goes Zytrek, or you could go Helon here if you want more damage, but I went with Zytrek for more casting proficiency. It actually comes in under 2,000 points, so I've taken the Indomitable Triumph, and I think that's worth mentioning because there's a lot of effects that will stop you from using Inspiring Presence, and if you get hit by a bad Battle Shock on your Sentinels, they are wiped out. They're, I think, Bravery 6. They are really, really easy to Battle Shock. You kill 15 of them, the rest of them are gone. So you want to make sure that you have the ability, even without a command point, like you don't want to save command points for it. I think the Indomitable Triumph is definitely worth considering in these lists. So what this list is going to do, between Teclis and the Scinari Cathallar, they're going to stack their spells that require a bravery check on an enemy unit. It's also going to toss the Rune of Petrification up to reduce their run and charge rolls. It is going to Overwhelming Heat to half the movement of other units. It is going to just disable as much as possible across the board. It's got the huge utility of Teclis being able to Transporting Vortex at any time, being able to heal himself up, being able to Total Eclipse every single turn of the game, being able to Ethereal Blessing every single turn of the game reliably. It's just a massive control list. It's got 2x10 Wardens, like we've seen in a lot of other lists, 30 Sentinels, 5 Bladelords to protect the Cathallar, who also has a Phoenix Stone, so in case Teclis gets sniped, she can take over. She can revive him on a 3+. The Cathallar has Master of Magic, and I gave her Overwhelming Heat because I feel like there's going to be situations where Teclis is going to want to cast his spell that does damage from the Stonemage, and then you can stack that with Overwhelming Heat, and you can stack that with other sources of mortal wounds to actually deal some good mortals. The Sentinels also have Overwhelming Heat because I've been thinking, if the Sentinels aren't using Empower, what do I want them using? And in a list with Teclis where they have greater protection of Hysh or whatever it is that gives the whole army a 5-up ward, in that situation they don't need to cast protection of Hysh, and Overwhelming Heat is more damage, so and control. So I thought maybe that might be a useful thing to try. I'm not 100% sold on that though. I rounded it out with 5 Chimera Heartrenders in order to just nothing is safe on the board. If my opponent ever leaves something open, boom, Chimera right there, and they steal it. So I'm quite happy with that. I did include the Horrorghast here because I wanted 2 endless spells in order to trigger battle tactics, and I feel like Horrorghast is one of the better ones. You don't always... Because let's say your opponent does have some way to cancel Total Eclipse, right? They've got like a Knight Incanter or some annoying auto-unbind thing. Just in case, it's nice backup. And Horrorghast is also an easy cast, right? So the Scinari with Master of Magic can reliably get that out, and then Teclis can auto-cast the Rune of Petrification, and then you've got your battle tactic secured. So this, like I said, this could also go Heal-On. I don't think it has the Windchargers necessary to go Heal-On effectively. I think Zytrek is a better choice for this because it gives all the Wardens, Sentinels, and the Cathallar +1 cast. Yeah, I think this is kind of like a resurrection of the 2nd edition Teclis list that we saw. Just more annoying. Much more annoying.
I like the Heartrenders for being annoying and making sure that you don't leave something open. They'll just go and they'll take it, and then they're relatively quick. You leave anything else, they'll go and take that too.
Yep. Yeah, you can't really leave anything open against them, which is nice. That's not something that this army can do otherwise, so I think they're really, really good.
And you feel real bad for shooting them instead of, anything else in the list.
Totally, yeah. And when you try to shoot anything else in the list, well, you got to roll under your bravery. The one thing I wish I could find room for here is a spell portal, because I feel like a lot of the spells are 18 or 24-inch range, and my opponent's going to be able to... I'm always thinking about Stormcast and Seraphon as the matchups, because those are the other armies I play, and they're just going to be able to do stuff just outside of that range, and then, yeah, that kind of sucks. But
yeah,
it's a first draft. I'm sure it'll get improved over time.
Yeah, Teclis loves the spell portal, man.
80 points, though. It's rough.
I know, but Storm of Searing White Light in the middle of an opponent's army is real good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, you have to combo it with other things, though. That's the problem. Just on its own, D3 Mortal Wounds isn't enough. Anyway, let's move on to list number 4. Jack, you called this one Double Tap to Double Jump. Why don't you tell us what this one's all about?
Yeah, so you'll notice that there is a theme going with a lot of these lists that we've built. When we all looked at the rules, we almost unanimously fell in love with Heal-On. And I wanted to really lean into that. So I'm going to preface that right up front. This is probably not the best list that could possibly be made, but it is absolutely fun. So I went with the Enlightener. She's got the Arcane Tome as the general, with Lore Master for the extra spells. The Arcane Tome, if it does get nerfed, she can just switch that out for the Silver Wand. Does the same thing. And the idea here is that in the battle regiment, you can deploy this as aggressively to get that first strike off, or you can do it defensively back if you know you're going to lose to like Iron Jaws 1-drop or something like that, right? So it gives you a little bit of flexibility there. I adore the double resolve effect of the Enlightener, so I took 2 of them. And the idea is to basically cast Ethereal Blessing on both units of Windchargers, cast Speed of Hysh on both units of Windchargers, have the Loreseeker forward deployed using his reserve deployment, or his Deep Strike deployment, and then you can run the Windchargers up like 30 inches and start shooting your opponent in the face with basically a 5-up unrendable, 5-up ward. And then I've got 2 units of 20 Sentinels that are not battle line, because you'll notice I have no Wardens, and they just shoot stuff as well. I understand what Paul is saying about the Horrorghast. I do not disagree with him in a world of Total Eclipse, but Total Eclipse may not go off. You might, and for me, I like the being able to kind of spread my shots out against a Horde army and cause multiple units to fail multiple battle shocks and have multiple units have D3 extra models flee. So I like it. I think it's really great. I think it's probably one of the best pointed endless spells right now. And then I've got a unit of Bladelords to bodyguard my Enlighteners, and the Ballista to guard a flank and grant the unit of Wardens that's in the center of my castle the extra 30 inches of range.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Sentinels are granting each other bonus range, so the Ballista is not necessary for that.
Yeah, for sure. But it just guarantees that if my opponent shoots a unit of Sentinels off the board, the other unit of Sentinels still gets 30-inch shots. And the Ballistas are dirt cheap, and they're an easy way to get a battle tactic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this has gone really, really heavy on the shooting, and we've talked in this review and multiple times on the podcast about why that's not the best idea. And those points stand. It's not the best list. I know you didn't say it wasn't the best. It was the best list or nothing. I just want to reiterate that point, that this won't be crushing 5-0s or nothing. But this does look pretty fun. I will ask, why would you go? Like, I get why you went with the Enlightener because you want a speed of light, speed of Hysh, 2 different units. But being that it's on a 3+, that's for me that's not reliable enough. I think I would have gone with Windmage instead, because that way you can wind leap these units, and you currently don't have a wind leap in here. So these guys won't be flying, so terrain's going to get in their way, enemy units are going to get in their way. They're only going to be a 14-inch move instead of a 16-inch flying move that they could possibly be. Yeah. Do you think maybe you might go like 15 and 5 instead of yeah, that might actually work better, because then that way one unit is guaranteed to get speed of Hysh, and the second one, in case you get it, the second unit of 5 Windchargers could also get it.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely can. What really the biggest challenge that I had, because this is the second version of this list that I sent you, and the original one did have a Windmage in it. The biggest issue that I ran into was there's more stuff that I want to bring than I have room for in a battle regiment.
Yeah, that's every Lumineth list I've written. I'm always thinking, how do I get away from battle regiment? And it's just too important. But you know what? Maybe this list doesn't need it, because you're not trying to survive. You don't need protection of Hysh or Total Eclipse. You're trying to basically alpha strike with Windchargers and Sentinels here, right?
Yeah.
So maybe you don't need it here.
Yeah, I agree. The matchup, especially whenever we're talking about Lumineth, that is always really terrifying is the Iron Jaws Alpha Strike on turn 1, right? But the great thing about that is, with something like the Loreseeker, because of the way Mighty Destroyers works, you can actually deploy that Loreseeker in 11.9 inches away from those pigs, and then Mighty Destroyers does nothing.
I like
because
that.
they have to. Mighty Destroyers doesn't give you an option. If they are within charge range, they have to attempt to charge.
Yeah, I hadn't considered that.
It delays them for a turn. I used to do this with my Stormcast all the time and just drop a unit of Liberators 11.9 inches away, and that buys you a time. It buys you a turn.
Yeah, I like that a lot. My question here with the Loreseeker, that's a nice piece of utility, but aside from that, what are you really doing with him? Just pushing him up and casting what?
So honestly, it's either I'm going to drop him and ensure that I can cast, that he can cast Horrorghast and put it in the middle of the opponent's army if they don't have high unbind capability, or to have him cast Protection of Hysh and have him be this forward deployed ward point where the Windchargers can move up and be within the radius of the 5-up ward.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Because if the Enlightener casts it back in your deployment zone and then the Windchargers rush forward, they're out of range for the ward. So the Loreseeker then gives you sort of multiple layers of utility. Like I said, this isn't the best list on earth, but it's the list I want to play.
Well, I'm curious about it because I have something very similar in these slides. And we're about to get to it. So I think there's one more, and then we'll get to that one. But I was just curious about your thought process, because you and I are on very similar lines of thinking here.
Yeah.
I think I just took it one step further, and I think you might like what you're going to see. Next up, I called this Purple Eclipse. So this is what I was talking about. This is a Helon list that is using a Windmage, right? So you've got the Enlightener, Loreseeker Enlightener. I went with Windmage Loreseeker Cathallar because I wanted the cheapest possible Cathallar or Scinari, which is the Cathallar, so she's got the Solar Eclipse going on, and she can always use her spell, of course, with the Aether Quartz combo. I've got a Windmage here because instead of going 2x10 Windchargers, I just went with a big block of 15 because I felt like I'm going to speed of Hysh exactly one unit, and it's going to be the Windchargers. I'm going to drop in a Loreseeker here, and he's going to auto-cast a Purple Sun right in my opponent's face. And that's going to make all my Windchargers effectively Rend 2. It's going to make my Ballista Rend 3. It's going to make the Sentinels even Rend 1 all of a sudden, which is actually scary, instead of doing like basically nothing. I went with the Inspired Triumph to make sure I could try to get a 5, like if I'm playing somebody with 2,000 points, my Windchargers are now on 2s or my Sentinels are on 3s. That's nice. I've got only 10 Wardens. Just for battle line purposes, but I kind of in this list I treat the Wardens almost like a support wizard. They're there to cast Speed of Hysh, and that's it. Once the Speed of Hysh is gone, I don't really care what they do. But they all also are screened, so if this list ever needs to play defensively, it can, right? Like the Loreseeker could deploy just as a standard Scinari back in a castle. I rounded it out, interestingly, with Vanguard Raptors and Chimerae Heartrenders. So I've got this squad of 5 Heartrenders that can go anywhere on the board and contest things. And then I've got 3 long strikes that are going to provide additional shooting power to the Ballista and the Sentinels. This is all in on shooting. This list has almost no melee power. I just really wanted to see how devastating a Loreseeker auto-casting Purple Sun on top of a lot of shooting can be. And the more I tinkered with this list, my takeaway was I'm going to just do this in Stormcast instead, because Crossbow Adjudicators and Tempesters are so much better at doing a Purple Sun Loreseeker drop. And that works, right? Like everything on the Loreseeker's War Scroll is good as an ally. Purple Sun works.
Yeah.
So that's my takeaway from this list is I could just do this better in a Stormcast army.
Yeah, agreed. I hate to say it, but yeah.
Can he deep thinkers out of a Lumineth army?
It's on his War Scroll.
Right? Yeah. And it doesn't matter if he's not in a Lumineth army, right?
Correct. He's the best ally in the game now. He's so good.
Nice.
And it's any spell. It's any spell he casts.
Yeah.
So yeah. Mm-hmm. Really, really good.
That's why I was wondering. I was like, is it in a Lumineth army or not? 'Cause sometimes that kind of thing gets kind of keyworded. But nice.
I did go Grand Wind Rider here, despite my earlier protests. I think in this particular list it works because you want to retain those Windchargers. This is not trying to win at the top of one. I don't know what this list is trying to do, honestly, but I don't think it's going to work too well without a melee hammer, without any durability, without any significant screening. Like the only screens it has here are 10 Wardens and 5 Heartrenders, and then it's done. So unless I can do significant shooting damage at the top of one, I don't know what else this list is going to do. And maybe it could, man. I mean, 45 shots on 2s and 3s, Rend 2. Ouch. Really ouch, man. That's huge.
Ignoring wards.
Ignoring wards, too. Good God. Yeah, that's brutal. And then there's 30 Sentinel shots. And then there's Vanguard Raptors as well on top of that. So, and a Ballista. So, might be cool. I would hate to play against something like this, because no matter what you shoot, it's the wrong choice. There's always another thing that's going to shoot you again. But man, if you were Iron Jaws, you'd love to see this. You would just love it. Just overrun everything. Yeah.
Gosh.
And then moving on to our last list here. Dan, this is yours. You called it Magic is Might. And it is another Zytrek list, so let's break it down. What do you got here?
Yeah. We had a lot of Helon, so I wanted to take a crack at Zytrek and try to see how much more magic I could get out of the Magic faction. So it's a Zytrek list, of course, 1990, so I was able to take Indomitable, because I do think it's pretty important to be able to do that. Indomitable even ignores the Horrorghast, since it stops anything from running in the Battle Shock phase, which is pretty nice. And I went for Defend What's Ours, because I think it has some control options that can help out. So I've got a 2-drop as well, because I wanted to do something different, and because while Iron Jaws, for example, is still taking like a 1-drop, which is, pretty spooky, I did feel pretty confident in the screening that I could do here, because I do have still like Double Ward and Dawnriders. But I did want to go for a 2-drop just to try something different and enable taking a Loreseeker. And I considered doing like the Purple Sun deal, but I was like, why don't we lean more towards the like magic control side than the shooting? I got an Enlightener with Lore Master, so she can, handle whatever needs to be done. I give her Ethereal Blessing, Total Eclipse, and Speed of Hysh here. Ethereal Blessing being something that's, a little more situational, and I did want Speed of Hysh to be kind of, I think it's pretty important to have that be more guaranteed than not, so I want to have that on the Enlightener. I do have a Cathallar as well, Protection of Hysh, she's in the, I'd probably deploy my little terrain piece somewhere where Protection of Hysh would be very impactful, because you do get to measure Protection of Hysh from the base of the terrain feature rather than just her, which is pretty nice. Got the Loreseeker. Instead of taking like Protection of Hysh on him like you guys did, I did take Overwhelming Heat just in case I do want to CC a certain large unit. Let's say it's an Incarnate, for example. Having the movement of an Incarnate is pretty nice. So I've got that going on. Windmage for Transporting Vortex, because that's just a good combo to have with Sentinels in general. Even just to reposition around the Ballista, because you only have to be within 6 inches. Like sometimes Transporting Vortex isn't going to take them very far. Very similar to my Raptors. Sometimes when I'm translocating, I'm not really moving them too far. It's just like they only move 4 inches. So sometimes you just got to move. It's a big block. It's unwieldy. You just got to move it on the other side. I do have double Wardens, like I said, and Dawnriders to fill out my screening, because I do want them to speed bump and get rid of that. And 10 Bladelords are actually filling out my riposte. Crap.
Riposte. Don't listen to that Mergonk propaganda.
My riposte is going to come out from the Bladelords. I do like the idea of the bonk that they can do. That 2-up for mortals is pretty nice. I think it's D3, right? D3 mortals, 2-up.
1 mortal per model. But
1 mortal per model.
10 models, 2-up to do mortals.
I was going to say, yeah, D3 sounds like a lot.
That'd be insane. No, it just takes big chunks off things.
Yeah, it's just a nice riposte unit, and I figure try for a control style, because I've got the Horrorghast to help out with some larger horde things. Like I said, I do like to be able to shoot multiple things, do some damage to multiple targets. Cogs, because obviously everything is relying on my magic being consistent, which I think can really happen here. Zytrick with a +1, the Cogs going off, it's, match made in heaven. And Rune of Petrification is such a cool endless spell, I'm jealous that we don't have anything similar. The Tornado be damned, it is not doing its job.
No.
So Rune of Petrification is pretty nice to have as well. Shoot, I even considered putting like Shackles in this list just to have something cool and control-y, but Petrification is just so much better, and Shackles is of niche use.
Petrification feels good because it's 40 points. If it was like 70 or 80, no way. I can't stand endless spells being so expensive. I think the best thing in Season 1 is that they cut the point cost so low that you can take 2 or 3 and feel good about it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Paul. In fact, I wish that the really expensive endless spells were cheaper and were just less effective.
Yeah, I think they add a lot of flavor. They're really, really cool. One of the best things about Age of Sigmar compared to other tabletop games is the endless spell system. It looks like a solid list, man. You're trying to squeeze out as much as you can from the magic side of things. I like the Bladelords here. I don't think we really utilize those in the rest of our list building, especially 10 Bladelords. One of the first things I gravitated towards was 15, just because 15 perfect strikes is just so brutal. You just kill so many things with that right away. But then I've realized I'm just running out of reinforcement points, right? Like, if instead of the Bladelords, I want double reinforced Wardens, I want double reinforced Sentinels, I want reinforced Windchargers. There's so many things that you want to reinforce more than Bladelords. Running out of reinforcements in this army is a pickle. It's quite annoying.
Yeah, I could have gone triple Wardens here because I do have the extra 10 points, but the Dawnriders are just important to have. Speed of Hysh, Dawnriders, so good for going to get objectives.
Yeah, nothing in here looks like game-breakingly overpowered, right? Like a lot of the 3rd edition armies, like pretty much every list, right? Like a lot of 3rd edition armies are like, I'm going to have this power combo that's going to do a whole bunch of damage. Lumineth don't really have anything like that. It's like, yeah, 30 Sentinels are scary, but they have to get in heal on and get in range to do any significant damage. There's not outside of that. It's like you're doing good damage, but not great, and you're just controlling your way to victory.
Yeah, even the next best faction like Zytrick really is just making things smoother, right? It's just making things more consistent. I did want a little bit of Magic Dawn, so I added the Rune of Senthoi here, just to get like a big deny off. We've got a lot higher casting coming out from stuff like Skaven even, or Tzeentch, or even Seraphon. So
yeah, so this would be what, +3 to unbind?
Yeah, +3 in most cases.
It's really good.
Yeah.
It's lacking fast melee punch. I think we've mentioned it a few times in this review. What you want out of a Lumineth army is there's 5 things that you want, and you can't get all of them, right? You want magic power, you want reliability, you want movement, you want shooting, you want melee power, and you want durability. You want those 5 things, and you can pick 3 or 4 of those to be good at. And you can't pick all 5. You just can't do it. So you pick the one you don't want more than anything else. And in this case, you've got the Bladelords, so I think it's not the melee power. You got a little melee power and a little bit of speed, but not really too much of either one.
Yeah, I think the melee and the speed are about like half, if you will. It's like I think I've got 4 out of the 5, but not.
I think speed's the weak point here for sure, right? Like Dawnriders, 1 unit with 14-inch move does not constitute enough speed. You want 2 units like that so you can contest other sides of the board in case one of them dies and so on. So that's the last list. Before we go into the rest of the review, what did you guys think about list building for Lumineth? I felt very constrained based on our discussions that we had, the tier list that we set up, how we think about units. I feel like the battle regiment dominates this army, and you can't get away from it. It's really, really hard. I think that's a problem, and it feels like everything's a little too expensive. At the same time, like you're trying to max out a battle regiment, but like Wardens feel like they're too many points. Sentinels feel about right, but Wardens 150 for 10 feels a little overpriced.
Agreed.
Picking your spells is... Oh man, I wish I could take a spell enhancement and make this even more complex, but even just picking your spells is complex, right? Like knowing which unit you want Speed of Hysh on, which units you want Protection of Hysh on, which units are going to be doing Overwhelming Heat as a backup instead of Empowering, and then you've got your... Like this is a really complex army to put together, but at the same time, it feels like you just get funneled into Heal-on Battle Regiment. Despite all the complexity, it feels like it's almost a mono build army. It's like either you're doing a Shooting Castle in Heal-on or a Shooting Castle in Zytrek. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I felt really constrained. And I felt even Zytrek doesn't feel as good as Heal-on just because I wanted that bit more punch that Heal-on can give. It's just not having that in Zytrek. Smoothing things over is great, but you're already a good casting army in general. So it's not like, you've got deep thinkers, you've got, multiple, you can have backups, right? If something, if the Enlightener doesn't get Speed of Hysh off, if it's crucial, I'll try to get it from the Sentinels. But the Dawnriders have it too, you can have backups for that. So it's, I don't know.
Well, if you can only cast.
Well, if you cast it, you can only cast it one. But
but for
if
range
you can't
backups,
cast it, is what I meant. Yeah. So something dies, right? You don't have one piece. You can do it on another.
Yeah, I on that topic right there about the spells on the units. That's literally what I felt, because the lack of additional spell casting made me. It was really like, why am I picking spells for my Sentinels? They're gonna cast Empower some metal weapons every turn. Giving them an extra spell seems pointless when they'll almost never use it. So it's felt weird, but yeah, Paul, I agree with you. I think that because the army doesn't punch hard enough, you get funneled into a very sort of specific design strategy, and I think that the current state of Battle Regiment really influences that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's weird because if they do change Battle Regiment, this army doesn't have any of their own battalions that could possibly reduce their drops. So what we're looking at here is an army that will just take as few units as possible, which means you're going into the Teclis Sentinels build with 2x10 Wardens, maybe Teclis Avalenor Sentinels, right? Because if you can't go 1-drop, then you just have to take the most expensive, biggest units you can. But that really limits you tactically because you have fewer units. You can't contest the board as well. Every single unit that is destroyed is a huge deal. And I don't know what this army would do if it can't control the 1-drop. So as much as the Battle Regiment is hurting the internal balance of this army, I think it's propping up their external balance, because if you don't get your spells off, Teclis is dead every single game.
Yeah. Well, and that's especially true when we've got things like 30-inch mortal wound shooting, melee armies that can move 30 inches in a turn. As much as people complain about Battle Regiment, I think that if Battle Regiment goes away the way that a lot of us want it to, there needs to be a review of certain armies balancing. And this is a great example. Like, why don't they have battalions? It's become a thing for the 3rd edition books.
Some of them, yeah.
Yeah, it's really rough. It almost starts to feel like you're not rewarded for using your spells correctly. It feels like you're punished for not doing them correctly, and that's not a good feeling as a player from a game. And the spells are really powerful, but man, they're hard to cast. So you have to manage your resources, and then if you're not managing your resources because your spells are so powerful, and they don't want elves' baseline durability to be really good, so like you're super fragile without your spells, which is fitting from a narrative perspective. From a gameplay perspective, though, it feels awful. It feels like they could find some middle point, where make the buffs easier to cast, but bring up the baseline durability of the elves a little bit. Maybe make them cheaper. Maybe give them slightly better saves or something. I don't know. It just definitely felt very constrained in list building.
I absolutely agree, and I think that from a game design standpoint, one of the spells that feels like it is perfectly placed for this army is Empower Sun Metal Weapons, because they have an effect that works regardless of whether or not the spell is cast. The spell makes it better, right? And I wish that a lot of these really, really powerful spells had a baseline effect included in like the allegiance abilities that the spells then made better.
Yeah, that would be great. Like, what if this army could have a 6-up ward from an easy source that's not a spell, that's always active, and then Protection of Hysh would be like a 5-up ward, which is definitely better. But it's not like you have nothing until you have that spell. It's like you're either at a 0 for defense or like a 5, and there's no in between with this army.
Exactly, and they're all wizards, right? So like giving the army a army-wide 6-up ward is totally fine. That's not going to break the game. There are lots of armies with 6-up wards.
Probably fine, yeah.
Yeah, they're not super powerful. We all know that a 6-up ward is basically like, okay, cool, awesome.
Yeah, Hammers of Sigmar, great.
Yeah, yeah, right. So that's one of the things. Maybe if
I'm not sure that that's a solution here, though. I kind of think it's just a matter of giving them at least one unit that can, because like a Avalenor kind of has it, but like giving one unit that can actually, they can build around that can punch a little better, because they've got a somewhat melee focused or rather shorter range focused. I'm not even sure. Castle melee focused build in like Stoneguard.
Right.
But Stoneguard don't seem to be threatening. Like, it's going to be annoying, but it's not threatening.
Yeah, they don't punch hard enough. I get, or the reverse, like Paul and I are talking about the army being so fragile. I think what we would end up with is if they had a unit that was super defensively tanky, then that would skew list building as well, right? I mean, think that
maybe it's just like you can build for like Stoneguard, for example, but like why would you build for Stoneguard? Like going into more defensive isn't helping the army here. That's the issue that I'm finding. And they do have some tricks with like Aether Quartz and such, and the ability to easily get Mystic Shield off, Ethereal Blessing. Like I think they're defensively. I think they've got the right idea because it's focused on your magic going off, which is fine. That's a way to balance it, and it does seem to pay off based on getting that magic off. But it doesn't pay off in the sense like, okay, I've kept my units alive. Now next term, I'm just going to try to keep my units alive and try to shoot some more.
So what about? And we've seen this apply to a bunch of armies. What if the army allegiance ability had a turn 1 visibility is blocked outside of 12, and you have charge rolls within 6 inches or whatever?
That could help. I don't know if that's necessary. I think
Yeah, I
maybe
don't
one of
know.
the problems here is that there's really nothing that props up the melee units in this army. Like if one of the sub factions could be retooled to be a buff to Dawnriders and Bladelords and Wardens
Yeah,
and things
I
like
agree,
that,
yeah.
then that would offer new, because like they're never going to be a super melee army like Daughters of Cain, but there's nothing that increases their melee damage, and their baseline melee is not very good. So I think maybe
Right.
like Elithia or something could be buffed up to be like your Wardens can do more damage, or that might open up more options for aggressive melee plays. Whereas all this faction can do is defensive shooting plays. There's no
Yeah,
other alternatives.
Right. Yeah.
That's
I
exactly
was
what I was
actually
getting at.
Yeah, I actually really like the idea of Dawn Riders having like a once per game really punchy War Scroll ability that allows them to be a heavy cavalry unit for one turn. Right?
Maybe
Yeah.
maybe they're saving it
Give them some
for
fun.
maybe they're saving it for the Teclis part of the army.
I mean, the
The
Tyrion.
Tyrion.
Tyrion part of the army.
Yeah, maybe they get a rework. I was about to mention, what if they had something like the Scarlet Doom in Night Haunt, where the Dawn Riders did like D3 mortals,
It'd be beautiful, yeah.
Yeah.
Or just
right?
each
So,
model
like,
does a
because
mortal.
they have less
Yeah.
models. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
well, because they have less models than Scarlet Doom Blade Geist would. Instead of it being one mortal per model on a 5-up, it'd be D3 mortals on a
Yeah.
5-up.
It feels weird to me that an elf army that fights 2 units at a time, basically fighting first, doesn't have good melee. That feels wrong to me.
Yeah, which I mean, I do like that it's balanced in that sense, where it's not oppressive, but it does feel weird that they can't take advantage of it
Mm-hmm.
in some situations. Like there's got to be something that enables them, right? A decision that you can make.
Well, like I said, the Teclis side of things is definitely a bunch of shooty nerds. That's fitting.
Sure.
The Tyrion side is probably going to be more militaristic, melee focused, defensive, things like that.
Well,
So
yeah,
we'll see.
I mean, I think I personally, the thing that I was most disappointed about with this battle tome is that we didn't get a fight like the Fire Temple. We didn't get a new temple, and so this is just an update to units we've already seen.
Mm.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And the stuff that changed wasn't significant enough to really warrant an entirely new book. A War Scroll or a White Dwarf article and an errata could have done that.
Yeah, this was cleaning up. This was just transitioning the book from 3rd to 2nd, and then
Yeah.
buffing up the Alarith stuff so it was more playable, because it was really the suffering units from the previous edition.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have a feeling
agreed.
you're right about the Tyrion thing. That we're just holding on for Tyrion, and or maybe maybe all the development's just going to Malarian, right?
Maybe. All right, let's wrap this review up. Starting
Cool.
off with a summary page. We always include these just because it's easy to screenshot these and put them all over the place of our thoughts. Real quick, running through the units here in S tier. Wardens, Sentinels, Rune of Petrification, Enlightener, Cathallar, and Teclis. All of those are excellent. Your list will go very far if you bring those. A tier units, Starshard, Ballista, Bladelords, Windchargers, Loreseeker, Windmage, and Avalenor. All of those are also excellent units. Maybe not as efficient, maybe a little bit more restricted in their purpose, but they're still also very good units. Rounding out the B tier, we've got Stoneguard, Spirit of the Mountain, Hyshian Twinstones, the Stonemage, and the Light of Altharion. These units are good, perhaps not as efficient. We've talked at length about Stoneguard. I really hope we get a lot of YouTube comments about this, because I think that's our hot take of the season. Like the pre-Christmas hot take, Stoneguard B tier. C tier is still playable units, perhaps a little niche in their purpose, but they are good at it, or perhaps their niche isn't that good, but yeah. Dawnriders, Calligrave, Lord Regent, and Sevireth. And then finally, starting to get into the unplayable or inefficient, not worth using tier is the D tier units. We've got the Spirit of the Wind, Ellania and Ellathor, and Teclis if they don't errata him so that he learns every spell. He is way too bad at 700 points. No way. Not worth it.
The Master of Magic.
Yeah, until he met Nagash. And then F tier, these are just unplayable, bad War Scrolls, and I don't think any amount of point changes will fix these. Sanctum of Amyntok, Bannerblade, and Lyrior Uthralle, something like that. So in total, in terms of viable units, which is C tier or higher, we have 21 out of 26, which is a very rare rating of over 80%, which gets it an S tier ranking in terms of internal balance. I think that's deceptive, though, because as we saw in list building, even though there are a lot of units to pick, and they're not bad picks, you get funneled into particular builds. Helon shooting castles or Zytrex shooting castles, both of which want battle regiment. So even though the unit choices are good, when it comes to list building, they're still struggling a little bit there. In terms of viable sub-factions, we've got Helon in S, Zytrek in A, and Umetrica in B, which is half the sub-factions, which is not great, but there's certainly worse than that out there.
Mm-hmm.
And let's summarize the book with their strengths and weaknesses. So, first up, their major strength, powerful long-range shooting. There's no denying that Lumineth are going to be an army that relies on shooting damage. It's not the best shooting damage, and they might have some troubles with application compared to, say, Stormcast, who can translocate, and Scions of the Storm. They can't double tap like Daughters of Cain. They can't use reserve deployments and have tons and tons of bodies like Idoneth Deepkin. Their shooting is good, but it's different. It's restricted in its own ways. They have probably the most impactful spells in the game. I think Total Eclipse is incredibly strong, changes the game, the way you play it, both as the Lumineth player and as the opponent. Anytime that spell does not get cast, it is a very different game. So, very, very powerful spells. There's other ones. Total Eclipse is just the one, obviously, that you're going to talk about the most because it impacts your game the most. Teclis and Scinari are going to be auto-casting, game-changing spells, which is unbelievably strong. That kind of reliability in a dice game should never be ignored. Aether Quartz is reactive play, both in offense and defense, and also in casting. So all of your units are going to be interacting with the system. It stacks with hit and save commands, and they can be used even if your commands are disabled, like you get hit by a roar or something, you still have a +1 save that you can apply, which is nice. They have incredibly powerful control tools for movement and actions, and if you combine that with your shooting, you are just taking options away from your opponent. This is a control army that is not going to play incredibly aggressively, and it's going to be frustrating to play against when it's played correctly. They have durable wall units that can be turned into melee hammers. Talking about units like Avalenor, Stoneguard, and Wardens. You can play them as walls, and then you can suddenly cast the right spells, and they become melee hammer units that can deal decent damage. And finally, it's worth mentioning again, they have great battle tactics. They can play tactical games that are not just trying to table your opponent and control every objective every 5 rounds. They need to play into these, and they are rewarded for doing so. But they definitely have a lot of weaknesses, too. Many of their defensive abilities are proactive, and you have to activate them. They're just not passive effects. Things like Total Eclipse, Ethereal Blessing, Protection of Hysh, these are all spells that have to be cast, and if you don't have a turn, they're not active yet, which means you really want to go into Battle Regiment. And however, Battle Regiment only fits 3 leaders and either 1 artillery, 1 behemoth, and 5 troops. So there are significant restrictions on list building because of the way this army functions defensively. Not in terms of offense, because offensively, you're probably rewarded for splitting up your units, taking a whole bunch of different shooting units so that your opponent doesn't wipe them all out. But defensively, if you don't have these buffs active, you're going to really struggle. So Battle Regiment is the way to go, for better or for worse. You have really high accuracy with mortal wounds, right? Like you've got 30 shots, and on 5s you're going to be doing mortal wounds. But the maximum damage you're doing is, 30 shots for 450 points. That's not great. You're not going to kill, on average, you're not going to kill super tanky units like Stormdrake Guard with a 5-up ward through Gardas. You're not going to cut through them in one turn with just shooting. Even when you add in melee power, which this army kind of lacks, unless you've got Avalenor ready to charge in on those Stormdrakes, you're not going to kill them. So you're going to have trouble taking down units in one turn, which means your opponent is going to have a chance to react. And if they happen to be an army that's not relying on commands, you don't have that many defenses against them. They prefer using reinforced units, right? You want 30 Sentinels, you want 15 Windchargers or 10 Windchargers, 30 Wardens, you want 10 Bladelords, you want bigger units. But when you don't have bonuses to rally, every loss you take is really rough. You're not an army like Daughters of Cain or Fire Slayers, or even the new Slaves of Darkness, which have bonuses to rally, so that as they're losing units to shooting armies, they can just start popping back on the table with a quick command. You can't do that with Lumineth. You are also limited to 4 reinforced units or 4 reinforcements in 2,000-point games, which means if you bring 30 Wardens and 30 Sentinels, that's it. Your next Warden block is not reinforced. Your Bladelords aren't reinforced. Your Windchargers aren't going to be reinforced, and so on. So that's a serious consideration and a weakness. Many units in this army wound on 4s and 3s, and there really isn't a way to boost most of it. Sentinels outside of Sun Metal are doing garbage damage. Avalenor needs a Stonemage with an artifact in order to wound on 2s, or he has to pop Finest Hour, which is just once per game. Lots and lots of wounding on 3s, which has some consistency problems. Sure, as Stormcast players, we can relate. Anytime our melee units don't have Celestial Blades, we feel like we're begging the dice gods for help here, It's rough. It can swing pretty high even on 3s. 2s are where I start to feel more reliable, right? But even then, you roll 1s like I do. It won't matter. They have a lot of hit 6 mortal wound effects that do not benefit from the current seasonal Bounty Hunters battalion, and I think that's definitely a downside because this army would love to do more damage, but when that damage comes from mortal wounds on hit rolls of 6, those don't benefit from +1 damage. So they can't really play with the new toys that other armies are taking advantage of right now, and they're at the same time heavily punished by those toys because Bounty Hunters really rips through Wardens and Stoneguard and everything.
It's really interesting that the rule is not written the way that the Cool Boys rule is written.
Yeah, yeah, that one would work. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, because it says you deal the weapon's damage as mortal wounds, right?
Yeah. Yep. If it was written that way, then Bounty Hunters would be really good in this army.
Yeah. I mean, I think if it was if Sun Metal Weapons was written that way, you could start really making a case, especially in this season, to not take a 1-drop battle regiment and lean into your melee units doing 2 mortal wounds and stuff.
Yeah, Bladelords doing that, Dawnriders doing that, even Windchargers, 2 damage apiece would be nice, even though they don't do mortals, but 2 damage apiece ignoring wards. Nope, never mind, they don't ignore wards. Scratch that. It's just shooting. Used to be ignore cover in all phases, now it's just ignore wards and shooting. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The shooting units in this army are slow, right? Ballistas and Sentinels are slow. They need to be protected, and they don't have reserve deployments to protect them. Like, Stormcast can just leave long strikes in reserve. We can drop them into play anytime we feel like it. They're always vulnerable to damage, and unless you have your defensive spells up, you're going to take a lot of damage. And when you take that damage, you don't have any bonuses to rally to revive those units. So all of these things kind of compound into this. Well, yeah, you better go battle regiment. You better cast Protection of Hysh because all you can do is take the damage and hope you survive it. The Sentinels, in particular, need stuff like Transporting Vortex in order to get any kind of decent angles on enemies because they don't ignore line of sight anymore, and they are a very large unit, so to have all the models within firing range and sight sometimes can be tricky, so you need stuff like Transporting Vortex to set that up, but that is a hard cast, and Wind Mages are not good wizards, so that you have to really carefully manage your resources here. You've got Aether Quartz, you've got Deep Thinkers, you've got Teclis, you've got your rerolls from the Shrine, you've got your bonuses from Aether Quartz. You have to manage these resources very carefully, but even if you do all that, it's still a dice game and you can just screw up these casts. It's not like prayers where your opponent can't interact with them. There's also unbinding, there's also dispelling of endless spells. There's a lot of failure points here. So you need backup plans, and I don't know if this army has the redundancy in its units to have backup plans because it's so reliant on magic.
I think in the end, I think Lumineth are a good army. I totally agree with the A-tier rating. I think in the hands of good players, they will absolutely be very frustrating for some armies to play against, particularly those in Destruction. I think they have some great toolbox tools, and their weaknesses of not having high enough damage are covered up by their board control tools. Yeah, it's just a solid, typical elf army, and I can see how this would be fun for a lot of people to play. I'm probably not one of those people. But we expect this book to do well, especially after all their units stop being hunted down by bounty hunters.
Do you think it's a complex army to play? It's one of the hardest armies to play at a base level. Do you think in the hands of the average player, this would be an A-tier army? Or do you think maybe a little bit weaker?
No, I wouldn't recommend this to newer players, particularly because, I don't think... I mean, when you're less experienced, you don't necessarily understand things like castle formation, things like, scoring points patiently. I think new players like to move models forward and kill things. This is probably not an army that newer players will enjoy or get the hang of very easily. I think this, because like we mentioned, this is not trying to, it can have a blowout, but it's not trying to have a blowout by turn 2, turn 3. I think it's trying to control the board and play like a turn 4, round 4 or 5 game where it slowly wins in point. So it's not an army you can just spread out try to get all the objectives on the board and then win. I don't think it works that way.
Yeah, this is the furthest thing from moving into the middle of the board and fighting. This is a very high-tech army.
Magic reliable.
Sorry, could you start that?
A lot of... Yeah, sorry. This army is extremely reliable on magic. It relies on magic a lot. It's while the casting it can be reliable with the Aether Quartz and the rerolls and Zytrek and what have you, it's so important for them to get their spells off, because if they don't, for whatever reason, maybe you have a Slann that has 4 unbinds, 5 unbinds, maybe you're just unbinding a key spell like Protection of Hysh or something, it just falls apart so easily once your magic doesn't go your way. And I think that might be a source of frustration for players, like especially if if your dice rolls are just bad, then it is what it is.
Yeah, and it is certainly a dice game, right? No matter how good your casting is, sometimes you're just going to miscast, even with a reroll.
Like if you cast if you roll a 3 on your Sentinels, the turn you need a 5 of mortal wound. But congratulations, you've lost so much efficiency now. It's like, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's definitely going to hold this army back. And managing that, I think, is the difference between a good player and a great player. It's just properly managing your resources of Aether Quartz, Deep Thinkers, rerolls, things like that. These are hidden resources that a very good player will take advantage of, but will be frustrating because they're punishing if you don't do it correctly.
Honestly, I did not like the Aether Quartz mechanic when it was first introduced, particularly because I think that extra spell cast it gave them was stupid. It was really too strong. Making everything a 2 cast on demand was really too strong. I think, like you said, the difference between good players and great players will be, do I just use this Aether Quartz as a get me out of trouble situation for a +1 to save, or do I use it for my spell casting? And I think the latter is more important than the former.
Mm-hmm. That said, though, I think in the hands of a good player, like Morgana just talked about, I think this army is going to be A tier. I think it's going to be good. It's going to have very good counters to specific problems in the meta right now. Like Nurgle wards are a thing of the past against this army. Nighthaunt wards are gone. Seraphon is really struggling against Total Eclipse. Iron Jaws are really going to struggle against Total Eclipse. There's just a lot of good matchups for this army. Gargants, right? Bravery 6. Good luck with that. Lumineth are poised to do pretty well in this meta if people put the pieces together correctly and if they play correctly. And I think both of these things might take some time to adjust. So, what do you guys think? Final thoughts on Lumineth?
Hot take, I think they're kind of lower A tier, creeping on B.
Yeah.
There's actually a little less, especially after I'm not a Lumineth player from before or anything, but they were already kind of slacking. And I don't think that they got too many more tools to help them out. I think Windchargers were probably the biggest tool they got for dealing with those armies that have wards that are giving them like artificial, if you will, effective wounds. But otherwise, the army hasn't changed as much.
Oh, yeah. I can totally agree with that take, because Bounty Hunters really rips up the screen so quickly that you kind of, like, as soon as Bounty Hunters is gone, it takes an extra turn to chew through the whole army. And in that time, they're shooting you, like, full power shooting, right? Almost. You're going to take some losses along the way, but you're still doing a lot of shooting damage. And I think totally there's an argument that right now they're on the lower side of A, maybe higher side of B, something like that. Mm-hmm. I'm going with my gut here, just based on what I see. The results may not show this, because I think a lot of people are going to go into your Metrica at first, and they're going to be disappointed by the speed and lack of options for shooting power and mobility. I think after some experimentation, by the time any of this would happen, we're probably going to be in the next season anyway. So
I think a Metrica list in the short... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I think a Metrica list in the short term might actually even do pretty well. Because I see people saying, oh, the Symmetrical list did good, but like, I think it's because sometimes these people are playing their game. They're going to them. They're not playing around their mobility, and I think that's something to keep in mind, is that if you're playing against a Metrica list, think about what your game plan is, how you want to win, and how they want to win. So. Well,
yeah, and to that point, right, like, remember the GTs that happened right after the Stormcast and War Cleanse book came out. Every GT was being podiumed by Stormcast and Iron Jaws, because no one had adapted to what those armies were capable of.
It's such a departure in playstyle from what they had before.
Right. And so, like, if you fight Metrica in the battle they want, they are going to feel awesome. But you just don't have to do that.
Yeah.
And I think both points are valid. I think that the army, from my personal perspective, I think the army is sort of at a low A, high B. I think that an army that is this fragile, that have these kinds of proactive defenses that require the turn, I think that the shooting took a little bit too much of a hit, because, like, why is transporting Vortex so hard to cast? Like, it doesn't need to be that hard to cast.
Yeah, translocate on a 2-up rerolling. It's kind of
no
the
joke.
disparity
Right?
is a little rough.
Yeah, well, and it's like the problem with the Sentinels before was they ignored line of sight, so there was no way to hide from them, and they could fish for 5s. They've lost both of those abilities, and compounding that by making their mobility even harder just feels like you're really pushing a boulder uphill to get the effective damage out.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. Like, I haven't played the Lumineth list, the new one yet, so we'll see.
Yeah, I've only played on a Metrica list, but it was fairly easy to. I don't think my enemy had a clue of really what his game plan was going to be. But just analyzing, like what his opponent wants to do can really tell you a lot about how well a list can do. And I don't see an active game plan from Stoneguard and Metrica lists that can, like take a game. Even if LRL already play very slow, but even that, isn't doing much.
Yeah, agreed. I think that there's a really strong case to be made that 3rd edition AOS movement is king. Being where you need to be, when you need to be there on the battlefield is so important. And this army just does not do that effectively unless you are hyper-spec'd into that. And that means that you're giving up offensive melee power, you're giving up any sort of resilience, right?
Like I said, you want 5 things,
5 things,
you get 3 or 4 of them max.
Yeah.
So, yep.
And I love that, right? Like, I really like that aspect of AOS right now, but I think that Lumineth are maybe are not quite where they need to be right now.
We'll see.
Being lower A and higher B, in my opinion, is still a great place to be. I think it's right for each home there, to be honest. So
yeah. And I think that's in a season that's unfavorable to them overall.
Yeah.
So I think because they're just, you think about the matchups, there's going to be a lot of good matchups. I think this army will do just fine in competitive play.
Oh yeah. I mean, being A tier is like the top of where armies should be. Like, honestly, when we look at like our tier list, like S tier is honestly like unhealthy.
Yeah, agreed. Well, and the problem with it, you're absolutely right? And if every army was consistently at this A/B threshold, that would be great.
Yeah.
But when we are in a game where you have armies that are just not well balanced and are just straight out S tier armies, being high B is not a good place to be.
Well,
it's not that bad. It's fine.
I don't know. I disagree with
I think high B is fine, because if the goal is A and you're like slightly lower than A, that's fine. C is not a good place to be. B is okay.
Yeah. That's fair. That's
like
fair.
C is the lowest acceptable to where an army can be, right? Because that's like usually like the if we're talking GWs, 45 to 55% win rate. C is probably looking closer to that 45.
Right.
Stats being as unreliable as they are. But still, I think it'll be fun when we get into that with our future video talking about all of these armies and what they do.
Yep.
Thanks, everybody. We always really appreciate it. Thank you for watching. If you disagree with anything that we've said, our takes, you think we've missed something, please put it in the comments below. We love that kind of Discord and our discourse. And to that point, come join us on our Discord. We don't just talk Stormcast, we talk all armies. And you do the algorithm things, like, subscribe, thumbs up, that kind of thing. We really appreciate the support.
Absolutely. And make sure you check out our supporters over at www.kaiju Gaming Lounge, which I'm sure we'll post a link down below.com. Check them out. They're a great supporter, and they help us do all of our contests and such, and new merch that will be coming out soon. So please check them out and use code STORMKEEP in all caps, which I'll also make sure we post down below for a discount. Thanks, guys.
Yep. And one final shout out to our patrons. Thanks, guys. You're keeping us going. It's been a wild year, the Stormkeep. It's been really fun running a podcast, and it's great to get feedback from you guys about what we're doing. Look forward to more content coming soon. See you in the next one.
See ya.